like to ask everyone to please take their seats. Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Special Finance and Corporate Services meeting for the 2014 capital budget. Just some early indicators on how we're going to handle this. Consistent with previous years, the capital, all final decisions are made on final budget day. So what we'll be doing, if any member of council is interested in getting more information or adding or removing or anything like that, any items from the capital budget, what we will do is request information from staff on that, and they will return an issue paper for final budget day. That is the intention. It should also help speed up the day as it has in previous years. And then at the end of the day, staff will make note of all of the items that council is interested in, and we will pass everything as a single motion. Okay? Is everyone clear with that? Yeah? Okay, very good. So with that, we'll get right into it. Oh, Councillor Gazzola?
I'm going to question it again, this philosophy of just sitting here and not doing anything. I've been involved with this for many, many times, and it used to be the case where the council of the day would make some decisions when they go through the budget review. And then it lets people also in our community know where we are going. Otherwise, we just sit here and go through these papers and bob our heads a few times. What are we really accomplishing? And nowadays, we have an audience of a lot of staff people that are, what is being accomplished? I mean, I think we have to take some positive stands. We have to let the community know what we were thinking. We can't let all the magic come out on budget day. I mean, if we're doing a review means we do something.
Right. And your standing is consistent with your previous years as well, Councillor Gazzola. I would offer only that the information that's in the capital budget, if anyone's planning on making any significant changes, I think that we make the intention known of what it is an individual councillor would like to do. But at the same time, we shouldn't make any actual final decisions because that sort of information should be relevant for our public input session and for final budget day. So if there's a particular item that we're interested in changing, I think it's more than appropriate that staff return for any implications with an issue paper so that we don't make decisions in a vacuum.
Well, why don't we make a decision and let people know how this council thinks about it? And then people can become engaged. They can, if they see that 8 out of 10 councillors are prepared to do something, that then they can, if they are in favor of it or against, they can say something. But to leave, to send out a lot of questions and all the answers come back, but not give the people any indication of where we're going.
Why don't we approach it like this? If there's any considerable implications for any items, we'll take them up at the time that it happens. But at the same time, is it okay if we refer all of them to the end of the meeting and we'll take them line by line?
Okay. I have something that I would like to put on the table.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did Councillor Verbenevik give me the go-ahead? Or
No, he did not. I think we're just going to proceed as it is. We're going to proceed as I outlined, and I guess we'll tackle the items as we go through them. Okay. I have other members wishing to speak. Councillor Fernandez.
Two things I wanted to mention, and I want to make sure that I'm not laboring under an assumption. And maybe this will come out in the original presentation. Is everything in our capital that is capital out of current already been inflated by a percentage increase? And if it is, what is that percentage increase? And if not, when would it be or could it be increased? And I I have a tendency to agree with what Councillor Gazzola is saying, because there are areas that I'd like to find out if we can make some significant changes, because some of that may affect where we sit at operation budget. So those are sort of my two questions at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
And again, to be clear, I'm not saying that we can make any changes. In fact, the reason we're here is to decide whether we want to make any changes. All I'm suggesting is that the budget is an overview. There isn't detailed information, and frankly, I'm not comfortable, depending on what the issue is, making any significant decisions at this point without having the benefit of the background on the items. So, and again, it is consistent with how we've done it in previous years. So if you were interested in looking at a different item, you could ask for that referred back, and I would look to staff to see if possibly they might be able to respond if those items could come back before capital budget if it does interfere with, or sorry, with operating budget if it does interfere with that from your vantage. But if you could ask at the time, that would be great.
Yep, that would be great.
And sorry, your earlier question, sorry, if you could repeat that. Sorry.
My earlier question was, I just want to make sure that, because I was comparing 2013 budget to 2014 budget, I saw some different numbers and some changes in some of the numbers. Also, and this may come out in the conversation, but some of the section that shows what the remaining balances are. My question is, is capital budget in the capital out of current already has it been increased in some areas, and if it has, by what percentage?
Mr. Chapman?
So I'll respond to both questions. If anything is raised today that would impact the operating budget discussion, we can flag that and prepare those issue papers if they're fairly straightforward for the operating budget. In terms of inflating items, we have not inflated items across the board. That said, the whole 10-year forecast does have inflation built in. So if a project is 2 years out in the forecast, we would take today's estimate of cost, and then we would inflate that by 2% per year, expecting that costs will be higher 2 years from now as compared to current pricing. But we have not taken costs that were in the budget for 2014 last year and inflated them for this year. The changes you've seen are likely changes based on revised costing or change in scope or design for those projects, and we can walk through them later in the day.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Zare?
Well, I was just going to go back to the original request in terms of how we proceed. And we were reminded frequently that we should be making decisions based on having all the information in front of us and the implications of that. And I think it would be fairly risky to be making decisions, and they're never final, I realize that, until, in our case, January the 30th, but making decisions related to items when we don't understand fully what the implication could be on the capital budget, or on the operating budget. We have not yet had a presentation on the operating budget, and to be making capital forecast decisions without having the benefit of that operating information, I think is premature. I think it is very appropriate for members of council to be making comments on the individual aspects of the capital budget. And if there are some significant changes that are going to be coming forward, I think those should be noted, absolutely. But to be making final decisions on, I think, is quite premature, and I think what the process that you outlined at the beginning is a very fair one.
And Councillor Gazzola, before we move on.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to lay on the table where I'm coming from. This is something that I really haven't been able to do until I've seen the capital forecast. This is something, when we talk about where we're going in June, it's difficult to assess. But what I would like to see us do, and by the way, these aren't final decisions we make today. These are decisions we make as of today, but they don't become ratified till January the 30th. In going through the budget, I would like to see us remove $2 million from the budget. $2 million out of, in 10 years, out of 939 million, almost $1 billion. Now, to have the impact on the operating budget, and it won't be a big impact, but it will send a message that we are trying to do things. To have an impact, it would amount to about $200,000, $200,000 to $250,000 a year across the board. But it would give us it would give us a quarter of a point this year. It's not a lot, but it does tell the people that we're interested. We're trying to do what we can. Now, I base a lot of this, so in doing so, we're limited to where we look, because it has to be something out of capital from current. I mean, to reduce, but we need to take a good, strong look at where we're going with things. We throw things into the capital forecast, and they become implanted there. So there are now a lot of what I'm looking at is based on credits that we already have as of the end of September. And the schedule says ending balances, including encumbrances. So to me, that means even things that we know that we've put out that we haven't paid for are included there. We have a total of $70 million. Included in that, there's an amount of $10 million that I'm going in the other way that I'm not sure what it is. And there's 19 or 16 million in the gas utilities, which is a debit. So really, we have credits upwards of $80 to $90 million. If we have credits sitting there, in my opinion, that amount to more than we've got planned for for 2014, 2015, why do we not live off of those credits? The other problem that I have is when you have a lot of dangling credits, accountability becomes very difficult. Because if there's a credit, there's an account, you can charge that, and there are no questions. So that's where I'm coming from. I've flagged a lot of places that I think we can make reductions.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me the time to express my...
Right. And again, see that there's direction there you could ask staff to come back with. I think it's probably best, you're jumping way ahead in the budget. I think it's best actually if we revisit that exact issue at probably the last stage of the day. Okay? Thank you very much. With that, then we will get on with begin the presentation. Mr. Chapman.
Good morning, Chair and members of committee. I'm pleased to provide the overview to the capital budget discussion today for the 2014 capital budget and forecast. As you know, today is the first of two detailed presentations on the content of the 2014 budget. We're here to focus on capital projects, and then in mid-December, we'll be back in front of you to discuss the details of the operating budget. These are the 7 sections that we'll cover off through the course of the discussion today. I'll take the first bullet, which is the overview of the forecast, and then Ryan will speak to the balance of the presentation. And as noted, where there's consensus on follow-up items, we'll note those as the day goes along, and then we'll summarize them at the end of the day so the committee may pass a motion directing staff to come back with that information. So as a brief reminder, the capital budget differs from the operating budget in that it does fund investment in assets, and typically this takes one of two forms, either creating new assets or the rehabilitation of existing assets. And often, as you know, these projects can take many years to complete, so they span over multiple years within the capital forecast. But typically, they all provide a long-term benefit, and as mentioned, can take many years to complete. The capital budget ultimately is an estimate of the cost to purchase or construct assets, and we include things such as land purchase, building construction, and equipment acquisition. And as you know, the quality of the estimate deteriorates over time, so there is a high level of confidence typically over projects in 2014, but that diminishes as we get further out in the forecast. And the quality of estimate code that you see in the capital forecast will give you a sense as to the refinement that's gone into the estimate for that project. Council has already provided direction to staff to influence priorities in capital budgeting. We have an approved capital funding guideline, which basically dictates the funding envelope within which staff can work. And Council in the past has identified capital priorities through various strategic planning processes, and most significantly, the master plans that Council typically approves. So examples would be the Parks and Trails master plans that give direction over the longer term for the level of investment that's required. We use that direction to prepare the budget and then review it a number of times. It's first reviewed within divisions and then departments, and then over the course of several days by the corporate management team, and then ultimately brought forward to committee for review. As has already been noted, there is a significant level of investment in capital projects over the 10-year forecast. There are 438 different projects and just under $1 billion worth of capital investment. You'll note that the amount for 2014 is less than the long-term average. You'll see that there's roughly $78 million worth of investment in 2014. And the point I would want to make here is that most of what you're seeing today is not different than what you saw last year. So really we focus on the exceptions, so things that have been added or deleted or amounts that have been changed because at some point in time this council or previous council has dealt with the majority of what sits in the capital forecast before you. I'd like to highlight 4 achievements that we think are significant and worthy of note as we get into the presentation today. And the first point is that the capital forecast is balanced, and we believe it's balanced in 2 ways. It's balanced financially, but it's also balanced in terms of the priorities that have been set out. In terms of financial balance, it's very simple. It means that there is sufficient funding to cover all of the projects that have been included within the capital forecast. So we have confidence that there is the ability to move ahead with the projects should Council approve them. In terms of priority, it also means that higher priority projects have been scheduled earlier in the capital forecast, but due to funding constraints, lower priority projects have either been deferred or they have been cancelled or eliminated from the capital budget. Second, I think a key achievement that's worthy of note is that the changes in the capital budget before you today do not impact the previous water and sewer or other utility rate projections that Council has seen. As you know, we've projected over the long term that there will be modest utility rate increases, typically for the portion controlled by Kitchener around the rate of inflation, and those projected increases can accommodate the level of capital investment that's before you today. This is also consistent with the asset management presentation that you recently received from Hans Gross, where he indicated that staying the course over time, providing modest increases through inflation, can likely sustain our program over the next 10 years. Third, the capital forecast provides focused investment in priority areas. Although there's not a lot of capacity to add funding across the board, we've identified 3 areas where we believe it's essential that investment be increased, and I'll touch on them just very briefly. For highly valued community amenities, funding has been added to create ongoing funding for the capital maintenance of all citywide parks. This is an issue that has come up in previous terms of Council. A number of Council members have spoken about the need to increase funding for citywide parks. Some of them, such as Hero Natural Area, have not had funding in the past, and so we've made an effort through this capital forecast to provide permanent funding for those projects across all 10 years. Funding has also been added to the trail budget in 2014 to bring trail investment in 2014 up to the sustainable level that was identified in the Trails Master Plan. We've heard Council's emphasis on the importance of investing in trails in previous years, and so we've made it a priority through this budget to get ourselves to the level required in 2014. Ideally, we'd be standing before you today saying that we've fully funded all years of trails over the 10-year capital forecast, but that's a challenge that we could not rise to given the funding constraints. But our commitment each and every year will be to go back and look to see how we can get for the oncoming year the level of investment required that is sustainable for parks and trails. In terms of essential infrastructure, funding has been added for the replacement of the Margaret Avenue Bridge. As you know, this bridge was deemed unsafe and has been demolished recently. As the road is designated as a major collector roadway within our municipal plan, funding for a replacement bridge has been included starting in 2014. As you'll hear later on today, engineering was forced to cancel a number of their ongoing programs in 2014 to accommodate this project, so it did come at the expense of some ongoing work within the engineering area. For critical business systems, funding has also been added to replace the city's tax and utility billing system. As you've heard now many times over the course of this term, the system is 15 years old, and it's used to bill and collect more than $500 million every year. Replacement of the system is proposed to begin in 2014, and as I've noted, has been the subject of extensive discussion around this horseshoe and multiple detailed reports, most recently in September of this year. The fourth point I would make is that the capital forecast will improve the city's debt to reserve position. And I think this is a significant achievement if you think about the trend line that we've been on for the first 3 years of this term. As we've talked about before, the target ratio for debt to reserve balances is 1-to-1. And that would mean that for every dollar in debt the city has, the city would hold $1 in reserve. And that's depicted in this chart by that dotted line, a ratio of 1-to-1. And we believe that is achievable. In fact, our comparator group of municipalities averages out to a debt-to-reserve ratio of 1-to-1. So we don't think it's an unrealistic target. And as you can see, in 2014, for the first time in many years, our trajectory is on a downward trend, that we are heading back towards a balanced ratio of 1-to-1. But ultimately, this will require discipline over the next 5 years to get there. Discipline in terms of not taking on new unplanned debt, and discipline in terms of modestly continuing to build reserve balances year over year. That concludes the overview. I'm pleased to take any questions on those slides, and if there are none, I'll turn it to Ryan to start walking through the detail.
The overview, actually, I have possibly accidental clicks. Rod, I think, did you have a comment? No? Okay. Mayor Zaire, you as well? Accidental, possibly? Okay. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Just one question on that last slide that you have indicated that for 2014 we're on a downward slide on this debt to reserve position, yet for 2015 it seems to bump up again. I'm just wondering what the rationale is if the rest of the following years seems to be going down. So why do we have this little hiccup for 2015?
So perhaps Ryan can come back to that. He'll be providing more detail on debt to reserve position. One of the factors, I believe, although it doesn't account for the majority of the difference, is that we were trying to return to a balanced position within our DC reserve in 2014. But beyond that, if we take no action through the development charges study, the projection heads negative again. And so this is based on our current development charges projections, which we know need to change through the upcoming background study process. But there is more to it than that, and so Ryan, when he gets to those slides, can explain the detail.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, actually, I have a question that it relates to pages 51 and 52. So I'll wait till we get there. I thought it sort of related to what had been said. But
I appreciate that. That concludes the questions, so we'll move on to capital funding sources.
Morning, Chair Davey, members of Council. I'll be handling the balance of the presentation this morning, starting with capital funding sources. The slide before you shows the general capital funding sources for 2013 and 2014, and as has already been noted, there's an increase between 2013 and 14. 2014 shows approximately $940 million of investment over 10 years, whereas 2013 was $924 million of investment. Looking through some of the individual funding sources, you'll notice that the capital pool has actually decreased from 2013 to 2014, from about $161 million down to about $154 million. And that decrease is largely due to, in 2013, which is no longer part of the forecast, that included the final year of EDIF investment, and EDIF was kind of above and beyond the typical capital program. So that has fallen off, and the year that's come in at the end, 2023, is just a typical year. So essentially the main difference between 2013 and 2014 is that the 2014 capital forecast includes no additional EDIF funding. Looking to enterprises, you'll see that there's an increase from $454 million to $487 million. This is due, one major component of that is the investment in the replacement of the tax and utility billing system. It's a large project, and a majority of that is funded through enterprises. As well, there have been increases in the capital programs in some of those areas, some of the specific utilities, water, sanitary, and whatnot, just to replace the infrastructure. Looking at development charges have gone down from $192 million to $183 million. And again, it's somewhat similar to what I explained with the capital pool. In essence, the 2013 year that has fallen off was a large year for DC-funded projects, and the year 2023 that's at the back end of the forecast that has come on is a small year. And that makes a lot of sense if you think of we're finishing off our existing DC bylaw. So there's fewer projects that were planned and projected out, 15 years in that previous forecast than the current year, 2013, which was closer to the front end of the forecast. Looking at the other funding sources that are included, they're fairly similar to last year, so I won't get into much detail about them. Turning our attention to the capital pool, which was the first line on the previous slide, just to remind Council, that includes transfers from 5 different sources. The first is capital out of current, and that's the direct transfer from the operating budget into the capital budget. Second is the annual debt issue, so each year the city issues some debentures and use that to fund capital program. Next 2 lines relate to reserve funds, the gas utility investment reserve fund and the hydro utility investment reserve fund, and we get funding from those utilities and use that to fund the tax-supported capital program. And finally, capital closeouts. So those are existing capital projects that have been closed. Funding's been taken out of the existing balance and is being used to fund projects in the 2014 year. And all this shows as CC funding when you get into the detailed pages of the capital budget. As has already been discussed, there is, by Mr. Chapman, Council does set some direction as to how we should proceed with funding in the capital program. And again, it's the same policy that's been in place this whole term of Council. We followed it again this year, and it essentially limits the increase to the capital program. So it limits the increase on the tax side to protect ratepayers from large increases in the tax rate due to capital program. Turning our mind to adjusting the capital forecast, and specifically with additions, there's 3 ways that Council could consider adding a project, and they have different implications. The first is to reduce a project of similar funding source and similar dollar amount in order to insert something in. So if you want to add $500,000 project of CC funding, you could remove another project that's worth $500,000 of CC funding. And in essence, you'd just be replacing one with the other. Second option available is to increase CC funding, but that would have an increase on the tax rate. So if you wanted to add in that project, you could choose to increase taxes to fund that. Or a third option is to fund that through debt, which would have an increase on taxes further down the road as that debt needs to be serviced, so the principal and interest payments, which would be spread out over the future 10 years. Looking at the capital pool availability, I'd like to draw Council's attention to the bottom line of this chart. And as you can see, the capital forecast is balanced over the years of the forecast. And that's something that Mr. Chapman mentioned earlier. Specifically, if you look at 2013, you'll see that there's a 0 balance. And in essence, that means that for all the projects that are funded by CC, there's that amount of funding available. So we don't have any projects included in the capital forecast funded by the capital pool beyond what funding is available. You'll see some minor differences in the later years, but essentially the capital forecast is completely balanced. I'll just go back up toward the top and walk down the different funding sources. You can see the debenture issue that I mentioned earlier. So in this year, the debenture issue is about $1.7 million that's anticipated that we would be issuing in order to fund the capital program for 2014. The capital out of current transfer is the next line down. And as you'll note, it's a quite small number, and that's the direct transfer out of the operating budget to fund the capital program. It's less than $1 million, which means the operating budget has less than $1 million transferred directly into the capital program. So less than 1% of the total tax levy is a direct transfer into the capital program. The next line down is the Gas and Utility Investment Reserve Fund. And you'll see in the earlier years that transfer is actually a bit higher than it is in later years. And that's the reserve fund that's been used to fund the strategic areas that Mr. Chapman mentioned. So district parks, trails, Margaret Avenue Bridge, and the tax portion of the gas and tax billing system replacement. So in essence, that transfer was increased somewhat in the early years of the forecast to fund the investment in those 4 strategic areas. The hydro amount is basically flat across the years of the forecast. And you'll see capital closeouts, there's $68,000, so really a minimal amount of capital closeouts being reinvested into the capital program this year.
Yeah, last slide.
Yeah, I'll break after.
Yeah.
Just looking at capital pool availability for 2013 versus 2014, in essence, you can see that the forecast was balanced in 2013. It is again in 2014. There have been minor adjustments from year to year, but in essence, the capital forecast was balanced at the end of last year, and it's balanced again in 2014.
Very good. Okay, Ryan, there's a few questions here. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. I'm going to go back to page C22. I just wanted to make sure I understood in the DC charges fund, it's going down in 2014, but according to the graph, it will go up again because we will be doing our DC charges bylaw review, right?
Through the chair, it's too early to predetermine what the outcome of that will be. I can't give you a good answer as to whether that number will go up, stay the same, or decline based on the review of the DC bylaw.
Okay, all right. But this is not a good direction to go on in, really, is it? On a downward trend?
Through the chair, it's reasonable that that could happen depending on the amount of infrastructure and community amenities that are required to service growth. So it really depends on the rate of growth that council would like to see over the next 10 years and what types of facilities might be required or road infrastructure, that type of thing, to service that growth.
Okay. Maybe I'm thinking about it in the wrong way. This is the funding source, and so we're fine if we, at 183 million, if we decide not to spend any more than 183 million. Is that right?
Through the chair, I would say it's, I wouldn't characterize it as a good news story or a bad news story in any way, shape, or form. And I think as we go through the DC bylaw review, council can turn their mind to, the level of investment, the level of growth over the next 10 years.
Okay. Then just going to C26, you did explain, because I was puzzled as to why last year we had only reserved in the Gas Utility Investment Reserve Fund, we had only set aside 5.5, and that was the number that we had when we were for 2014 in the 2013 budget.
Correct.
Now we're at 8.6.
Correct.
What I'm understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the reason we reserved that much more was to cover off the Margaret Avenue Bridge and the
Parks, trails, and the tax utility billing
the tax
system.
utility. Okay.
So it's those 4.
Okay. So will that mean that there will be significantly less in the reserve fund at the end of the year because we will have used that money for those items?
Through the chair, that additional funding that's being included this year is the last year, the transportation benefit that we've talked about in the gas utility. There's some residual funding from the old way of setting our rates. And now that we've moved to just a cost flow through in transportation, we don't anticipate having that level of profit within transportation. And this is basically taking that additional profit level and transferring that in to fund the capital program.
Okay.
And that's consistent with how it's been used in the past.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much. Just 2 quick questions, Ryan. One is about the debentures, and thank you for explaining it's about 1.7 million. How is that number arrived at?
Through the chair, based on the capital policy, just a few slides back, it says that the cost of debt, the cost of servicing the debt is limited by this factor. So we review and see how much debt we can issue at the rates that are prevalent at the time of issue, and that's what's included in the capital
So
package.
this covers the servicing of the debt. Is that what you're saying?
The amount could change. So, for instance, if the cost of service debt were much higher, so 10%, we would not be able to issue $1.7 million. We would have to issue something less. If debt was essentially free, we could issue more.
Okay. In terms of slide C25, you talked about any changes to increase the debt or the capital budget, but you didn't talk about decreasing it. And I'm assuming that there would be some similar impact, that if there was a decrease in capital, then there would be a potential decrease in future tax impact. Is that correct?
Correct, through the chair. So essentially the converse would be true.
Right.
If projects were removed, that could reduce the amount of debt that needs to be issued or reduce the transfer from the operating budget, which, as I mentioned, this year is only $800,000.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
What was the figure in 2013 for capital out of current?
Through the chair, I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, the reason, I'm just, the 882 to 1046, how much is that going up by every year?
Through the chair, I just want to confirm you're talking about just the capital from current transfer amount, correct?
Yeah.
I don't have that. Oh, last year was $856,000.
Okay, so it's going from 856 to 882,
Correct.
and then it goes to 1046. How does that, what is that?
Through the chair, each year we revise that line based on our current information. So it will be, next year the number might be something smaller than that $10 million as well. It's just based on our calculation based on the capital policy.
Okay, that's according to the capital policy?
Correct.
Okay, that's right. The capital closeouts, have those accounts been closed out and removed from the amounts shown on pages 79 and following?
Could you repeat that, Councillor Gazzola?
The existing
The
balances?
60, I'm sorry, the capital closeouts, the 68,000, I want to know if those have been closed out and are removed from the schedules, page C79 to 80, whatever.
Thank you.
Through the chair, the majority of them were completed before that balance was run. There were a couple that came in after that was run, but the large items, like the $40,000, or sorry, out of the 68, there was one that was $40,000. I believe that's been removed.
And that's taken out? So,
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I was going to, it is possible that there could be other closeouts at this point? That figure, if that figure were to increase, then something else could be decreased, right?
Through the chair, that's a potential, yes.
Yeah, if that figure could be increased along the line, then capital from current could be decreased and therefore have an impact on this year.
Through the chair, that's an option for council.
Yes, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Thank you. Mr. Hagee, in regards to this particular page and the previous page, I have maybe a couple of questions and see how they interrelate. Go back to the previous page. The increase in debt for future tax. So those are three options that we have in terms of dealing with any adjustments that you've pointed out.
Correct.
But I want to specifically talk about the bottom one. If we want to have a particular project that we don't want to increase taxes, but we would put it into a debt scenario, then we would issue debentures on that to pay for it?
Correct.
Okay. So then we go over to the next page then. And on that debenture issue, for 2014, there's $1.6 million, and then it goes on for subsequent years. In this debenture issue for next year and subsequent years, is the EDIF fund included in that?
Through the chair, it is not. The EDIF is completely removed from the capital forecast now. So that's, you'll see when we get to the debt slides a little bit later, and you may recall there's kind of three different shades of bar. So EDIF is at the top,
Yeah.
enterprise is at the middle, and tax is at the bottom. The line you see here, the debenture issues, is that bottom, I believe it's yellow, the yellow bars, and that's all that's included
Okay.
in that line.
So if the Edith is not included in this debenture, could you give me a couple of examples or whatever as to what is? I'm just wondering what we're issuing debentures on for what debts?
Through the chair, this goes to to fund the capital pool, and each year on final budget day, council approves a motion for the specific projects. So from year to year, it could be different projects, but it would go to fund things potentially like fire trucks that have a long lifespan. I believe last year we debentured playground equipment and some of those types of projects. So it's for CC-funded projects that have a long lifespan. We couldn't just issue it for any project. It basically needs to be a physical asset that will last at least 10 years because that's the length of our debt issue.
Okay, I appreciate that, Ness, and I understand where you're coming from on that. And so when I look in the future years, I mean, even though we get 1.6 million in 2017 and onwards, we're up to 4 million plus each year as we go along. So the example that you used, or the scenario that you used, of the debts that are to specific projects, are they identified further on in the report somewhere?
Through the chair, they are not in this package. When council receives the final day budget resolution, there is a specific resolution for that the city issue debt, 10-year debentures for the following projects. And when you get that, you'll see that they'll add up exactly to that number.
Okay. So looking at the 1.6 for this for 2014, if we want to reduce it, that's a possibility?
Through the chair, it's a possibility, but you would need to reduce projects as well.
Exactly, yeah. So to reduce this down to, let's say, 1 million, let's knock off $500,000, then we'd have to knock off $500,000 in projects somewhere in terms of the capital and later on in the report.
Correct. Projects funded by CC. You couldn't take a gas project or a sanitary project or a water project. It would have to be a project that shows as CC funded.
CC.
Mr.
Yes.
Chapman to add?
Okay, thank you.
And just to add one more comment, if you did that, it essentially would have no impact on the 2014 tax levy because we issue debt at the end of the year and we start servicing it the following year. So if you reduced your debt issuance in 2014, you'd be doing less project work, but there would essentially be no impact on the 2014 tax levy.
It'd be an impact in 2015.
In 2015.
Okay.
And the other point I would make is that we have some slides coming up on debt, and one of them I think illustrates very well how this portion of debt, notwithstanding the fluctuations here, is actually very stable in terms of the impact on the average household. So I'd suggest you may want to come back to these questions after you've seen that portion of the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you. And this is for slide C26. Out of some of the discussion earlier, and from what you're explaining, Ryan, you're saying, again, capital current, which for 2014 would be 880,000 something. That would be a direct impact to the tax levy.
Correct.
Versus the other items, they are not.
Correct.
Not directly for this year. So any changes that we would make out of earlier suggestions, if you're considering cross-the-board cuts for a capital pool over the 10-year forecast, wouldn't necessarily have an immediate or substantial effect on the tax levy. Again, because the CC out of current, the capital current is only a small component.
Correct.
Okay, good. Just wanted to reiterate that point. And the other is, now last year, when we were considering the LEAF reserve, and out of that, 500,000 we had decided to put towards, not pay off debt, but limit our debt requirement issuing. So was that for 2013, or was that to be for 2014 then?
Through the chair, that effect happened in 2013. So essentially, instead of issuing debt in 2013, it was funded by reserve, which means that we've avoided those debt servicing costs over the 10-year life.
Right. So we didn't take on any extra projects at that point. It was, we stayed to whatever capital forecast was for the capital projects. We didn't take on additional projects because we didn't, we had that available money and we didn't have to issue that out of debt.
Right. So through the chair, for that portion of LEAF, we did not take on any new projects. We just avoided debt. Council may recall that Council chose to invest in some parks,
Right.
Major parks. So that was an increase to the capital program. The other one was just to, the capital program stayed exactly the same, but instead of being funded by debt, it was funded by reserve.
I just wanted to reconfirm if it was to be impacted 2013 or 14, but
Right.
you've answered that. Thank you.
I just have one question you may not have the answer to immediately, but at the very beginning of this meeting, Councillor Gazzola brought up the idea of cutting some money from the capital budget as a whole. Is there a simple conversion ratio that council could refer to in terms of how, say, $1 million cut from the capital budget would affect the tax levy?
Through the chair, to the extent that the capital cut comes from CC, it could have a one-to-one relationship, or it could have no relationship. So if council chooses to reduce the CC portion and says take that reduced debt, it would have no impact on 2014, but it would have an impact on future years. To the extent that that reduction is taken against the capital from current, it would be a direct one-to-one relationship.
So I'd suggest then it should be divided by 10 then over the capital forecast. Mr. Chapman, do you want to add?
And that was going to be my comment. I would agree with Councillor Gazzola's philosophy that it needs to be averaged out across the forecast. If it was all taken in the current year, you would simply be adding that on as a tax increase in 2015. And my sense is that council would not be interested in simply deferring that pain for 1 year.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, so we'll move on to the development charges.
Looking at development charges, the city, as we've discussed a little bit already today, has a development charge bylaw that expires in June of 2014. We're currently undergoing a review and an update to that, and the work will be coming back to council in spring of 2014. Council may recall that in 2012, we undertook a review of development charges as things were trending badly, that we were looking to spend more money than we were bringing in. And so council chose to defer a number of projects. Those projects were deferred out to 2015, and that they've stayed there for all years of the capital forecast since that's happened, or subsequent capital budgets. And so those projects still sit in 2015. As we're undergoing the review right now, you'll note that there's a note on the capital forecast that says any projects in 2015 and beyond, the timing of those should be considered tentative, as those will be reprioritized, reviewed as part of the next DC bylaw update. This slide shows the projection for development charges. And again, I'd like to draw council's attention to the bottom line. You'll see in 2012 and 13 that we have large deficits planned, so bracketed numbers planned. But then in 2014, we're expecting to actually be in a positive position by $2 million. Further years in the forecast, you'll see 2015 and 16, it's not too bad. Then in 17, 18, it is looking quite good. And then further out in 19, 20, there are significant deficits planned for those years. But again, that's under the current DC bylaw, and that will be reviewed as part of the next DC bylaw. And essentially, what's planned in 2019, 20, 21, under the current rate structure could not be funded. There's significant community amenity projects and infrastructure projects as well. So large dollar things like community centers or pools or pumping stations or roads that are planned in those years that at the current rates could not be funded. But again, as we look at the DC bylaw for update for 2014, council will discuss and debate either increasing rates or deferring projects or a mix of both. The next few slides divide the entire development charge fund into engineering projects and non-engineering projects. And essentially, on the engineering side for 2014, there are no new projects included in that year of the forecast. You'll see there are minimal projects planned for 2014, and they're essentially just carryover projects from prior years. There are deficits planned in 2015 to 2023, but again, council will consider that as part of the bylaw update. So on this slide and the subsequent slide, 2014 is the fourth column from the left. And as I noted, you'll see there are not too many projects planned for 2014. There's a group of them at the top. So there's the Upper Blair Creek, DC study, intensification allowance, and engineering studies. There's some funding planned for those in 2014. And on the following slide, there's only one project, the city share of subdivisions. Minor funding that's being allocated to those projects in 2014. On the non-engineering side, the story is somewhat similar. There are no new projects planned for 2014, so we are not building anything of substance in 2014 out of non-engineering development charges. And again, there's a number of projects. The 2014 budget is, again, the fourth column from the left, and you'll see that there's fewer projects there than in other years, and the projects that are planned are smaller dollar amounts. So before turning to debt, we'll pause and talk about development charges.
There are some questions. Councillor Fernandez.
I think you've answered my first question because you had said that if we continue on, page C29, the numbers that we see at the bottom is if we stayed the same with our DC charges.
Correct.
Okay. And so maybe my question is redundant then, but there's a project in... Sorry, I'm trying to think of where, expenditures, and it says parking and unbudgeted. What does that mean?
Sorry, which page are we on?
29.
29.
I suddenly realized that there's nothing in that, it says expenditures budgeted and then parking unbudgeted. Just a question, what does that mean? And I know there's nothing in that line, but just trying to understand what that means.
I don't recall. One moment.
Sure.
Through the chair, my expert has told me that that is funding that's been transferred to EDIF to make EDIF whole. So it's relating to a parking structure that was funded by EDIF and partially funded by development charges.
Oh, I see. Okay. So but because there's no money in that budget, that doesn't mean that we're anticipating any expenditures out of that for parking in the future. The 2,000 and 2,000, sorry, 2 million and 2 million that I see were from a previous project.
It happened in 2013, and it's not contemplated anywhere in the future.
Okay, good. All right, then just going to page 31. Your revenues are pretty significant projection from 2,000,009 to 6.2 from what was projected in 2013 to what the budget is.
Correct.
What's happening to make these revenues rise this significantly?
Through the chair, the 2014 budgeted amount is based on our DC study, which is, again, at the end of its life and will be renewed.
Right, okay. I'm sorry to make you repeat yourself on that.
That's fine.
But, now, is this the time when we can talk about moving things, or just the Bean Drive Sanitary Trunk Sewer Extension? I see that we have some money put in here, and I've seen it for a few years, the $581,000. Is that an expenditure that we're going to be doing for sure, or is this just a placeholder, or?
So through the chair, I believe that project's in 2015. It's about 3/4 of the way down the slide. Mm-hmm. So any projects in 2015 and out will be reviewed as part of the part of the DC bylaw update. So what council's approving today is essentially 2014, which has almost no projects. So I would say anything in 2015 and beyond is going to be coming back as part of the DC study and can be discussed in detail then.
Great. Thanks for your patience in asking exactly the same question that I almost asked you for. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, my questions were somewhat along the same lines. And I want to go back to that parking where it says unbudgeted and yet it is budgeted. Could you just explain that one again? The $2 million. Did we charge $2 million in the DC accounts?
Yes, it was a charge to the DC account, but as you recall, there's a separate continuity for the EDIF fund. All of the EDIF projects were not separately identified in the capital forecast. So it was transferred to EDIF, but it doesn't show as a line item in the 10-year forecast here.
Okay, but it did come, excuse me, did come out of our DC charges and transferred over to EDIF.
Correct, for
Yeah.
Center Block.
Okay, so, yeah. The only other question I have, and I see our chief building inspectors here, maybe we can answer this. There's such a big difference between what we budgeted and what we're projecting for the year, okay, 12 million to 6 million. Can you just expand a little bit on what's happened, or and are we confident that we're going to revert and get back to $12 million level next year? Is this because you've not been issuing enough building permits?
Mr. Sealing?
Through the chair, so we're looking at the development charge projection, the total revenue in 2014, the $12 million.
No, I'm actually, I'm looking at the 2013, where it looks like we're going to have collected about 6 million, and we had planned to collect about 12 million. It's a drastic change, okay? And I know you've talked about it, but can you just expand a little bit on why there's such a drastic change? And considering that, are we going to be able to get back to the $12 million level next year?
Through the chair, thank you for the clarification. I understand now. The 2013 year, as the Building Enterprise has advised council before, we have taken a hit in terms of the economic downturn. Our permits, our number of permits are drastically down, especially the large project type where they do pay development charges. So that's the reason why we're only seeing approximately $6 million worth of revenue for 2013. We're expecting some return for 2014. We've got the former Bud Canada property. That's looking good. We've got some other properties outside of the downtown core where people will be paying development charges. So we are expecting some of these projects to come online in 2014. In 2013, the Building Enterprise has issued a lot of permits to deck, sheds, house renovations, where these permits are not subject to development charges, thus the lower number in total DC revenue.
Good, thank you. Can I assume that we hit the bottom in 2013, 2014 we're going to start to come up, not get back there yet, but in 2015 we're back up to the 17, 18 million, so we're sort of getting back in line.
I can't speak to these development charge revenues. I was the chief building official, wasn't involved with these revenues.
Okay. Okay. Well, you heard my question.
Right. So through the chair, I would say, based on what we see here, I would expect an improvement in 2014, and then 2015 is really a brand new ball game under the new DC bylaw. So depending on what council's direction is, because the rates could be different, it's too early to talk about 2015 and beyond.
Okay. The other question I have about this whole thing, to what involvement is our staff, what involvement does our staff have in all these DC projects? The question I'm going to ask is, if there's no projects, very few in 2014, does this mean their staff's going to have a lot of extra time, or are we going to have a lot of extra staff? Or?
Who can speak to that?
I'm not just thinking of issuing building permits. It's an engineering question.
Through Mr. Chair, at the moment, the Block Lane Road is actually going to finish to the end of this year. We also have two more projects actually recently committee approved. One is the Dune South Pumping Station and also the Blair Creek Bridge. Those are the two projects actually going to be undertaken by that engineer.
No, but the point I'm getting at is normally we're doing $13-20 million a year in projects. This year we're going to do 2 million, so is there, you've mentioned a couple of projects, but there must be a lot of extra.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the pump station project is 8.8 million, and we also completing the Freeport pump station. The tender is actually coming out. The detailed design is going on at the moment. That's about $5 million. And also the Blair Creek Bridge is 3.75 million. So total, probably we are doing about $22 million project.
Okay, I have to think about that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I think this will likely be a change we'll see in time, that because we're doing more work under credit refund agreements, those projects are actually budgeted further out in the forecast. But because council has approved credit, or will be approving credit refund agreements, all of the design and engineering work will still happen. We'll simply not be paying the costs until, in some cases, 2019 or 2021.
That helps, thank you. Councillor Yaneski?
Yes, thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions, but before I ask the questions, I just want to thank the variety of staff that are in the gallery, namely the gentlemen who are dressed professionally with tie and jacket and keeping up the corporate image. I thank you very much. And for the ladies, you always look fine all the time, so thank you very much to that as well. My question on page 29 pertains to the credits to be applied line. And I'm just trying to understand what that line means and whether that line ties in with development charges that are front-end financed. Is that, are they interrelated in this or not?
So through the chair,
I can't hear him.
through the chair, yes, they are. So just this past week, there were some credit refund agreements that came forward to council for the pumping station and bridge. And in those two instances, a component of them is credits and a component of them is refunds. And the credit amount would show up in this line. So that credit to be applied would show up, or the credits that council has approved would show up in that line.
Okay, so when I look for 2014, it's just $2.5 million, and that's the smallest amount in the entire line. When you look at the 2015, I mean, it's a 10% jump. Not 10%, I should say. Whatever the percentage is, you go from 2 million to 20 million. And so, again, would that be all anticipating with the development charge review again, too?
Through the chair, I don't follow the numbers. Are you still on
slide?
slide?
I'm on page 29. Is that the page we're on?
The
Okay,
credits to be applied.
2014, we got $2.5 million, and oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong line.
It's 429,000.
Okay, hang on. I had it highlighted, but I was looking at the wrong one. Forget the question. It's okay. I just answered it. Next question I have pertained to page 31, and also would be page 34. It's the same item. So on page 31, whichever one we want to use, the second line down, anticipated revenue shortfall. That's again what I think Councillor Gazzola was alluding to, that you're answering, or sorry, that Mike Sealing was responding to in terms of the shortfall, in terms of the money coming in next year because of the decrease in the number of projects that anticipated to be done and the revenue coming in?
Correct. So the top line number that you'll see there, developer contributions of $8.8 million.
Right.
That ties to our DC study, which is based on the region's growth forecast. We've noted that has not been experienced in the last number of years. So when we did the deferral in 2012, we added this line in to adjust that revenue downward to be more realistic to what we thought we would expect in revenue. So it's an acknowledgement that we are not getting the revenue that we thought we would as part of the DC study. And so we are, essentially taking an allowance against that revenue to make the projection more realistic.
Okay. But is there any anticipation that when the DC bylaw review is done and the bylaw is approved, that the revisions, and it'll probably be an increase because that's usually the way it goes, will be reflected in 2014? Or is the process of the development charge bylaw review is a very lengthy process, that approval of that may not even take place in 2014 until 2015?
Through the chair, the approval will be in 2014 as our current bylaw expires in June of 2014, and if we don't have a replacement, we will not be able to charge development charges after June.
After June, okay.
But I believe that when it's passed, it could be made effective that the rate changes come into effect in 2015.
Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
And Councillor Fernandez, you had an additional?
Thank you, yes. It came out of the discussion about the credit for refund projects, and Councillor Gazzola had asked if that was going to impact our staff. So does moving a project forward significantly, like these two that we talked about on Monday, the bridge and the pumping station, how does that impact our staff? Because they really weren't planning on working on that project until 2018, 19, right, and so forth. How does that impact staff now, since it's being moved forward that significantly?
Through the chair, I was involved with those discussions, so I feel comfortable answering. When we were in discussions, specifically on those two projects with Monarch and Activa, engineering was in the room and was cognizant that that would increase workload in the short term in 2014, so they reviewed their work plan for 2014 and determined whether they could fit that in or not.
Okay, so it will increase the workload for the next couple of years, and then it will, I mean, this is more of an operation cost, so right?
The staffing costs?
Yeah,
yes.
It's more of an operation issue. I guess I'm looking down the road and how will that affect staff down the road. Maybe I should just reserve that question for operation time?
Through the chair, I would say the capital program in engineering is tied very strongly with their operating costs, but because a lot of their staff work on capital projects, engineering staff are aware of the projects that are upcoming and the staffing levels required to achieve those. So when we're laying out the capital program, they're cognizant of what they might be able to achieve in those years.
Okay, and I can appreciate that, Ryan. I think that's kind of where I was going, but I'm thinking, does that mean that we need to keep moving projects up forward to keep engineering staff working on something that's related to DC funded projects? Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
through this chair, I would say no, that's not a requirement of council to move projects around to keep engineering staff occupied. The capital program is laid out by engineering staff with knowledge of their capacity and their how much labor capacity they have in the projects that are coming up.
Okay, all right. So the years that those normally would come in, then there will be less projects to work on unless council moves some forward.
And through the chair, that those are in 2019, 2022, and are a long way out, and a lot will change by the time that comes around.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. No further questions. We will now move on to one of my least favorite words, debt.
So the next few slides deal with debt, and the graphs are in the same format that they've been for the last few years. The trends are similar to the last few years, but we'll look at each of them in order. The first is total debt outstanding, and as you'll notice, our debt charges are at their peak in 2013 and then declining over the next few years. We'll start at the top and work our way down. So the debt charges or total debt outstanding is made up of three different types, and the top one is EDIF. And as you'll see by the size of the green bars in 2013, they're by far the largest component of our total debt, but that decreases over time. And essentially, 2013 was the final year of issuing debt for EDIF. It was 15-year debt, so 15 years out, the green bars will be completely gone from the debt forecast and from the total debt outstanding graph. So it's anticipated that the green bars would be gone 15 years after 2013. Moving down to the red bars, that represents debt that's issued for enterprises, so parking, golf, and more recently the odd expansion that's being funded by the Rangers. That shows up as enterprise debt as it's funded not by the tax base but by an external party. you'll see that that number is kind of higher in 2013 and again decreasing out into 2023. So that's funded for, that's funding used for specific projects, so building a new parking garage, building a new golf course, putting an expansion on the Odd. As there aren't many of those projects, it's contemplated that the red bars could be completely gone from the debt forecast as well, if there's no enterprise debt required. The final bars are at the bottom, and that's the tax-supported debt, and that is the amount of debt that is required to fund the capital pool that we were talking about earlier. That's an ongoing funding source for the capital pool, so it's anticipated that those yellow bars would continue on for the kind of the remainder of our debt graphs, but there would be a time when it would only be those bars. And as Mr. Chapman mentioned, you'll see that it's a relatively stable amount, it's a relatively small amount compared with our total debt outstanding at this point in time. And that'll come through on the following slides as well when we look at total debt charges as a percent of our net tax levy. You'll see that the target range is between 5% and 10%, noted by the dotted lines. And at a point in time, if we had no EDIF debt, if we had no enterprise debt, our tax-supported debt would actually be below the minimum target range for debt charges as a percent of tax levy. There's kind of an anomaly in this graph, and you'll see it out in 2022, how debt charges are declining and then they spike up in 2022. And there's a note provided to help explain that. It's related to the expansion debt for the auditorium, and that was issued over a 10-year term, but it was originally contemplated that it would be paid back over 15 years. So we've issued the debt for 10 years. At the end of that 10 years, the Rangers will either make a balloon payment to the city and completely pay that off, or we'll reissue that for 5 years. They had agreement with council that they could issue it over a term of 5 years. They just wanted to look at doing it over 10 years, potentially financing it all within 10 years, and then they would not require that additional debt further out. But since we don't know what form of that payment will take right now, we're assuming that all of that debt comes through in 2022, that the Rangers would pay it off. But as we move closer to that date and understand more what the Rangers' intentions are, what their funding is, the debt graph will be adjusted. The final graph is debt per household, and again you can see the target range of $400 per household to $1,000 per household. And again, you'll see that downward trend from 2013 moving out. And again, you'll see that if all EDIF debt were gone, if all enterprise debt were gone, our ongoing level of debt to fund the capital program would be below the minimum target amount for debt. So finally, just a few summary thoughts about debt. First of all, our debt load is at its peak in 2013. Second, it's planned to decline from 2013 out to 2023. And third, that the city's debt to reserve position is kind of above target, as Mr. Chapman showed on a graph earlier today, that it's above, but it's planned to head towards the target range of 1-to-1 over the course, over the next few years. So that leads to the implication of that there should be no additional debt added to the capital forecast. We're on a good path, on a good plan, and we should just follow that plan through. I'll pause there before moving on to reserves.
Very good, thank you. Mayor Zer.
Thank you. If we could go back a couple of slides, I think, to the debt charges as a percentage of tax levy. That's one, thank you. I know it's a measurement that we've used consistently, and so therefore it's good to have. But if I'm understanding correctly, first of all, I had two questions, but you answered the one is to expand a little bit on the auditorium and the Rangers. Because the red is primarily enterprise, and most, or a lot of it, I should say, applies to non-tax levy debt.
Correct.
And even some of the utilities, it should be in a. No, we aren't debenturing for utilities, are we?
Correct. We have no debt for our utilities.
So, but it's some non-tax levy. Therefore, the percentage actually is just a little bit deceiving. Not by much, but it is wouldn't be as high in terms of the reliance on the tax levy. Even though this chart is, when you use them all, it's an accurate reflection of it, but not necessarily when you compare the to other municipalities. Is that correct?
Correct. So in essence, what the mayor is saying is that we could remove the red bar or red portion of these bars from the graph, as those are not funded by taxes. So the yellow portion is funded completely by the tax base. The green section is funded completely by the tax base.
Right.
The red section is not. It's through enterprises or third parties.
So just sort of guessing here and looking at an average, about 1% is non-tax. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, in the early years, it looks more like 2%, but as we head out, it's 1% or so.
Yeah, between 1 and 2. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, thank you. On that same graph, I was going to use the other page, but this page is still sufficient for me as well in terms of understanding this. You pointed out that the top green one is the Edith, and by 2018 it'll be 2028, I should say, it'll be all
gone.
The other two, the enterprise one and then a tax one, will they always? I mean, they'll fluctuate depending on how the numbers go year to year, but will we always have a debt indefinitely? Or has there ever been a period of time, let's go back into history, where we ever had any debt for enterprises or for the tax?
Through the chair, the yellow bars at the bottom are contemplated essentially in perpetuity. It's an ongoing funding source for the capital pool, but the red bars in the middle are contemplated to end. So just like EDIF is planned to end, right now we have enterprise debt. There is no new enterprise debt contemplated as part of the 10-year capital forecast. So if that holds true, there would be a time when there would be no enterprise debt.
For the enterprise, since there's nothing in the forecast for 10 years, you're saying then that enterprise debt could be totally removed?
Correct. We would have to stay the course, pay off the existing debt for the parking garage, for the golf expansion and whatnot. But the current forecast does not add any additional debt.
Okay. So that could be
for
totally,
enterprises.
But the tax one is always, there's always something there because
it's an ongoing funding source for the capital pool.
Is there any municipality in Ontario that is debt-free in their tax component?
Mr. Chapman?
If there are few and fewer all the time. Our experience has been that those that prided themselves historically on no debt in their capital financing structure are finding that it's a necessary evil. Ryan and I have talked about it before. At some point, we'd like to look at a strategy perhaps in time to eliminate the tax-supported debt, but ultimately that comes at a cost. You effectively need to buy yourselves out of that program, and so you're going to double up capital investment for a period of time. So we don't think it's a viable strategy in the near term, but something that we've entertained and as a part of our long-term financial plan may bring forward to council in the future.
So that's something that we can take a look at like next year or something like that? Was this something that will be dealt during a budget time or is a separate course during a year?
No, it's far more complicated than that. It would come at a considerable cost and it would take time to exit given the commitments that we presently have for debt service. All I would say is that I think it's in our work program to look at a debt policy for the city to update the capital policy we currently have. And as a part of that, we'll look at the notion of becoming debt-free and ultimately what that would take for us to get there.
So really, to understand this totally, basically what we have here is just similar to a typical household always putting money on their credit card and never paying it off enough, and you're always paying interest all the time?
No, what I'd suggest is we're like a typical household that has been given pre-approval by a bank for a mortgage and has chosen to basically take the maximum mortgage that they're permitted to take, but they have an investment and they have the ability to service that debt. I think most homeowners look forward to becoming debt-free and paying down that mortgage, and that's effectively the path that we're on.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rubenovich?
Thanks. I just want a very quick question on the debt per household slide. I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. So if I look at it correctly, while in 2013 we reached our highest level of total debt outstanding, and we see it starting to decline after that point. The actual debt per household has already started decreasing this year and goes on a fairly steep trajectory going forward from here on in?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I'd just like you to go back to, what is it, C38. I just want to give you a little history lesson here. Back in the it's the percentage, I'm sorry, the percentage of debt.
Sorry.
Yeah, right there. Back in the mid-'80s, that yellow, there was very little red because we didn't have as many enterprises as we have today. So there was a little bit of red, but the yellow line, there was no green, but the yellow line was up probably beyond the 10% level. But those were the days when interest rates were in the 10 to 15% bracket. And it was at that time, on a recommendation from the Finance Department, which was accepted by the Council of the day, that we did go into a policy of getting ourselves out of debt. It took a few years, as you suggested, and it was a matter of not canceling projects, but postponing them, spreading them out. And that's when we came up with the policy that is still in place today, so that we were able, by the early 90s, to get it down so that the impact on the taxpayer was down around the 3 to 4%. And that's a pretty good level to keep. And you can see that portion has been pretty constant all the way along. So there was, and at that time there was a positive decision not to try to get completely out of debt, but to have our options available to us, that if there was ever a real bad rainy day that we needed to borrow some money, that we had a credit record. So to try to go completely out was not feasible and reasonable. So there was a day when that line, although it was up high, it came down below the 3% level, just for history.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. I want to go to two different pages. Let's stay at this one for a minute. Would it be a little bit easier for everybody to understand if we put the red on the top of the green, and then at least we could see what the actual tax-supported debt was, and the red could be discounted because it's not tax-supported, it's enterprise. Is that something that we could maybe see done in the future? It makes it a little bit easier for everybody to understand where the difference is.
Through the chair, that's possible. When we split it out originally, I chose to do it this way, as EDIF was kind of a temporary, it's a large portion and it ramps up and then ramps down, has a significant impact. So I chose to put it on the top, but we could move it somewhere else in the debt graph. I would suggest if we do it on this one, we would do it on the other graphs as well, just for consistency's sake.
I just think it would alleviate some questions that may have arisen this morning, because it would be very easy to see the difference.
Right.
The other question I wanted to ask about the debt per household. Now we're saying $400 to $1,000 is in the moderate range. To me, as an average citizen looking at that, that's a huge variance. And I was trying to explain this to my husband. So if I am way off base, then you can say, no, Councillor Fernandez, you're crazy. If every resident or every household tomorrow needed to pay the debt, they would have to pay between $400 and $1,000 to the city, and that would get rid of it. And Mr. Chapman is nodding yes, hooray. It was good. But how would that be decided? Like, how would somebody only have to pay $400 and somebody only have to pay $1,000, or would it be averaged out? Just a question maybe that the public would be interested in.
Sorry, the actual, the range is where is the target. It's not that it's...
Sorry?
Well, the range you're talking about is the target where we should be in debt per household. It's not a varying amount that we owe. The actual amount is what's in the bar graph.
Correct.
Per year, but that's just the target range. So if we're above that line, we're above the range that we really like to be in. And if we're below that range, then we'll
gotcha.
just
Okay. So how would we decide in reality then what a household would have to pay?
So through the chair, remember this is if we take our total debt and divide by number of households, gives us this number. People's taxes are actually determined by their assessed value. So that's kind of the determining factor. Those that have houses that are assessed at a higher value would pay more.
Of course, I understand that. But I guess this is kind of a hypothetical question because I guess maybe I'm challenging the relevance of this statement, because the reality is we would never actually go to our public and say to them, guess what, everybody, by December 31st, everybody has to cough up this much, and that will get rid of our city debt.
Okay. Mr.
Right?
Chapman, did you want to add?
You're right. It's completely infeasible that we would do that. Once we enter into a debt obligation, we cannot pay it out. We're obligated for the term of the debt, so there is no scenario under which we could raise funds to pay down debt. This indicator actually comes from the province, so they take a look at municipalities across the province, and because populations are different, they basically use population as the denominator, and they say this is the range within which any municipality ideally should fall. So regardless of your population, you can divide your total debt by number of households and see where you fit relative to the benchmark.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Just a couple questions myself. Just to follow up on that point, I think the one point I think we need to be clear on as well is this is our debt per household, but on balance, when you include our assets, each member of the City of Kitchener would actually be getting money, and I believe it was around $650-ish per home. Looking at the total debt outstanding slide, that's great. So I want to be clear. Are we aware this is the first time, 2014 will be the first time in how many years that our debt has begun decreasing? It's at least 10 years, but are we aware of when the last time our...
Through the chair, I'm not exactly positive, but I would guess that at the start of EDIF, from the start of EDIF, that would have started the uptick in debt. And now that EDIF is done, those 10 years are completed, so now we're just seeing the downside.
Okay, very good. I'm always happy when I see that we're on the downward spiral. And a question I know the answer to, but I love to ask, what is the necessary required tax increases to make sure that this debt continually declines on the levy?
Through the chair, there's no debt increase, no increase to the tax rate required.
Right, I'm saying, but in order for us to continue this downward trend of debt from 2013 on, is there any required levy tax increases?
Through the chair, debt on its own, there's no...
No, that's the answer, yeah. I just wanted to clarify that.
If we look at that in the box, there is no tax rate increase required.
And so I want to clarify, too, on the debt charge as a percent of levy slide. Right. So looking at and first of all, I want to be clear, the Rangers, as long as the Rangers pay off their debt, there is zero cost to the debt added as far as the City of Kitchener is concerned.
Correct. There would be no impact on a homeowner.
Great. And looking at the very end there, then, where the anomaly is there, 2023, then, that bar would assume that the Rangers have paid off that balloon debt.
Correct. Okay. So if it's refinanced, it would go up somewhat. It's not going to double or anything. It would just be a marginal increase.
Very good. And a couple more questions cropped up here. Councillor Gazzola.
I just want to make another couple of comments. If we don't issue any more debt, that line will go down. That's important. The less debt we... No, I just wanted to relate to that debt charges per household. It's a common factor that's used by governments, and if we break it down and assume we have 4 people in each household, we're really looking at a debt per capita here of about $300. And what you have to really do is compare that to the provincial and federal levels, and those are figures that are issued all the time, and you want to get concerned and upset when you see the size of those figures, that every man, woman, and child that's born into our society comes in with a huge figure. That figure is pretty modest by comparison.
Remember, in the tens of thousands of dollars. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And my kind of question and comment came after some of your comments and questions that you had asked. And one point that you made as for, as our debt standing, if you look at our assets, we're far better off. But then again, I don't think we're ready to sell off our City Hall anytime soon. But speaking to that point, there are assets that we do hold that are disposable. And to my understanding, this council and staff have looked back some number of years ago at city surplus lands and a disposition a strategy at that point. If we still have that data available, looking at what those asset values would be, I think it's a really good number to have when we compare our debt as to what those disposable assets are in our inventory as well. It gives a better reflection as to where we stand. So,
through the chair, in previous years, I recall us giving a financial position per capita, which incorporates our financial assets, not so much our hard assets. And I recall another analysis we did that incorporated hydro and the gas utility as well.
Right, okay. As for hard assets, so speaking to the point that I'm making, when that strategy was looked at, I think this is back in 2008 or 2010, some years ago, Mr. Chapman may be more enlightened to be able to answer to that. Did we look at a total valuation of our inventory at that point? And I'm not suggesting we go out there sell that. I'm just saying having that hard data when in comparison, it's good reflection.
Well, through the chair, just regarding land assets, you'll see it in the next section, which deals with reserves. We do have a business park reserve and a land inventory reserve funds, and those contemplate the land assets that we have. If they are sold, that those values would go to those reserve funds to pay them off, as opposed to coming back to the tax base generally.
Good, but then again, that
Mr.
would
Revere
still...
to add? Sorry.
Through you, Chair Davey, when we did bring the Downtown Action Plan forward 2 years ago, we had a set of general valuations of our parcels. Of course, those valuations are contingent upon market conditions, so they're not absolutely fixed. But Councillor Singh is correct that there is, there's some significant value attached to them, but the market will determine what their value ultimately is at the end of the day. We do have a strategy for disposing of and re-urbanizing those particularly vacant land parcels, and we'll execute that strategy with council over the next several years.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. And Mr. Chair, I'm only reiterating the point that you made, that we're in a far better position than if you just look at the bars on paper.
Very good. Mayor Zaire.
Thanks. What Councillor Singh just said reminded me of something, and to put it in perspective, if you go back to the first total debt outstanding, great. Just to put this into perspective, only one asset, which is essentially a cash asset, is the hydro debt that we carry. It's debt to hydro asset for the city, is around $70 million. And so if you take a look at 2014, the $70 million, if you were to offset it against this, would leave virtually the tax-supported, the bottom yellow, just in round figures. And that's really where our net cash debt is. So I think we know that we haven't cashed that in because the interest rate that we're achieving on the debt, holding the debt of hydro, is greater than the rate we are paying on debentures. So it's a business case. But I think that just adds a little bit of perspective in terms of the level of the debt and the state of the, as you suggest, Councillor Singh, in terms of the strength of the balance sheet.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Haggie. We'll move on to reserve funds.
Reserve funds have a similar number, a short number of slides, and we'll review them now. Remind Council that they've approved a policy surrounding reserve funds, and some of the key principles are shown here. First is that the reserve funds will be used for their intended purpose, not for something else. Second is that reserve funds individually should not have a negative balance. Under the policy review, we reorganized the reserve funds into 5 categories, and that's shown on the next slide. And there were target levels established for individual reserve funds, for classes of reserve funds, and for reserve funds as a total. And we'll see those shown in the following slides. We've got the 5 categories: corporate, development, program-specific, stabilization, and capital. And those are the 5 major categories of reserve fund, and that's how the following slides that have some summary data of reserve funds are shown in those groups. Looking first at total corporate reserve funds, in all of my talking points, I'll be looking at the projected 2013 balance and the 2014 balance and comparing that versus the target. So you'll see for corporate reserve funds, the first in the top third of the page, that the total balance anticipated at the end of the year is about $5.2 million, and that for 2014, we're budgeting that to increase slightly to $5.4 million. Both of these numbers are about 50% of the minimum target range of $10 million for that reserve fund. So looking specifically at that range, we're falling below the target range on corporate reserve funds. Turning now to development reserve funds in the middle of the page, that's solely the development charge reserve fund that we've seen in more detail earlier this morning. And we've got a negative balance planned in 2013, positive balance coming up to $2 million in 2014 if we're able to achieve our revenue targets. And if that happens, we would be within the target range of $0 to $5 million. Looking at program-specific reserve funds, you'll see that in 2013, we're anticipating $3.4 million and a decline somewhat to $3.3 million in 2014. We're within the target range in either case. And really the decline, you'll note, is in the election reserve fund. And we've been building up that reserve fund over the past number of years, and that will be used in 2014 to fund the election. Turning to stabilization reserve funds, you'll see that the ending balance in 2013 is anticipated to be $20.4 million and declining to $15.1 million in 2014. Both of these are below the target range of $27 million. The declines are largely in enterprises, and so in the building enterprise and parking enterprise, the decline is really more related to revenue, so that there's some kind of revenue declines. Expenses are generally the same in those areas, but it's the revenues that are anticipated to be low. And then for the gas delivery reserve fund, stormwater reserve fund, and the water reserve fund, those are planned to decline, and that's more of an increased investment in their capital program. So since they're investing more in the capital program in 2014, it means there's a lower amount of surplus expected in those, or a deficit, so that would they need to draw out of their stabilization reserve fund in order to fund that. Finally is the capital reserve fund section. And again, we'll see the total capital reserve funds at the end of the year are $25 million, anticipated to go down to $21 million, and both of those are below the target of around $30 million. Looking at total reserve funds at the very bottom of the slide, you'll see that we're actually increasing slightly from $46.7 million planned at the end of 2013 to $47.6 million at the end of 2014, so a moderate increase of about $1 million from 2013 to 2014, but that falls short of the overall target of about $67 to $69 million for either 2013 or 2014. Again, a little summary slide of reserve fund where we are. First is that the city has a comprehensive reserve fund framework, so we've got a good framework to work with and a plan in place. Second is that reserve fund balances are increasing just slightly, at least in 2014, but any progress is good progress, so we'll take that. Again, to reiterate, the debt to reserve position is a bit higher than we would like right now, but is planned to decline over the next few years and approach that target level of 1 to 1. The implication for this is that there should be no rating of reserve funds in order to balance the budget. We've got a capital program in place that is completely funded, and there should be no rating of reserve funds to further balance. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll end my comments on reserve funds.
Thank you. There are a number of questions. I'd remind Council if you can keep them as succinct as possible, I would appreciate it. Starting with Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. On page 44, just a quick question with regard to the community loan. We were at 841. We're at 859. I know it's only a slight increase, but where did that money come from that increased it?
Through the chair, that's just the interest allocated to that reserve fund.
Okay, that's good. And the other question I had was with regard to the reserve that you were talking about with sanitary, storm, and water, and was it building that you said that they would be taking out of their reserve for their capital program? No, it wouldn't have been building, it would have been gas.
Right, so it was
Right.
gas delivery, water, and stormwater.
So my question would be, and this kind of relates to what I saw in the encumbrances, which means that they have money left in their budget. Why would they be taking out of their reserve if at this point in time they still have money left in their budget? And is that a wise thing to do? Isn't it better to keep a little bit in the budget or in their reserves than to start clawing some out?
Through the chair, the capital program that's contemplated for 2014 is a little more ambitious in a lot of areas, and in those utilities specifically deals with the replacement of the tax and utility billing system.
Yeah.
So it's there's the typical capital program for those areas, but then there's that added project. So they're anticipating doing a similar capital program as they had last year, but on top of it, they need to fund. They don't need to do the work on the utility system, but they need to help fund it as they're a major user of it.
Right.
So because of that, it reduces the overall profitability of that utility, and so they would need to draw on their
So this is really directly related to that project.
That one project. That's the major driver.
Right.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
Sorry.
Just two other comments. I would just remind committee as well that the ending balances, including encumbrance, are as of September 30th, and so there are 3 months of activity still to go. In some cases, you may see large amounts in the utility, but the budgets are quite large for things like meter replacement or that sort of thing, so there still will be considerable expenditure between now and the end of the year. If there are specific questions as well, we've anticipated some. I know planning studies, as an example, is often one that we look to, and so we have staff here today to respond when we get into the forecast review to questions on specific projects, and if we're not prepared for them today, certainly we can take direction and report back on them.
Okay. But I think that Ryan answered my question is this that particular project that's why we're dipping into the reserves. So after that project is completed, we should see the reserves grow again.
Correct. They would be at a more typical ongoing funding level. This is a bit of an anomaly in the short term.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions and also a request. Looking at the stabilization reserves, we had budgeted for a total balance of 25 million, and looks like we're going to end up at 20 million. What has caused that discrepancy?
Through the chair, those are the results that have come back for the August variance report. So you'll see that especially in the gas, there's the gas transportation amount of $4.5 million. It's about a third of the way down. There was a budget of $4.5 million that's been transferred over and is being used to fund those areas of focus that Mr. Chapman talked about. So parks, trails, the Margaret Avenue Bridge, and the tax utility replacement program. That's a portion of it, and then some of the results in the actual enterprises are lagging behind our budgeted amounts.
So those transfers have been made already?
They're projected to. I don't know if it's actually been booked, but it's projected to be done in 2013.
To be done in 2013?
Correct.
Yeah, so we won't see them in 2014, okay. The other one was, on the capital reserves, we had budgeted to end up this year with of about 14.5 million, and we're looking at over 25 million. What's happened there?
Again, through the chair, it's kind of the flip side of what we were just talking about. If you go about 2/3 of the way down, you'll see the Gas Utility Investment Reserve Fund. And so the amount that was in the Gas Transportation Reserve Fund has been moved over to the Gas Utility Investment Reserve Fund to fund those 4 areas of focus.
Okay, that's what I thought it was, but that's we need to look at that. Just you know, and I asked for this last year, and I think you eventually did give it to us. These schedules are good, but it would be good to have, in summary forms, the ins and outs of all of these reserves. It's a couple more columns, but it does give you a little better information on what's happening. So is that possible by budget day, January the 30th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rabinovich?
Thanks. Just 2 quick questions. One on the insurance reserve fund. I see that we're projected to be in the negative quite substantively. I'm just wondering what's happening there.
Through the chair, our actual experience over the last little while has been higher than we budgeted for. We anticipate that would kind of level off and be more consistent going forward, and it's being addressed. So we anticipate that reserve fund will actually be back at a break-even point. I believe it's 4 or 5 years out, but that we would be at a break-even, at least a break-even point by that point in time.
So does that mean that gradually we need to increase the internal, since we're self-insured, increase the internal chargebacks to departments?
Correct, and that's been incorporated in the starting in the 2014 budget.
In the operating budget that we'll
Yes.
see. Okay, and similarly, I see on the computer reserve fund a much healthier balance than was expected. Is that a one-year blip, or and there's things that we need to be purchasing in the future?
Through the chair, I believe that's a one-year blip. That it's. Oh, Mr. Murray's here.
Through the chair, the Computer Reserve Fund does have a significant more money in it than what we were expecting. The reason for that, if you look at the Telephone Reserve Fund, we've really been focusing on the upgrades to the phone system, and it's really just deferred a number of projects that we had planned for this year, but will hopefully occur early next year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, for under stabilization, for tax stabilization, I know this reserve has had a history of ups and downs as council has tried to tackle with improved budget rates. I'm guessing the budget coming forward would remove the reliance on this fund.
Correct.
Okay. And is there a strategy being put in place to, healthy this fund from its current, I guess, sitting at a mere 66,000 something?
Through the chair, that will be up for council's direction. We, as council will recall, there are some areas of chronic deficit that have necessitated a draw on that reserve fund. To the extent that we can remove chronic deficits from the operating budget and fund the operating budget appropriately, it will reduce the reliance on this and allow us to end in a surplus position and put funding into the reserve fund as opposed to take it out.
Could you tell me, in previous years, how was this this fund supported? How was it grown? Because it had a far healthier balance than it does right now in previous years.
So through the chair, in my time here, which matches council's time here, it's been declining as it's been a budgeted transfer amount as part of the operating budget. The only way that funding has gone into it in this term of council has been through using capital closeouts to fund the deficit and then therefore end in a surplus position and add funding to the
Mr. Chapman?
the capital program.
My history goes back a bit further than Ryan's, and my recollection is that still in the years of economic growth, we were enjoying high rates of supplementary tax, investment income, interest rates were high, we were earning healthy investment income, and over time, council adjusted budgets upwards to basically capture that revenue. When the economic downturn came and we saw growth slow, we saw interest rates fall, essentially a number of those budgets were too high to generate surplus, and as a result, we're seeing deficits in the budget. What I can tell you is that we've taken some further small steps in the operating budget to address some of those chronic deficits. We're not nearly there yet. We expect assessment growth will be higher than the target that council set through budget, so one of the options you'll have is to apply a portion of that assessment growth to continue closing that gap and hopefully return us to a balanced position.
Okay, that's good to hear, and I look forward to some future discussions how to revert the current standing of this reserve.
Mayor Zer?
Thank you. Just on that last point, and earlier than what Mr. Chapman just talked about, there were a couple of years, I think 2, but it might have been more, of an owner's premium holiday, and we had, instead of, we still maintained the line in the operating budget, so it wasn't lost, but the value of that holiday was put into the tax stabilization. I have just 2 questions on page 45, and they relate to the sanitary sewer utility stabilization and water utility stabilization. Not to get into the detail now, but the region dealt with its budget yesterday, not in a final form, of course, but both water and sanitary rates were set. Does this reflect those rates? Did you know what they were?
Through the chair, it does not. We anticipated a change in the water budget, and I believe the sanitary number was unchanged.
That's correct.
So that
water changed to 4.9%.
So that is included in here.
Okay. Over the page on 46, towards the bottom third, business parks and land inventory. Just to clarify, the business parks is that the carrying costs of some unsold properties at this point in time? I think there's some out here in Business Park. And likewise with land inventory, it's increasing, obviously. Is that the reflection of sale of non-business park properties?
Correct in both cases. So the business park land, we've purchased land, we're carrying it and anticipating selling that, but not in 2014. And for land inventory, we do have some non-business park land that the city owns, and we're anticipating selling that in 2014.
Not necessarily for today, unless someone knows the figure just off the top of their head. In terms of the value, the rough market value of the business parks that are unsold in comparison to the $3 million deficit. Do we know what that is?
Mr. Chapman?
My recollection is that it relates primarily to 2 parcels, the Old Maple Leaf lands, which were funded here to the tune of $3 million, and the other portion is the lands which are presently not being used to the Kitchener Operations Facility, and if memory serves, that was a $2.1 million contribution, so roughly $5 million.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
Thank you. My question on business park was just answered, which is great. If you go to slide on page 44, in this reserve funds, we've got 5 categories: corporate development, program specific, etc.
Correct.
And using the examples of the corporate, in the 2014 budget, the reserves are at $5.4 million, and yet we have below that a minimum and a maximum range that we should be in. Is that the way I read it?
Through the chair, that's correct. Based on the policy that was passed by council, it set minimum and maximum targets for every reserve fund. And so the aggregate of the corporate reserve fund minimum balance is $10 million or upwards to, was it 15, $16 million?
16, okay. So the 5 categories, the corporate, the stabilization, and then the capital are all below,
Correct.
correct? And the other 2 are within the range.
Correct.
And so when you go to page 47, then would that be my understanding by that comment, with those being low, that apply to the statement, the city reserve funds are well below the minimum targets?
Yes.
Okay, but they're increasing, I guess, from previous year or whatever. But, so that's the debt is worse than the target that we should be going. So as a result, then you go to the implication in terms of what we'd make our decisions on later on, either today or at the final budget day. Based on this statement, no rating reserves to balance the budget, we should not touch any of this stuff.
Correct.
If we want to balance and get within that, well, we can't get within a range, we just want to try to, hold our own, basically, right?
Correct. We're currently below targets. There's a modest increase overall in reserve funds. And so since we're below target, not much, improvement, we would suggest or strongly recommend to council that you leave reserve fund levels where they are right now and not look to reserve funds to, for instance, reduce rates in the 2014 budget.
But in our decision-making here, we can move something to increase the reserves? That would be favorable? Or would that have a tax implication?
Through the chair, that would be favorable, but it would have an implication on rate. So if it was to improve the water stabilization reserve fund, the water rate would have to increase to fund that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute stretch and washroom break here. So we'll reconvene at 10:10. Or sorry, 11:10.
Yes, sir. And I said, no, that's only the ones that she's I don't have a tie. Well, I don't have a it's a lot of gold. Yeah, you can't. I purposely I don't know where it is. I don't disagree. If this is final budget, you know what? I'll put a job. This is different. This is a board meeting. I'm only here to answer questions. So, yeah, I was. Who the hell is he?
Thank you. Keep it going, though. Thank you for supporting us. Is that not surprising? They might think, are you serious? Jim Pat's. This place is now a rice and kitchen rights. So when are you really looking? Because then you always got the boot. Around Jason Cripps, so I'll find out what time tomorrow, I'll find out what's open and have it sent to you. Okay? Perfect. So you want that one? Okay. No, let's have it. Okay, I will get you that note, I'll send that off. Sounds good, and thanks for supporting us. Sounds good. You'll recover the auction price.
Well, I forget it was a hell of a high price.
Make it worthwhile for you.
I'd like to ask everyone to please take their seats.
Don't make it hard on me. No, I know.
Okay, Ryan, we can continue. We are now on the capital forecast information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few more slides, and then I'll sit down and turn the rest of the meeting over to everybody else. The next few slides just deal with kind of the makeup of the capital forecast, so the detailed sheets that you'll see in the remainder of the package. The makeup of the package is similar to how it's been for the past few years. It's ordered by department, then division, by section, and specific projects show up under their individual sections. And the different funding sources are split out that you'll see in the capital project listing. The detailed project listing starts on page C99, and there's an index on C102 if you're trying to find things a little bit easier. Looking at the actual pages, you'll see that new projects are indicated by a checkbox. That's consistent with what we've done in the past. You'll also see a column that's called the type column, and you'll see a few letters in those columns. The first letter you'll see is T. That just indicates that it's a triple funded program, so that's part of the Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program, and that program is funded by water, sanitary, and the stormwater utility. You also may see an A, B, or C, and as Mr. Chapman alluded to already this morning, that indicates the quality of the estimate around that project. So projects that are over $1 million and are not just general provision type accounts have that indication with them. An A means that it's a good level of estimate, that there's 5 to 8% contingency within that project. Looking at B's and C's, they're less good or of an estimate. So you've got a contingency factor of up to 30% on B's, and then in the range of 40 to 60% for C's. Mr. Chair, that's where I'm intending on ending my part of the presentation. We have a number of slides that indicate oh, sorry, I did want to mention this. For major changes from prior years, the next few slides are in a little bit of a chart format, and they're organized by department and division. So items that have been changed that are over $50,000 are indicated on these slides, unless they're a general provision account. And items that are over $1 million also have an issue paper, and the issue paper is indicated in the following slides. So I'm intending to sit down now. I'll keep the presentation going as we go through the page flip. So any of the items that are substantial changes from prior year will show up on the slides before council.
Okay, thank you. At this point as well, I would like to ask any relevant staff that's going to be answering the questions to please come down and use the podium as opposed to the sides. It speeds up the process a bit here. Okay, so what we'll be doing then is again, we'll be flipping through the pages, starting with the existing capital balances. So if anyone has any questions on IP1. Oh, question before that, Councillor, actually we'll start this. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to go back, I referred to it earlier, to pages 51 and 52. Now, it says for a category A that the figures include an allowance. So that's already included in the capital forecast?
Through the chair, for an A, that would be generally included. The contingency factor would be in there. For B's or C's, it would not be included.
Okay, that's the question I had, because you do say on Class B typically includes a contingency factor of 30%. That what it really means is that there's a 30%, there's a chance that it can be off by 30%, right?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, perhaps I'll clarify. The Class A is typically, and it's a bit of a longer answer, but I will get to the question as briefly as I can.
Certainly.
Class A is typically when you're tender ready, you've done the final design, and you include in the estimate a 5% contingency allowance. The one thing to note is that when we do estimates, we like to be in the middle of tender results. Tender results can vary between 5 and 15% either side. So when we're getting tenders, when we receive tenders, typically we like to be in the middle. If you go to a Class B, the Class B estimates that are included in the 10-year capital forecast include the unforeseen contingency factors, whether it's a Class B or a Class C. In Class B, it's up to 30%. It may not necessarily be 30%, depends on the complexity. But typically, that factor is included in the numbers that are in the 10-year capital forecast.
You've said something different. You're saying B and C, it is included. So as an example, let me give you an example. We can refer to page C106. Can you do, well anyhow, it's for the community library in the south end. That library is in our capital forecast for $10 million. It's the C category. Does that mean that the estimates you have today are $7 million and you've increased it to $10 million to make up for that type C classification?
Typically, the estimates for buildings in a Class C category are based on standard unit rates of area, floor area, and type of building as well, because different types of buildings have different unit prices. When you take that standard amount, you take a look at some of the unknowns that you have, and you add anywhere between 40 and 60% to that number to obtain the budget estimate for that project.
Well, that's fine. I'm not arguing with it. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes.
So my question is, on that project that I pointed out, is the estimated cost using your engineering studies, whatever, is it $7 million and you've increased it to $10 million to take into account type C classification?
Mr. Chapman, do you want to add?
I suspect that we may find as we go through today that there is some divergence in how that is exactly applied. Perhaps Ms. Lewis can comment on the library project you're asking about, but I can cite another example after the fact to show how that may be applied differently by engineering for engineering projects than for other projects in the forecast.
Ms. Lewis.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the projection for the Southwest Library reflects the cost per square foot times the size of the library. We did not add an additional 20 or 30% because it's Class C. So what we have done over the years is included an inflationary number. So it was just an initial forecast based on standard costs of a library building project at the time that we established the estimate.
And what I would suggest may be helpful is at least as we go department by department, we deal with that question first, whether the department has, and I'll cite Councillor Gazzola, the CIS replacement project. It's shown as a Class C estimate right now. You've seen the costing for that. We've not allowed contingencies nearly to that extent within the project. I think the point here is that we've not tendered it yet, and so there is still uncertainty around what that final cost will be.
That's what I'm trying to understand. So when I'm looking here at this project, it has nothing to do with, I don't mean to pick on the library. Right. We're looking here at 10 million, and it could actually be 15 million by the time we get there.
Right, and so what I'd suggest, Mr. Chair, is maybe as we come to each department, we can deal with that question first in terms of how that quality of estimate has been used in the case of that specific department.
That's all I wanted to know, and I thought I could generalize for the whole thing, which I thought the 51 and 52 stated, but they're a little different. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Rabinovich?
Well, thanks. And this is where I was going with my questions as well, so they've been partially answered. But I guess then my question to you, Mr. Chapman, is how do we move to an environment that shows what we actually think the maximum number can be? Because often the problem that we end up getting into is there's a number in here, and let's say it's for building X at $10 million. And if that 10 million includes that 40 to 60%, we should be safe when it goes out to market and what comes back in terms of tenders. However, if 10 million is the amount now and it potentially can go to 14 or 16 million, lo and behold, we're faced with, all sorts of criticism of staff and headlines in the media of how the project's 40 to 60% over budget, and yet we knew that possibility was there because it was a Class C estimate. So how do we get to an environment where what's in the capital budget is actually an accurate reflection of where those numbers are going to be? In other words, including the 40 to 60% or whatever that percentage is for every project.
If I could interject, I think it's a good question along with Councillor Gonzalez as well, but I'm thinking this is one of those items that might be best coming back in issue paper.
I think that's a good idea. So perhaps for today, we can at least try and provide clarity around how that's been applied in each section, and then report back more comprehensively on the questions that have been posed today.
Okay, I'd be comfortable with that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, no further questions. So again, we're on to page C55, and you can reference pages 78 to 92 for the existing capital balances. That's issue paper 1. Are there any questions on this? Councillor Ioannidis.
The one question I have is regarding the Victoria Park general provision.
Put your microphone a little closer, sorry.
The question I have is regarding the project Victoria Park general provision on C-64. And I see that there's an additional $760K added for the 3 years from 2014 to 2017. I'm just wondering where these funds are being reallocated from the other parks.
Oh, okay, actually, you're just jumping ahead. Just right now, we're just dealing with the pages 78 to 92, the existing capital balances. We'll get there, though.
Isn't that not part of it? Sorry.
Yeah. I don't believe it is. I could be wrong. Yeah. Right.
Okay, we'll come back to that one.
Okay, certainly. Councillor Singh?
So just the issue paper 70 to 92, correct?
79 to 92,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
79 to 92. Never mind. Actually, no, it's okay. Yeah, I'll come back.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I'll only ask one.
Okay, thank you.
I will ask the others as we go along, but on page C79, it talks about a capital pool clearing account. There's $10 million there. What is that?
Through the chair, that capital pool clearing account is relates to the amount that's still outstanding. It relates to the debt issue that we have to make. So that's been issued now and will be used to fund the capital pool. So that includes the EDIF debt for 2013 as well as the normal debt issue for 2013. So the CC component for last year the debt component would have been $10.5 million, and we funded those projects, and then there's just a timing difference between when we fund the project and when we receive the proceeds of the debt issue. So that will be zero at the end of the year.
Do I see projects on the following pages that relate to that $10 million?
Through the chair, yes, there would be projects. So the projects that were funded out of the EDIF levy last year, so EDIF projects would have been funded from there.
Give me an example of a big one and show me where I can find it on pages 79 to 92. I'm trying to understand what that figure really represents.
Sure. One moment, please. If you'll turn to page C84, and the top section deals with fire, and the very last project there that says community services, fire capital projects, major equipment, that balance of $2.5 million. Part of those proceeds were from issuing debt in 2013. So we issued debt to buy a new pumper or aerial truck or whatever it was.
Okay, so then you're going to take that $10 million and close $2.5 million out to that account?
No, we're in process to purchase that pumper.
Yeah.
So we need those funds to buy the pumper. If we close that out, we won't have money to buy the pumper. Or aerial truck or whatever it was.
Mr. Chapman wants to add something.
All I can offer in addition is that this is a change from the approach that you may have been familiar with. My understanding is that historically the debt proceeds were not allocated to projects until the debt proceeds were received. That process has changed a number of years ago, whereby we allocate out all of the CC funding when the budget is approved. A debit balance sits in this account, and then when the debt is issued later in the year, it clears the account out.
Well, that's what I mean. So you're going to transfer that $2.5 million credit will disappear. That's not really.
There's a debit balance of $10.5 million right now,
Yes.
which basically reflects a $2 million general debt issue for 2013, and the rest is basically the EDIF funding. So those projects were budgeted in 2013. They've been funded through the CC pool in 2013. That's created a debit in this account, which will be cleared out which has now been cleared out by the debt proceeds that were received earlier this month. So that is showing zero as of today.
Oh, okay, so the 10 million shows zero. Then if I were to ask you today what that $70 million figure is, what would be the answer?
I honestly don't know.
Well, it would be.
That's an honest answer.
It would be
81.1 million.
Well,
okay, that's
Less any activity since September 30th across the accounts.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. And I was trying to decide whether to go through all of the pages with the questions that I had, or is it better to just, I mean, this page says existing capital balances. I have a lot of sticky notes on that, and I'm just trying to decide what's the best way to approach this.
My intention is to go through the slides that we have, and then I'll give council another opportunity at the end to ask any questions on any of the.
And what I can offer, Mr. Chair, we've done it in previous years where councillors have had a lot of detailed questions on this schedule, is to offer to meet with them between now and operating budget and final budget day to go through it, to at least answer questions so that you've got the information you're looking for prior to final budget day. Not to prevent discussion today, but if there are very detailed questions, I'm happy to offer that again this year.
Okay. You know what? Let me go through a couple of the real big ones then while I have the floor. The Kitchener Public Library on page C79. Last year we had 84,000, and this year we have over 9 million. So, can somebody help me understand the difference? Like, why the big difference?
To you, Mr. Chair, I assume that what that represents is the outstanding amount on the Central Library project. And normally we would have expected that would have been spent by now, but because of the delay in the project, it'll carry into 2014.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Over to economic development. Again, sort of a similar question. 2013, we had 9,977,000. And the next page, 80.
Thank you.
And now we have 11 million. So is that saying that we have that much sitting to be spent? And why haven't we spent it?
Who could speak to that? Mr. Aguirre?
Through you, Chair Davey, I believe that, I stand to be corrected here, but I believe that the bulk of that will be EDIF-related provisions. Perhaps Ryan can correct me on that, but EDIF would be at least 7 million of that. And then each of those remaining accounts relate to specific programs or packages of funds that we require for future capital investment.
Okay. I guess my question further to that would be, is I'm just looking at all the different items that fall under this, and if we end up with let's put it this way, have we ended up in a positive balance at the end of the year, and what do we do with that money then?
So we've gone through a very detailed process to close out the EDIF fund, given 2013 is the last year. It closes out to zero, and basically any legacy from that fund is now reflected in the Economic Development Reserve. which we saw on the previous reserve slides. So that basically captures any surplus or remaining funding coming out of the EDIF program.
Okay. So why wouldn't it be, if it was significant, say if it was $1 million, why wouldn't that be, or would that be not wise to move that over to an opportunity to reduce the tax levy?
Just before that, Mr. Aguirre, you wanted to add the last part?
Well, perhaps we could close that discussion on the EDIF. I was simply going to respond to some of the other items. For example, that we had outstanding obligations on, like the Brownfield program. These are reserve accounts that are set up to handle future liabilities that we have in the implementation of our various programs, right?
So the point taken is the money's essentially already been spent.
Right. Yeah. But to answer the subsequent question, my understanding is that the primary use of those funds that are now transferred into the Economic Development Reserve is to provide ongoing funding to support the Downtown Incentives Program. You'll recall that a key principle in that report was no request for new funding, but similarly an opportunity to maximize the use of the remaining funding to continue with high priority incentives. So Council ultimately will make that decision when it deals on Monday evening with the Downtown Incentives Report. So that issue is before you presently.
Okay, so what I'm understanding then is that there is money left over from EDIF that we have not spent that is now being transferred to the Downtown Incentive Program, or a pot of money where the downtown incentives could come from?
The funds have been closed out to a reserve account which Council has approved and set up. And you have recommendations before you that would take, for example, remaining funding in the upper story program and apply that to high priority incentives like the landing pad program. Yes. Okay.
All right. I think I get that. In the enterprise services on page 81, 2013 we were looking at $9 million, and now we're looking at $2.2 million. Does that, again, the question continues to be, does that mean we've done a better job of budgeting what we had planned on spending, and so we only have $2 million left?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that the bulk of the difference in funding would be related to Phase 2 of the Williamsburg Cemetery, which has now been largely spent.
Okay, thank you. Planning on page 83. There's 1.28 million in that. Is that going to be earmarked for additional work, or will that carry over into next year?
Okay, is there one specific line account, or are you dealing with the total of
just
all
the
of
total?
planning?
Yeah, I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty.
Most of those accounts are actually for programs that get spent throughout the course of the year, and a lot of those payouts are done at the tail end of the year. There are two accounts that do not function that way. Those are accounts that we've talked to Council about in the past, and they are carrying balances. They are the urban design account and the planning studies account. And we have given information in the past, and we can do it again, but we actually have a very long list of commitments, but we're very prudent in the way that we spend those dollars. And we usually have to build up, because the expenditures are very large chunks at any one time. We usually have to build up a large amount of money before we can spend it out.
Okay, so you see that this $1.2 million will be spent out by the end of the year?
No, not by the end of the year. Some of those things will carry over, but we have plans to spend that money.
Okay, thank you. Operations on 85. So we're sitting at $5 million. Are there projects yet to be completed that will draw out the rest of that money? And if not, can we allocate it to other areas?
Mr. Whitmer.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
What can I spend it on?
No, what we have is that we have encumbrances for projects that are currently underway that have been need to be paid to the end of the year. We also have a lot of design work for projects that are coming that money will be spent.
Okay. The bottom one, community trails, that's 1,017,000. Is that was that leaf funding?
There was an allocation that was for LEAF money. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought that was. And the same thing with on page 86 under active parkland. There was 1.2. Was that also leaf funding or not?
I believe there was an allocation that was designated for active parkland as well.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
600 for citywide parks.
Okay. Just a quick hypothetical question, Mr. Whitmer, is if we have some left over in that budget, would we be using it for our EAB program, or could we?
That would be a decision of council. That's not up to me to make that decision.
Oh, okay. Okay. Would you come to council and ask us to use that leftover funds for the EAB program?
I would say not likely, for the simple reason as we've got such a backlog of all the other parks and other priorities that our neighborhoods have been dealing with. EAB is a unique program, and we appreciate that we have funding that is for the removals, and that we have very limited, if no funding, for replanting and stumping. And I think that's the decision that needs to be made in the broader context because it affects the entire city as opposed to the small amounts. So it really is a decision going forward that we need to address wholeheartedly after the removals are concerned. But the monies that we've allocated for the parks, the neighborhoods, the playgrounds, and so forth, we really have needs in those areas that need to be focused on because our community has been indicating that in the past through our strategic plans.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I'm almost done here.
Mr. Chapman?
Mr. Chair, would it be helpful if Mr. Ritz perhaps could give some examples of the types of projects that are contemplated to be spent out of those accounts? I'd hate to leave committee with the impression today that staff are saying we have plans to use the funds, but without concrete definition. I know we've looked at the major parks account with the LEAF allocation, and Mr. Ritz can indicate the projects that are actually proceeding as we speak or plan to move ahead to give you a flavor for what we're talking about?
Absolutely.
Certainly, and I guess I would advise council at this point is that if you have concern about it, I would ask that you ask now about each individual item. Councillor Gazzola, do you have on this?
I just, the way we're attacking this, it's really difficult to follow. I had assumed that you're going to deal with the capital forecast section by section, division by division.
Right.
And it's more understandable when you do that. And therefore, all of these items that have been pointed out by staff are well done and all that, but I would have thought we would refer to them when we get to that particular page. Otherwise, we're bouncing all over the place, and it's really difficult to understand where we're at.
Okay, my only comment on that is the reason we're going through it in this method is these slides are the ones that are a significant difference, 50,000 or over, and I want to make sure we add extra scrutiny to these items. But my understanding is staff will be here, all staff will be here until the end of this day to answer the page flips at the end. So if you want to go through, if we missed anything at the page, we're going to do the page flip by department at the end of, after we get through the slides. So if you want to ask us to go back to an earlier report.
You're not going to do the page flip? You're going to do all of this?
We're going to go through the slides. We're going to add extra scrutiny to the areas of significant difference in the capital forecast, and then we're going to go through and we can ask questions on
that. We
them.
do that as we're going through the flipping pages so that we can, it's easier to understand.
I'm the council's or committee's discretion, pardon me. If you'd like to skip through the next bunch of slides and jump right into the items, I'm happy to do that.
Personally, I would like to see that. I think it's easier to understand than you're looking at a division, at a section, and then we can refer back to these points. They're normally pointed out on that particular sheet, and we can also refer back to these other schedules. But
okay.
I think it's a little easier to understand.
And you might be right. Just before that, I'd ask staff if there's any significant consideration with that. Any concern?
we're in your hands in terms of how you deal with this schedule versus the page flip. Our intention for the page flip was to leave the slides on the screen as you're doing the page flip so that you can see what the major changes are. You have an opportunity to ask about them, but we weren't proposing to go through the slides prior to the page flip. They were to basically facilitate that discussion.
Okay. Let's go back to that.
I'm going to, can I take a quick poll of council then? If you would rather do it in Councillor Gazzola's fashion, where we start the page flip and refer back, could you raise your hand at this point? We will finish the capital balances first, yes. And sorry, could you raise your hands again, Councillor Gazzola's way? And I agree. Okay, we will do that. So we will finish the capital balances. I'll continue going through this, and then we'll get into the page flip. Councillor Fernandez, are you?
Yeah, we were just going to, I liked Mr. Chapman's suggestion that Mr. Ritz just come forward and give us a sense of,
yes.
That's where we were, and sorry.
Mr. Ritz.
Through the chair, I can clarify some of the, I guess the ones that are kind of red flags maybe for council. The community trails, for example, we've had a very aggressive community trail program this year. We had $1.4 million in LEAF funding, 500 in CIIF funding, in addition to our regular, general provision of allocation of about 400,000. So we've had a very aggressive program this year. There are a lot of projects that are still in the planning phase and aren't shown as encumbrances that still need to be done. Some of them will start later, either this year or probably will start next year, that account for some of the ending balances for trails. Active parkland, you mentioned citywide parks. That's another program that we got allocation from LEAF of 600,000. Many of those works are now currently underway and planned, although some of them have encumbrances, but for the majority of them, they're underway and they're about to be tendered. Some works will begin late this year. A lot of the works will be finishing up early in the spring.
Can you give us just a couple of examples of what you're talking about?
Of which type of project?
Both of them?
Okay, under the citywide parks, the LEAF funding we got, we're doing work for McLennan, Victoria Park, HNA, and Kiwanis. Some of the work under McLennan include additional trees, trail development, dog park lighting. Under Victoria Park, we're doing the commons irrigation. We're doing some Moloch garbage containers. For Huron Natural Area, we've started the plantation trail. We're doing a natural playground next year. Under Kiwanis, we're doing some tree planting and a picnic shelter. A lot of those works are currently underway. For the some of the trail projects, we're doing a lot of our priority 1 and 2 trails. They include the Trans-Canada Trail, for example, on the Hayward Ave area, as well as the Trans-Canada section, Manitou to Wabanaki. There's also a Wabanaki-Wilson section as well. In addition, through the CIIF, we're doing Hearth Green and the Henry Stroom asphalt paving there. So a lot of work's going on right now. We're doing our best to try to get a lot of this work done as fast as possible.
Okay, thanks so much for that. And I'll end there. If I have any other questions, I'll...
Certainly. Councillor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. Just a couple questions, and I think this is an important one because I think it's getting missed. Many of these accounts, Mr. Chapman, I think are acting in a sense almost like a reserve for those projects or for those groups of projects. In other words, money comes in, and as expenses happen, money comes out. So it wouldn't be appropriate to assume that just because there's dollars in these projects that there'll be unnecessary dollars going forward. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. And quite often we'd look to make accounts reserves where we expect the funds to be held for long periods of time before they're spent, but because typically they're spent in the year that they are allocated or shortly thereafter, we leave them as capital accounts. And all I can say to council is that we know there's a lot of scrutiny applied to these accounts. Council has a concern that we build up contingencies and general provisions. And so where we have balances through our administrative review process, we've pushed divisions hard to show us their projections so that we've got comfort there is a plan. And we can assure you where there isn't a plan, those funds are reallocated or closed out.
Okay. And the other question I'm going to ask then is one that was alluded to earlier, and it's the notion that accountabilities may be difficult when there's numbers in these various accounts. But certainly from my experience in the organization would suggest that that's not the case. There's still a very rigid process around how these dollars get spent, and I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about that. You know, what the thresholds are, what the various policies are that govern how any of these dollars get spent, reports come into council, purchasing, that kind of thing.
I'll offer 3 comments. First, we've not been asked to provide this level of detail, and I'd suggest to you that most councils in budget review would not see this level of information. But we know there's interest, and we have nothing to hide, and so we're transparent about providing it. Secondly, our policy has always been that funds cannot be reallocated from account to account unless really the purpose of the accounts is the same. So staff have no discretion to allocate surplus fire funding to fund licensing costs. Really, they're only used for the purpose that councils approve them. And lastly, to your point, we have to go through the purchasing process for anything that's funded through these accounts, and so we abide by all of the limits in the purchasing bylaw, the tender thresholds that require things to come forward to council, and ultimately any extension of a purchase order greater than 10% needs to be authorized by council as well.
So in other words, there is a high level of accountability and scrutiny, is what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of questions, but I will opt to meet with staff offline. But one I'd like to ask now and take the opportunity, it's further to Councillor Fernandez's question on the EAB. So whoever would be appropriate to come forward. And Mr. Whitmer, before I ask this question, I'm not a big fan of short answers or one-word answers, so please, your elaboration would be greatly appreciated on this. On the EAB, you mentioned that so far, funding allocation has only been made for the removal of the affected trees and not of the stumping and replanting. Can you elaborate on that? Because it was my understanding that through the LEAF process, the LEAF fund, that committee and council had directed staff to dedicate additional $300,000, which was to be more further to just the removal of trees, but more of a remediation of stumping and planting as well. And in the account in the EAB, I see $300,000. And is that the effect of the $300,000 as well? And that's on page. I missed it. 86. There it says Emerald Ash Borer 302 is in the account. 302,000.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to clarify, since we were talking about 2014 budget, I was referring to 2014. I wasn't speaking to monies that have already been allocated in 2013, which was exactly as you've indicated. There were some funds that were set aside for stumping and replanting for this year, and we are using those funds to plant in Ward 4 as well as Ward 6 and stump trees in Ward 4 and Ward 6 that have been removed already. Going forward, as I've indicated, we do not have any funds set specifically aside, but I'll use a caveat in that the amount of money that we are saving by having our staff do this work is being directed and set aside to be able to allow us to do some stumping and replanting where we hadn't originally contemplated because the budget had not been provided for that.
So part of the budget, is there an issue paper that's going to be coming forward to address the shortfall of further? I'm sure there's going to be trees that are cut not further in Ward 4 and 6 and citywide as well, where there will be replanting and stumping requirements. And obviously, as you already iterated, that there's no funding allocation for that yet. So will the issue paper address that at a later time? Or
there was an issue paper, an update that we just provided recently, which you weren't in attendance on Monday, which did speak to the position that we're in the context of the monies that have already been allocated and where we are identifying shortfalls going forward for those particular activities.
Okay, I'll look to that paper for further clarification. Back to my original question, and you addressed that. You said some of that work has already taken place for the 2013, and that those monies will be spent. And some of that, you said, would be in Ward 4 and Ward 6 for stumping and replanting. Mm-hmm. So am I taking that acknowledgement that stumping and replanting will take effect in Ward 6 then?
Some, yes, based on the funds that we have available. The more work that we can do, which is less than what we've budgeted for, the better position that we are going to be in going forward.
Okay. So if you could clarify offline what some of that work would be for the Ward 6 area. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Okay, I have a number of questions, but I'm going to limit it to one. I'm going to limit it to and I'll wait till we come to the other pages, but just dealing with general expenses. On page C79, what is the status of our 100th anniversary? I thought that was last year.
Mr. Young.
Through the chair, yes, the festivities primarily did take place last year. There's some money left over from sponsorship that was generated. There's some projects that we're still wrapping up. The time capsule. We had some capsules that went in this year. That actual event took place in 2013 as well. As well for Christmas Fantasy, another event. We're doing some improvements in terms of increasing the family focus from some of those sponsorship dollars. So it's expected that that will be spent this year.
Was that part of our 100th anniversary?
Which part are you?
What's happening this year? I thought last year was our 100th anniversary.
Some of the projects did carry into 2013. They began in 2012, just whether it was weather or when the funds were received, when they're actually being implemented.
But see, this is, thank you. Thank you. This is the point I'm getting at, though. That activity is completed. To my way of thinking, the balance in that account, whether it's plus or minus, should be closed out at the end of the year. And it's not. It's there. It's sitting there, and therefore it becomes very easy to do other things that I don't think council is always aware of. That's the point I'm trying to make. And these 10,000s add up. So as far as I was concerned, last year was the 100th anniversary. It's over. This is the 101st anniversary. At least let's change the name to 101st anniversary.
Councillor Ioannidis?
I just wanted to make a comment about the EAB.
Sure. A comment, please.
Last budget, we had $500,000 that I was suggesting to use for the EAB, but instead it went down towards the debt. And I'm not trying here to just toot my horn or anything, but that money could have been well spent on the EAB instead of now trying to penny pinch and get Mr. Whitmer and say, where are you going to find these extra funds? Because you didn't see the insight of what would happen when the trees would come. You ignored the damage that the EAB would come. So I just want to back up Mr. Whitmer and say we had that opportunity and we blew it.
Councillor Rabinovich.
Thanks. I just need to comment on the issue of the 100th anniversary, because in all fairness to staff, and I think Councillor Gazzola will recall, because if I remember, he was actually in the picture on June 10th when we installed the legacy project that was partially funded out of that, which is the monument or the bench along with the time capsules in the back courtyard, and that happened in 2013. And so, by my accounts, the end of the project and the end of the year will be at the end of 2013 when capital closeouts occur. I think the other point that can't be lost sight of is we have had some challenges in terms of our operating budget the last couple of years. And what have staff had to do to help balance that out when that has happened? They've had to use some of those capital closeouts to deal with those situations. So I think it's important that if we're going to paint a picture, that we actually paint an accurate picture of what's happening.
You can respond, yes. Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, I was there when they took the picture for the capitals, for the whatever they put in the ground. That was June. This is November. Okay, we put the capsules in the ground. We covered whatever cost. This is November, and we've still got $10,000 sitting in the pot. Let's close that money.
Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Sorry, just to speak to that, I think what Mr. Young was trying to explain, that through the time capsule, that was a revenue-generating fundraiser. So the funds that are still in the account are because of the funds that we generated for those time capsules, and therefore it was a sponsorship, so those dollars are still being spent.
Okay, let's move along in this now. Actually, I see no further questions on the capital balances, so we will now go into the page flip, but we're actually going to just, in the interest of time, we're going to skip ahead to the boards, and then we'll break for lunch after that. So are there any questions on page 106? Yes, 105, 106. Councillor Gazzola.
Okay, on 106, and there's probably a good answer for it, but the radio frequency technology, halfway down the middle of the page, we've budgeted $448,000, but we still have $466,000 that's unspent. What does that refer to? Is it the same thing, or?
Ms. Lewis.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's the same project, Councillor Gazzola, and it's related again to the delay in the completion of the construction at the Central Library. That's the funding that will allow us to finish the implementation of RFID, which includes putting the equipment in at the Central Library, and we're not able to do that until the end of construction. So we would have expected, again, that would have been spent by now and implemented, but it will be pushed into 2014 to the end of the construction project.
So that project was really a $900,000 project?
Sorry, are you referring to the funding in 2019?
Well, okay, now, yeah, what is that? Is that the same thing, or is that?
No, sorry, again, through the chair, sorry, that is the second phase of RFID. You may recall that we had, our business case had proposed 2 phases to this, and the first phase focusing on the checkout function. The second phase was focusing on the check-in function. And in order to come up with a funding plan for the Central Library project, there was an agreement to postpone the funding for phase 2. So in 2019, what you're seeing is phase 2, which would implement self-check-in at the main library.
Okay. Now, going back, thank you. Going back to the library in the South End, we have $10 million in there, and so it is a Class C. So I did hear correctly that we could be required to look for another between $4 million, $5 million. Is that right?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, those figures reflect a Class C estimate, but we also know that the project is going to be postponed, right? It's showing in these years on a temporary basis until the development charges study is completed, and we're able to then revisit the timelines for this branch. And so that does provide us with the time to look at those costs again. And not unlike what we did with the Central Library, I imagine what we would do as part of that exercise is look at, through the design or the size of the facility itself, look at ways of managing those costs.
Okay, so you've answered the question. Now, the same thing with the radio frequency, that's a Class B estimate. Does that mean that the 448 could be another $150,000?
Through you, Mr. Chair, actually, and I'm going to regret saying this out loud, but that is actually a cost that I hope we will see come down in price because it's technology related. And when we originally did our estimates, this was still a newer technology. It is, as we push it out, it's becoming an older technology, and we are seeing costs come down.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, you don't need to go away yet.
Ms. Lewis?
Don't go away yet. You've just partially answered my question because you had said that this community library project could be moved out, and I know it's successful at the Dune Pioneer Park Center, and although Forest Heights does not necessarily have a community center, there are community rooms with the library and the pool. Do you not see that this would be a great benefit and to reduce the cost if we combined the community center? And I know that there's supposedly two different locations, but working together and combining that in one site would significantly reduce the cost and benefit the entire community?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in fact, that is the plan. You'll recall from a planning document that Council looked at last year, I believe, related to the planning in the Southwest. The proposal that we looked at and you looked at was the combination of a community center and library within that Southwest neighborhood. So absolutely, we'd be looking for opportunities to partner to reduce costs.
Okay, so you're referring to a document that, yes, you're correct, I did see it, but I guess I was puzzled because I still saw these place markers in the budget. So I was thinking that they should have moved out already so that they lined up better with the community center.
And Mr. Chapman may want
Mr.
to
Chapman?
speak to that.
I would just draw Council's attention again to the disclaimer at the bottom of every page, that rather than try and speculate as to what timing will look like, even though there are some logical changes we could make now, we've simply said we will ignore timing beyond 2015 and basically reset all of that through the DC study.
Okay. I did read it, but it didn't compute, so thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm actually not seeing any further questions, so with that, we will break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m.
Pretty good gig up there. Oh, sorry, yes. I'm going to pull it out and I'll send it back to council. And then I'm going to try to do that. I thought it was okay, yes, sorry, I didn't get back to that. I took the phone call. I will read it out. Thank you. Yes, it does. Okay.
I'd like to ask everyone to please take their seats. Okay, we will continue this Finance and Corporate Services meeting. We're going to go back a page to page C104, which is general expense. And you can refer to the large difference items. It's on page 56. You can refer back. So any questions on those? Councillor Gazzola.
Okay, referring back now to page C79, I question, starting off with general capital contingency. The figures indicate that we already have $272,000 in the pot. Do we really need the 2014 provision that we show there?
Mr. Haggie.
Through the chair, we have a continuity schedule for the items that are funded out of there, and it's anticipated that, yes, we need that funding in 2014.
Well, what is the 272 going to be used for?
Through the chair, again, there are items that have previously been discussed at council or approved by council, but may not actually have a purchase order. So there's not an encumbrance showing against those.
Okay, even though this says including encumbrance. Okay. Going down to the next one, we have $285,000 in the pot on the second section on page C79. I question why we need the provision for 2014 and 2015.
Councillor Gazzola, can you, where exactly are you referring?
I'm sorry, looking at the Corporate Accessibility Fund, the second line on C104, and then if you look on, in the second grouping on page C79, you'll see the third item down is the Corporate Accessibility Fund with a balance of $285,000.
Okay. Ms. Fletcher.
Through the chair, if council recalls, there are 4 different breakdowns of requirements under the Accessibility for Ontario Disability Act, and we were awaiting the built environment standard, which came out this past year. So in addition to transportation, communication, human resources, and the built environment, that comprises the requirements of the Act. So some of what we've been doing is building up that fund so that we can address all of the requirements from the Act. So there will be a plan implemented moving forward, now that we have the entire legislation before us.
But at this point, we really don't know where we're going. And we do have $1 million projected plus $350,000 sitting in the pot.
Through the chair, there is a staff team that is working on an implementation plan now that we know all of the requirements of the legislation, and some of the items that will be required will be big ticket items. using an example, elevating devices.
Okay, so sometime a report will be coming to council as to how we're going to spend the $1.3 million?
That is correct.
Okay. Going on to the second from last item, the environmental remediation. You talk about it on page C 56, and also if you look again on C 79 in the second grouping, the third item from the bottom, there is $1,372,000. Again, enough money to look after the first 3 or 4 years that are shown on page C 104. Now, I don't know what your comment adjustments made to better balance the overall capital. What is this, and do we need that $1,372,000 that's sitting there?
Through the chair, yes. This is used for environmental remediation on city-owned properties. So to do the work before the land could be sold, for instance. An example of that would be the Brom Street lots, and that's expected to be a multi-million-dollar cleanup that's in the forecast. So we've been putting away or storing up funding over a number of years rather than having a $5 million hit in one year in the capital forecast.
And quite frankly, I wouldn't mind if you were putting it away and put it into a reserve fund, but this way, it's just sitting there. So, if that's the case, those are the things that make it really difficult. We have reserves and reserve funds, and then we have all these additional reserves on all of these accounts. Yeah. Thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yes, thank you. Starting on page 79, in the right down the middle of a page, under each category, or in some categories, and specific items, right in the middle, there's a number of asterisks for each of them. Some of them got 4, some of them got 5 or 6, and in subsequent pages there's fewer or more. What do those asterisks stand for, and the number of them?
Through the chair, the number of asterisks just kind of denote the level of subtotal for it. So essentially, if there are more asterisks, it means that it's a higher subtotal. So at the very top, you'll see total capital, $70 million, and you'll see there's, I don't know, 8 or 9.
Yeah.
And then the next level down is general city, so there's one less. As we move into general revenue, there's even one less. So it's just for organizing, and that's something that's done in SAP, just for a standard hierarchy.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Next question I have, page 783. And under the planning section, the line sort of in the middle of the page pertaining to the Pioneer log cabin relocation. What is that about?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I see that Mr. Bernard is not here. I'll make sure that he gets back, and so that when we deal with the planning section, we'll have an answer for that question.
Right, yes. I was just going to permit the question, but we're actually onto the page flip now. So we're looking at page 104. We're only at general expenses now. We'll get to that section later.
I'm sorry, what page are we on?
We're on page 104.
Oh, I thought we were going through the 79 onwards.
We already did that just before we broke.
I'm sorry?
We already did that just before we broke for lunch.
Well, I thought we did it in summary, but I thought we were going to get in details. We could do that after lunch.
The details of the page flip, this is the capital balances that we went through before lunch. Yeah, when we get to planning, you can refer back to that.
Okay, all right.
So we are on page 104 right now. If you have any questions on that, then yes, the general expenses. No, okay. We've dealt with the boards. We will move on to the Office of the CAO, which begins on page 107. And, okay, there you go. I don't have to refer to the slide. It's up on the screen. Questions, Councillor Gazzola?
I'll probably quit after this, but on page 107, second line down, Compass, Kitchener, whatever.
Community engagement.
Community engagement. Okay, we have a line there, and if we look on page, I think it's C79. No, it'll be on page C80.
C80, yeah.
There's Compass Kitchener. It's in the under the office of the CAO, where there's a gray bar. It's second or third item down from the top of the page, and we show a $91,000 credit. Again, what are those funds? Those funds would look after 2 or 3 or 4 years of the provision that we're making.
Mr. Chapman?
You are correct. So they're saved up for 3 years, and then they fund the community survey. In this case, it's being done by Environics. So the $90,000 you see in the existing account will fund the survey that's underway right now. And then those balances, once they're cleared out, will be replenished over the next 3 to 4 years to fund a survey at the end of the next council term.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, and my question is just with regards to the corporate plan. What do we actually use those funds for on a yearly basis? Or again, is it the same type of thing where we collect it in order to do an overall?
Mr. Chapman?
Seeing that Mr. Wilmer's not here, maybe we can park that question, and I'll send him a note, and when he returns, he can respond to it.
Sounds good, thanks.
Thank you. Please remind me, Councillor Galloway-Seelock, in case I forgot. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, it's not a question, it's more of a comment further to Councillor Gazzola's. Just over the last few years of budget process, year after year, come to see that we ask the same questions and receive the same answers, especially with the balances. In future years, or I think a little more elaboration with the balances would be great help. If it can, when the balances are generated, to show if the remaining balances, if they're already allocated for a certain thing. It just makes for more clarity and far better understanding of the process. So just more of a comment.
Noted. I'm seeing no further questions. And just to remind people then, that was pages 107 through to 113. Oh, okay, sorry. I'm taking all of 107 through to 113, the Office of the CAO. Sure. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, no, I just want to clarify this. So, looking at page 109, we have we presently have substantial funds sitting there now for those 3 projects. There we have over $2 million. Now, are those funds allocated, or are they just sitting there to provide for future incentives?
Mr. Regier?
Through you, Chair Davey, I'm wondering if Councillor Gazzola can clarify which funds you're referring to. Are you talking about the Brownfield program?
Yeah, page 109, Brownfield program. There's $802,000 sitting there on the downtown improvements. There's 171 on the downtown incentives. There's 1,130,000.
Yeah.
These are all set out on page C80.
Yeah, that's so we can refer back to C80 for that.
Sorry, yes.
All of these funds have been allocated in order to accommodate future obligations. In the case of the Brownfield program, these are future obligations for rebating incremental tax growth to developers that have cleaned land under a pre-approved program. Council has approved all of the obligations which are identified in that particular account. In the case of the Downtown Incentive Program, this is also a provision to support the current incentive framework, and it's based on the, although there is an annual addition to the fund, the estimates of drawdown from major projects in the next couple of years will require all of those funds. We have incentives due on all of the major private sector projects that are currently under development in the downtown.
Would it not be possible to perhaps not have to make those provisions for the next 2 or 3 years? A good deal of those downtown incentives are some things that haven't been used. People have not applied for them, so we're sitting there with those extra credits.
Those incentive programs have been built into the financial performance of a number of major projects, including City Centre, the Bright Up Block, and One Victoria. There are programs which are available right now, and which have those companies have the ability to apply for. And in fact, we expect their applications fairly shortly, as they're going to be submitting building permits for the main towers on those 2 residential projects early in the new year.
What if council doesn't extend the incentive program?
Well, in the case of at least one of those, we are legally obliged to provide the program because of an agreement that we've entered into with the company.
Not okay, but it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Yaneski?
No, then I have another.
Oh, more
one.
for the question, sorry.
On 111, again, special events on 111, and I think you have to refer to C80, I think it is. Again, we've got $128,000 sitting in the account, which would more than look after the first 4 or 5 years of the additional provisions we're making. Is there nothing we can do with those? Do we need to have all of do we need all of this capital out of current that I'm looking at?
So through you, Chair Davey, again, we're talking here about the special events balance. With regard to the Chris Kindle Mart, this is a provision to renew the inventory of sheds and infrastructure that support that event, which is currently owned. That inventory is City of Kitchener inventory, and it's in poor condition. It's in significant need of renewal. In the case of the special events budget, $71,000 capital provision there, we are currently in the process of planning for the renewal of the covering, the acoustic covering and weather covering for the stage in cities in the Civic Square. As council would know, the previous stage was in extremely poor repair. It eventually basically came apart in a couple of storms, and we had to remove it from the stage. We're in the design process for a replacement for that covering, replacement that will augment the functionality of the stage and support the architectural integrity of City Hall. We'll be bringing forward a report to council early in the new year on the design and construction options for the replacement of that stage. So that funding, the $71,000 is required for and earmarked for that major project.
Has council somewhere along the line in the past approved these 2 projects, approved replacing the Chris Kindle shacks or whatever, and have they approved looking at replacing the other item that you mentioned? Has council asked for that to be done?
Through you, Chair Davey, I'm not sure about. I think that provision for the Chris Kindle Mart has been in the books for some time, and to be honest with you, I I'm not familiar with the origin of that particular account. In the case of the other provision for the special events budget, the special events, that account has accrued basically to support the replacement of capital equipment for our special events program generally. We currently host over 80 events in the downtown. We have regularly annual attendance of over 500,000 people for major events in the downtown, and the infrastructure that we need to support that level of vitality and activity is just simply requires renewal on a regular basis. And the stage is just one example of other types of infrastructure, chairs, seating, et cetera, that we need to continuously renew. In this particular case, in the case of the stage and the stage covering, we have not yet brought the matter forward to council for review or attention. As I mentioned, we're planning to do that in the new year.
I accept your answer, but it clearly shows the points that I'm driving at, in that, there was a time when we had provisions that there were explanations of what those provisions are for. Now those provisions are just there, and as time goes on, when we want to do something, then we come out with an explanation and say, yes, we don't have to worry, there's money in the pot. Going on to page 112, and this is found also again on page C80. On page 112, we have a public art. We have public arts. We have amounts in there for public art, minimal amounts, but we have $612,000 that hasn't in a credit balance. If I look at public arts, it's on page C80. It's under economic development. It's under the second group of items under arts and culture, and it's almost in the middle of the page. You can see public art balances, $612,000. What specifically is that large amount for?
Thank you. I'll ask Sylvia Di Donato, our Manager of Arts and Culture, to address the question.
Through the chair, a large amount of that fund is tied to the 1% policy for capital projects. Some of the backlog can occur for particular allocated projects that are on schedule and coming forward, and then a certain amount of that fund is there as a consolidated fund to accommodate programming such as community center art, temporary art installations, and the youth video project. So all of these non-large projects need to have augmentation, and it's according to a policy that was established for public art on 1%. So every project that's under a certain amount will be consolidated so that they could have something substantial.
Through you, Chair Davey, I might add that we have in the last little while been using these funds to move public art out into locations other than the downtown. We're seeing distribution of our inventory of art into community centers, for example, and the 1% provision is being allocated or held in an account in order to finance public art in locations that are currently not benefiting from major capital investment. So, for example, if there's a major project such as, and Sylvia can correct me here if I'm wrong. If there's a major project such as the public art at the library, for example, a portion of those funds are held in an account so that we can build a public art feature somewhere else in the community that wouldn't normally have the benefit of that type of investment. I think the other point I would like to make is that we currently have an extremely modest budget for maintaining our public art inventory. We know that that budget is inadequate. Sylvia can explain the details better than I can, but we are currently doing a review of the maintenance requirements to ensure the condition of our entire public art inventory, which is significant. And we'll be bringing forward a strategy for the maintenance of our public art inventory to council in the new year.
Thank you for that. I appreciate what the Public Art Fund is for, and I totally support it. I guess the question I was asking here is, are there some projects out there that have been completed that the public art, that we've received money for, that we haven't done the work? What does that $613,000 relate to? The second part, on this maintenance, I know, for example, just recently I was at the Kingsdale Community Center where there was a piece of public art that was put up there in conjunction with building that community center. And that public art is looked after by the community center. There's very little maintenance to it. They have to clean it up and whatnot, but that comes out of their budgets. So it's not here. What is this $612,000? Boy, there's 0.5 percentage point we could take off of our tax levy.
I would suggest at this point we're getting a bit hung up on it, but I think it's a significant enough question. If you're thinking about moving some money out, this might be a good opportunity to ask for an issue paper to return on what those funds are allocated to and if we can move some out. Is that
fine? Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gazzola, you finished?
I'm sorry.
Okay, and sorry, actually, Kelly, or Councillor Galloway-Seelock, Mr. Yaneski was ahead of you, and I jumped the queue. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you. Page 109, dealing with the downtown incentive funds. I know that question was sort of asked earlier, and I'm trying to understand how the money that's shown here and what we just went through earlier this week about the incentive grant programs, how that's related in terms of the decision-making that we'll be making as to what to leave in and leave out, and how this all ties in with it.
Mr. Baker?
Yes. Well, as I was discussing earlier, the current allocation is designed to cover our current programming, and the future budget of the program could be expected to change depending on how council decides to approach the final structure of the program moving forward. Unfortunately, Corey is not here. He's currently in another meeting, so it might be possible for him to answer this in a little bit more detail. But what I do is defer to until he has a chance to join us again.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, very good. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
And you may have already answered this, Rod. So I'm just, it's with regards to the downtown incentive funding as well. You can see that there's more than $50,000 extra in the 2014 as opposed to funding moving forward in the capital forecast. Just so I'm clear, and maybe you've already answered that, we need those funds in 2014 in order to deal with some of the major private sector developments that we have going. So that's why there is that increase in this year?
That's my understanding. I would have to pull the 2014 or 2013 budget to be absolutely certain of that. But certainly we have major projects moving forward, which are moving forward based on the current funding program being in place. So we've anticipated the requirement for those funds in the next fiscal year.
Right. So if I didn't, but if I were to go back to the 2013 budget, we would still see that $150,000 anticipated for this year.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
I just wanted to, my line of questioning was the same as the public art balance, and so since it's an issue paper is coming forward, I'll be happy to see how we can deal with that. And I think my question has been answered with regard to the committed money that we have for the downtown incentive program. We've committed, of course, City Centre and One Victoria. Is there any monies that you think will be remaining out of those committed funds that are already in the pot or not?
Mr. Revere.
We suspect that because we haven't seen the applications for those building permits, we're not absolutely certain what the scale of the applications will be. There are one or two projects which if they come in for funding would actually overrun that budget completely, and we're not anticipating that they will, but we're quite, certainly if they did come forward, then we would have a very serious conversation about whether or not we could fund them. So my suggestion is that those funds would be required to cover our potential liability at this point. Once we make the decisions about the future of the downtown incentive program, I think what we can do then is reevaluate the total funding in that account and determine the best way to deal with it.
So once you have the understanding of the building permits and what our commitment is to those projects, would you have a sense of what will be left over, and can you let council be aware of what that difference is, if there is a difference?
Yes, certainly. We can certainly do that. The major projects, we actually expect to see those building permits in the first quarter. So by late winter, early spring, we would be able to come back with a report on this to council.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yep.
Thanks.
Mr. Chapman, comment?
What I might suggest, though, is that council will be dealing with the recommendation on the downtown incentives on Monday. My recollection of the report is that there is to be a phasing out of the building permit fee and planning fee exemption, and that these funds are basically proposed to roll into the new downtown incentives program. So I'd suggest that you probably need some of that information before Monday, and so we'll endeavor to get an email out before the weekend just to clarify how this funding is proposed to roll into that new program.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions for Office of the CAO, so we will now move on to Finance and Corporate Services. That's beginning on page C-114 and continues through to, where are we here? 117. So we're on pages 114 to 117. Questions, Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I unfortunately was away in September when you dealt with with that major program. So I'm not very knowledgeable about it, but just looking at it's almost a $40 million program, right? I want to put my gas utility hat on now.
Mr. Chapman?
Question why? How do you come up with how the costs are allocated between the 4 or 5 different categories? Why does gas get hit for so much?
To the chair, the split was done in the same way the existing CIS capital 10-year capital forecast is funded. So that would be gas was 53%, the water would be 11%, wastewater was 11%, storm would be 11%, and the tax was 14%.
No, I can see, but what is it that gives that makes gas pick up 53% of the cost of that?
We had done some brief research on the number of bills we generate, utility bills we generate, and we found that the funding split is leaning more towards gas than the other components.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear, and I think everybody needs people need to hear that because of the billing system. There's more that relates there's more complexity and all that that relates to the gas works than there is to the other.
Just for clarity, the split happened on two levels. We calculated the number of utility bills versus tax bills, and that's how we split all utilities from tax. And then within utilities, we took a look at total revenue billed by utility, and we allocated the utility share on that basis. So you're right, gas is more complex, but the driver in this case was value billed, not so much the complexity, although there is a parallel.
Okay, the point is that there's been a method determining of allocating the cost, a fair method.
And one consistent with our past practice, yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to, and people, people look at that, they need to understand that, okay? Yeah. Going on to 115, again, there are a number of large credits left in there, and they're listed on page C81. But I won't go into just one. The one question is on the PCI compliance. I thought we did this. I thought this was out of the way, and now we're putting more money in 2014. There's still 96,000 in the pot, and I thought the work would be all done by now.
Mr. Murray?
Through the chair, the PCI compliance project is still continuing. There's been a number of things changing as we've been working through this project. Largely, it's the software products that we're using. They're actually becoming more PCI friendly, and we've been monitoring that and making sure we're not going ahead and making investments in changes that are going to be accomplished by future versions of the software. So we are still working on that, and our hope is to have our work wrapped up by June of next year in terms of that project. We have been waiting to spend the money because as things change, we don't want to be buying something that's going to change in the way that the software requirements require today.
So you're going to have to spend the whole $125,000?
It's quite possible that we could. There are software requirements. There's also, from that account, there's requirements for PIN pads and security for all the community centers. There's changes required. There's a number of different factors in that project. It's not just software. And
but don't you have a good idea at this point what that whole thing is going to cost you?
At this, we are fairly comfortable, but as things have changed, we have been able to remove certain things out of the scope of the project by the way that we implement it or use it at the city. So we've been very careful to ensure that we're not spending money on something that we can avoid through a change in business practices and effectively remove that from the scope of the PCI project.
Thank you. On page 116, human resources, what is the market salary analysis? We have this slated every 3 years, and yet we have 40,000 in the pot. Are we in the midst of one right now, or where does that stand?
I can respond to that.
Or do we not need that 40,000?
You are correct. We're in the midst of one. As I think committee is aware, we have 2 contracts expiring in early 2014, our QP inside workers and our IBW outside workers. So we're in the process now of gathering market data. Council may also recall that there were significant market salary adjustments a number of years ago, which had a major budget impact. And the direction we received from Council at the time was not to wait so long between going out to market. And the direction staff were given was to provide for this every 3 years, which we've done.
On the PeopleSoft payroll system, again, we have $126,000 in the pot. I know this is an ongoing thing that you have to keep on top of, but we have $39,000, $40,000 a year provided for the next 10 years. Do we really need, with that in mind, do we need the $126,000 that's left over at this point?
We have details on that account. I don't have them at my fingertips, so if we can take the question in an issue paper, we respond to specific questions, I'll come back with that information.
Okay, so that's fine. I hate to make you do an issue paper on it. But,
What we've done in the past, I think, where there are very specific, simple questions, we consolidate them into one issue paper. It's not difficult for us to do.
Okay, very good.
Now, the only, and again, it's not a large amount, but, you know, under legislative services, there's $25,000 sitting there, and it's a minor expenditure of $8,000 a year. You know, I hate to make you come all the way down. It's, you know, there's enough money there to look after the next 3 or 4 years.
Through you, Mr. Chair, some of that money that's currently sitting in the account has already been earmarked. Part of it is for software upgrades and some associated hardware, and part of it is for some equipment replacement that we're anticipating will be coming soon. The money that we are replenishing that account with over the next few years is building towards some other equipment that we know we'll have to replace in the coming years. So like a savings account, we're saving up towards it so we don't have a very large hit all at one time.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
I apologize. I forgot the in the answer from Mr. Regier about the public art and the downtown incentives. I forgot to ask a question on page C80 about capital studies and miscellaneous. There's $269,000 sitting in that account, and I wonder what studies are we using this money for? And I always red flag anything that says miscellaneous, because that kind of a bit loosey-goosey on that part.
Mr. Regier?
Through you, Chair Davey. Historically, that was used to deal with the analytical work required for the Epton site, which had a significant amount of environmental analysis required to facilitate the land transfer to the University of Waterloo. It's earmarked for some of our other major projects, including the Bram Yards environmental strategy and others. Planning work in the downtown that relates to our economic development strategy, etc.
Why wouldn't that fall, if it's planning work, why wouldn't it fall under our planning department funds?
Yeah, the planning budget is really for planning division studies strictly. And it's a citywide program. These are for studies related to the economic development strategy.
Okay. So,
what I can confirm, though, is that there will be no ongoing funding in this account. This is one of those EDIF accounts that at the end of the year is being closed out, and again, this will flow through as part of that opening balance within the Economic Development Reserve. Okay. So I believe we were showing about a $2 million projected balance in that reserve. This is one of those accounts that will be closed out to create that account.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So now going to the actual area that we're supposed to be. I pulled out all my notes from our September 9th meeting, and I just want to make sure that I understand that the replacement of the tax and utility system is just the cost of the system, and how and will we earmark money for bringing on any additional servers if we have to, and any hardware support that we may have to, or software upgrades.
Mr. Chapman?
The $19 million is the total implementation, including hardware and software.
Okay. So
what it does not include is the licensing costs.
I'm sorry?
What it does not include is the licensing costs.
Licensing costs. Thank you. Thank you. So do we know what that is yet, and how will we be funding that in future years? The licensing costs, is that an ongoing?
It's going to be an annual cost, and it's estimated around $360,000 to $400,000 a year. And our intention is to fund it through the existing CIS capital account over the next annually.
Okay. Okay. And there would be no additional cost to bringing on servers if we have to do that?
Servers are capital.
Servers are
capital cost,
yeah.
It's included in the $19
It's all included. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that, because those were questions I said, ask at budget time. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no further questions. I'm going to arbitrarily break up the next part through community services here. So we will be dealing with items on page 118 through, we'll stop short of planning, we'll go all the way to 126. So that's questions for page 118 to 126. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, the first thing I'm trying to figure out, we have at the Memorial Auditorium, we have a site upgrading account that I'm not sure where it stands. At one point, it looks like there's a credit in there of $460,000 and over expenditure of $281,000, and we've got on page C119, we've got $2.5 million, and then when I get into the facilities management sections, there's all kinds of money in there for the auditorium. What is the site upgrading account for?
Ms. Kugler.
Through you, Chair Davies. The KMAX site upgrading is to cover off any of the interior cosmetic customer entities. So it'd be like our waste disposal units, it's our in-house sound systems, not the large sound system that you see later on. It's the microphones, the screens in meeting rooms and spaces. It's the chairs for the lobby areas. It's any of the interior painting. It also handles all of the minor changes at Jack Couch or at Centennial Stadium that are required. And the large part of that one is actually the refrigeration, ongoing refurbishing of the systems every year. And if you see the community arenas down further, they have a refrigeration overhaul. That's part of our site upgrading within the KMAC site upgrading funding.
Well, there, I look further on page 119, I see odd sound system replacement and upper lobby floor replacement. Aren't those part of the site upgrading?
They're larger projects that are not just on a regular year over year. Those are actually life cycle replacements. So if you look at the sound system, that's a large sound system that feeds all the Ranger games and the concerts feed into. So it's much greater than replacing a sound system in a meeting room space.
So the $2.5 million are just for little things.
It's a lot of little things in a big building.
There are an awful lot of little things in there. I'm not sure. Okay, let me go down the middle of the page to event recruitment. Again, there's a $53,000 credit. You have another $20,000 every year. You know, what is that for?
Those dollars are allocated to assist with bid presentations and packages when we go after large events like the Memorial Cup. If you'll recall, in 2008, in the bid pursuit, we split the cost of that initial just to even be considered. There was a $40,000 bill just to prepare those documents. Once we were shortlisted, there were additional expenses to do the presentation then on site, and then once we were awarded it, there were some additional costs that were funded from those dollars. So it's there to help recruit those types of events.
What's on the go now for the 53 grand?
Well, we're hoping to go after the next Memorial Cup, which would be, bidding process would hopefully be in 2017, but I mean, I'm talking right now without talking to our partner. I mean, that's what we'd like to do. We are underway of looking at some things within the music industry, and we also are seeking some tourism type of events as well.
But you're going to get another 60, 80 grand in the next 2 or 3 years. chiller, what's the difference between a chiller replacement and compressors? You have a chiller replacement coming up in the twin pads for $182,000, right?
Correct.
Now,
And if you'll recall, we actually have replaced one of those chillers. That was the emergency one that we just did. And then the second one is for the other rink because they're in their life cycle replacement.
Yeah, because there's already $85,000 set aside now, so you've got $267,000 for the chiller replacement there.
We also have the chillers, though, at the other twin pads. So we're going to clean up some of the language on some of these pieces, because when we originally used to refer to twin pads, we only had the one at the auditorium complex, but now we have Sports World in the mix and Activa, so we need to redefine some of those words.
Okay, that's what I wondered. So that it goes beyond the auditorium then? It goes, you're saying this also includes Sports World?
The ones that are below, yes, there's also identification.
And Activa?
Yes.
Now, you're putting a chiller replacement at KCI for $122,000 down the road.
Yes.
I'm surprised either that's low or you've got too much in for the one at the twin pads.
Some of it has to do with the capacity of the facilities, and also it's also about the location and how they're configured.
Is there anything further?
Yeah, yes.
I wasn't sure if we were done.
Yeah. Concessions and community arenas. You've got $20,000 sitting in the pot, and then you've got little amounts. Why wouldn't those little amounts be up there with your site upgrading? Or are you double dipping here?
No, the community arenas are for the individual single rinks. So that's to help us identify any of the replacements when we need to upgrade either equipment or electrical requirements for vending operations and those types of fixes.
On that same page, 120, you have another rink floor. Now, is that for both rinks there?
That is just specifically for Kinsman, and then we would do a life cycle replacement of Kiwanis in 2024, 2025, depending on how the project goes in 2023.
So it's a C type. Does that mean it's going to be $1 million? Going to be $1.5 million?
I believe that as we get closer, we'll keep checking what's happening in the industry on those numbers. But for a 10-year forecast, we're using the numbers based on today's costs and then doing the inflationary.
Okay. On page C121, cemeteries. I guess that's nuts.
I'm here
you're
too.
Cemeteries too. Oh. Hey, that's new. Are there any reserves for cemeteries that would pay for some of this stuff? Are we getting to where the cemeteries are going to pay their own way?
Through you, Chair Davies. The cemeteries do not have a reserve. Traditionally, any year there's been a surplus in revenues, it's been returned to the tax base. And the question of whether cemeteries will be a money maker or at least a break even, I believe that there's great challenges in having that hope in the fact that as we fill inventory, we have then to reinvest in new inventory, and you still have to maintain the existing property that you have, even though the inventory is all sold. So I believe that we'll always look for efficiencies, and we'll try to operate with a business model, but to say that we're going to be break even or make it into an enterprise to fully fund its projects, I don't believe that will be something we can achieve.
Okay, moving on to the Williamsburg phase 2. You've got a provision here for about $2.7 million. That's it's a C type. So what does that mean? Are you not in the process of doing that now?
Right now, we're in the process of doing the land preparation and preparing the property. So we're doing the layout of the land design, as well as creating the area for the trees then to grow, and the infill of what will be part of the cemetery sellable property. As we go further down in the years, we'll be adding more additional roadways to be able to flow through. There'll be also the mausoleum is part of that funding that's in there to add some of the features that are on the site, in addition to the actual grave burial sites. It'll allow for some of the other options for burial.
There isn't a mausoleum there now, is there?
At Williamsburg, there is, yes.
A mausoleum.
Well, it's part of, sorry, it isn't, there's areas for interment inside within the dedication center, but there's not a full mausoleum like we have at the other sites.
And is this looking at a full mausoleum?
Yes.
Okay, how much money is it costing for the phase that you're working on right now?
The phase that we're working on right now is that 1.2 million that we've got in the reserve, or in the capital balances, and that's the money that we're using with the work that's being completed with the soil movement from Mattamy, as well as we will be tendering out the additional work now that we have all of our approvals from the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Natural Resources and all of the different properties.
Are you going to need all that money?
Yes.
I figured I'd know the answer to that. Thank you. That's it.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, it's for you, Kim. I believe it is anyways. Just one quick question, and it's with regards to the Civic Square rink. And I just noticed that in 2016 there is no funding. Is there a reason for that?
Part of it was to help with balancing the overall. So when we've made some adjustments in that year, we've just not put anything in the general provision to help offset on the greater budget for that year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
Thank you. A couple of questions regarding rink facilities. On page 119, dealing with arenas upgrading, I'm not too sure whether the answers that you are giving pertain to Councillor Gazzola's questioning on that particular line or other lines, but in terms of upgrading, what does that mean in general terms to, this is, I guess, all the other arenas, Grand River and stuff of that nature? Is that what that means? And what upgrading would you be specifically looking at as examples?
So currently, with the change in the management team that we've had, the staff are now reprioritizing some of those arena upgradings. Annually, what they do is they look out in the 10-year forecast, and they were able to use a tool within the budget system that would actually earmark all of the work that they're speccing out within that. So in 2014, within the $130,000, it would have laid out in it what allocation is going to Dahl McLaren, what allocation is going to Activa, what allocation is going to Sports World. And that is what the management team has updated. And so they have earmarked out specifically the projects for each one of those arenas, not only for that year, but all the way through the 10-year forecast.
I appreciate that, and I figured it was for all the arenas and for the 10-year period, but could you give me an example or two of what an upgrade could be that you'd be looking at?
So an upgrade
is it an upgrade or a replacement?
It can be a combination of both. So it could be an upgrade or a change to an entranceway. So when we did some of our door closures and openings, it can be an improvement within lighting in the dressing rooms. It could be the paint and the finishings that we've just done at a couple of the arenas this summer. It can be doorway, carpet, like the entranceway matting. It can be things within the dressing room to improve the showers, the shower head, that type of thing.
Okay, appreciate that. As an old-timer hockey player, I do go to all these arenas that we play at, and I do see some improvements, and I do see some need for some areas, because when we're there getting dressed, I get complaints like the showers aren't quite hot enough, or the water's not enough pressure or whatever. So I will be passing on those comments as those little incidents. The other line is 120, on page 120, and that was alluded to earlier by Councillor Gazzola on the rink floor. And it's noted as Kinsman, that you said Kiwanis will be in a couple of years after that. I play at those arenas quite a bit, and I'm just wondering why a floor would need to be replaced, or what's the objective? I know there's a period of time, and I mean, it looks great to me, and I don't see what the problem is unless it's hidden. Help me out.
Through you, Chair Davies. So what happens with the rink floor, because we are putting ice in, there is a freeze that happens to the concrete that when you take the ice in and you take the ice out, there's ongoing wear and tear on that concrete. In addition to it, all the support lines that actually help with the chilling effect to the ice are also underneath that cement, and they need to be replaced in order to ensure that we have what they call the brine feeding through the floor process, through the floor piping to make sure that the ice can actually be made.
Okay, I appreciate that. So you got the Kinsman. Kiwanis is coming up. When was the last rink floor replaced at any of the arenas in town? I just can't recall that ever happening.
There was one in the Odd just in 1999, and the one prior to that, I believe, I'd have to double check for sure, was Grand River.
And that was how long ago?
The lifespan on the rinks are usually about 20 to 25 years, and where we are, we were about to do Queensmount, and then we opted to get into the partnership with Sports World, so we didn't have to make that investment.
For Queensmount.
Correct.
And that's another purpose and another story there. Okay, I'm just trying to get the handle on that, having been at all these arenas and not seeing any of them totally replaced. I just couldn't recall where that stood. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, I think this is for you, Kim, as well. Sorry, this has probably been beaten with a stick, but on page C119, I may have missed it or misunderstood it, but you said that one of these has already been done, or something similar to it was done?
Through you,
This is to do with the compressor replacement and the dehumidifier.
We had a chiller replacement that we did as an emergency replacement just in late September, early October.
Where was that?
That was for the Kiwanis facility.
Chiller replacement, but that has nothing to do with the compressor replacement, or is that the same thing?
Correct. No, they're two different units.
Two different units, okay. And something like that, you've already kind of elaborated further that there's various, pressures throughout the different facilities and arenas that the general reserve for arenas comes from. But there's no capacity to take some of those to pay for some of this, or that those priorities have already been set throughout the year?
When you look at the arena funding and you take the kind of the 8 outside of the Odd 3 facilities.
I was looking at the refrigeration overhaul. That would be something different. Though.
Correct. Correct. The refrigeration overhaul is for the annual ongoing of the actual unit that.
It's different. Okay. I got it. Thanks.
Okay.
Mayor Zaire.
Thank you, and I too apologize with all of the shifting back and forth there. Civic Square rink, you may have answered this in 2014, the $135,000. Did you comment on that yet? I can't recall.
No, I did not comment on that, and that was originally earmarked to be there in the event that Civic Square, the larger concrete area, if there was work being done, that could tie into that project to help with the concrete work around the arena, the ice surface itself.
Right. So is there something else somewhere in the budget that is dealing with that larger picture? I see Cynthia coming down. I have noticed that it's getting to be pretty chopped up.
Through you, Chair Davey, staff will be coming back in 2014 with a report on the square itself. There would be a staff team from economic development, the enterprise area, facilities management operations, a sort of cross-functional team, making a recommendation to look at doing a master plan for the square outside of City Hall. It's over 20 years old now, and we're using it much more for special events and all kinds of activities. So we feel that it's time to kind of step back and maybe do a master plan for the square. So when you look at a provision in the enterprise area or in the facilities management area for City Hall renovation and maintenance, we would be making recommendation to fund a master plan out of one of those provisions.
So this would allow for a portion of it related to the ice surface alone. Is that right?
That is correct. I mean, we'd have to take into consideration the parking facility because part of the parking structure sits underneath the square, and we'd have to take into consideration the square itself as well, and the ice facility.
All right. So that'll come back in the spring or this winter yet?
Through you, Chair Davey, we're hoping spring of 2014.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez, you forgot a question?
That just raised a question for me a little bit further, and maybe Ms. Fletcher can't really answer it, but maybe Rodriguez. I had asked about the studies in miscellaneous. So is this what Ms. Fletcher is talking about in terms of the Civic Square? And I was asking about the studies in miscellaneous. Is that where that money would come from for that master plan?
Through you, Chair Davey, the studies and master plan had been really allocated strictly for the Upton site and some of the related environmental work. So as Dan has indicated, the intent is to roll that into the Economic Development Reserve at the end of this year.
Okay, so, yeah.
Through you, Chair Davey, the reason that we're looking at a master plan kind of approach to the square is that because there are so many players that would need to come to the table. We don't want to, as facilities management, go ahead and start making, concrete repairs or replacement of the substructure without taking into consideration how we utilize the square as well.
I mean, it certainly makes a lot of sense to there have been lots of comments floating around council and from all the different activities that go on there. It does make sense to have an understanding about what's going on and how maybe we can use that square a bit better. So it does make sense to have a master plan, but I was just wondering if there was a cross-reference point for funding for that plan, but I guess not. Thanks.
Okay, no further questions. We will close out community services, so we'll take pages 127 and 128 with respect to planning and fire. Councillor Gazzola.
Okay, so I want to. We're still dealing with 125, right?
No, 127 and 128.
Oh, I thought we were just going to 124. Can I ask something then about 125?
Please. Yeah.
There's again a huge credit for community centers general provision, over $250,000. What is that for? Is that work is that just left over?
Mr. Hildebrand?
The current balance within the general provisions of community centers is for three bigger projects at three community centers, which is Forest Heights Community Center, Chandler Moat Community Center, as well as two projects at Forest Heights. So two projects at Forest Heights Community Center and Chandler Moat Community Center. And then it also goes to the funds also go towards the internal programming upgrades and maintenance at each of the 13 facilities.
It doesn't go to maintenance, though.
Excuse me?
It doesn't go to maintenance, does it?
It goes towards painting and internal things that wouldn't be covered under FM's account.
So what are those programs that are going on at Forest Heights and that? Are these programs that council's approved?
These are some. At Forest Heights, there are two projects that are going on, which is the ball storage will be changed into a meeting room, as well as some front office modifications to better service the community. And the same is for the Chandler Mowat Community Center, as front office changes to provide better security for the facility as well as better customer service.
Did council approve that?
These were internal projects. No, they weren't brought to council.
Neighborhood Festival Development, page C125. What is that?
That is the 10,000.
festival. Pardon?
That's the Festival of Neighborhoods 10,000 grant each year.
Yeah. Now there's an amount. On page C82. Neighborhood Development, $80,000. What is that for?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's related to a neighborhood strategy which we'll be bringing back to council in the first quarter of next year. We've had some discussions about it. It's a recommendation found within the Leisure Facilities Master Plan update, and that's where that funding will be designated.
Well, what's it to do with?
A neighborhood strategy. We've talked about it a couple of times around the chambers. It was a recommendation of the Leisure Facilities Master Plan update, and it's very much about engaging citizens throughout our neighborhoods in identifying and strengthening the vitality of our neighborhoods.
So that came out of the most recent master plan?
That's correct.
And it was approved to budget for it?
It was.
We just approved it recently then.
I'm sorry, pardon me?
We must have just approved it recently.
You've referred the recommendations of the Leisure Facilities Master Plan to the budget process and to the departmental planning process. The funding is now before you, and you will have a report in early 2014. You'll also see it within the departmental business plan.
Yeah, but the funding's already there. How did the funding already get there?
This funding was, the neighborhood strategy was actually identified, I believe even in the original 2005 Leisure Facilities Master Plan, and has been in the capital budget for many years. We're just now getting an opportunity to turn our attention to it.
So if I go back there, I will see that, eh?
Yes, you will.
Yeah. Okay, again, now we have a whole bunch of C-type buildings. Now, are they, do they have the 40 to 60% in them, or do they not?
Through you, Mr. Chair, similar to the library, these estimates were based on square footage, cost per square foot, and have been adjusted for inflation throughout the year. So it will be in, for instance, Doom Pioneer Park edition is in 2016 dollars.
So I can say that it's really a no-C. It's a no-C. There's no 40 to 60% extra provision.
We did not provide 40 to 60% in addition.
In any of those three.
In any of those, that's correct.
So we need to look forward to that. And again, turning over onto C126, is that a no-C? The swimming pool.
Again, the pools are, through you, Mr. Chair, the pools are based on a cost per square foot, and they've been adjusted to the dollar figures represented in the year that they're coming forward, and they don't include an additional 30 to 60% on top of the square footage.
Okay. And the last one is the class registration system. Is that, there's still 52,000 sitting in the pot. Is that spoken for? Or?
That money will be used for upgrades to the system, yes.
Well, then what are all the 11s and 14s across the page for?
That's for continuous maintenance, continual maintenance of the system.
So what upgrades are we talking about?
I can get specifics to you if you'd like. I don't have the specifics in front of me.
Mr. May?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I can confirm that staff have recently been informed that, I don't exactly recall, but it's about 2 or 3 years from now, class will cease to be supported. And so we are going to have a full replacement, and so I have no doubt that frankly, that the $11,000 allotment for each year will likely not be sufficient, but we will certainly be at least spending that amount as we go to replace the program and fund ongoing maintenance.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis?
So are we on planning now?
Actually, yes, we're...
Okay. Yeah.
So we are on pages 27 and 127, 128.
Questions that I'm going to ask are on page 127. And it's the third project called Heritage District Plans General. I just want to know what, in 2016 and 2017, what 45K and 40K are earmarked for.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that will be for the background study and preparation of the next Heritage District Plan. We do not have that identified as of yet. The heritage assessment process that Council is familiar with will actually inform what area we will want to study at that time.
Okay. My next question is the 30K in the 2014 with the Heritage District implementation. What's that all about?
Okay, so this is an account that we have in order to implement the recommendations of the Heritage District plans that we do have in place. We have a long list of outstanding implementation items, and a lot of it has to do with themes, signage, gateway features, and so on. We have the demand does exceed the supply of dollars. When we actually seize an opportunity where we think we can get good value for that $30,000, we will spend it. I believe some theme signage in the Dune Village Heritage Conservation District is something that we're pursuing at this time.
Okay. A little further down, Heritage Impact Assessments. I'm just looking at the DC charges. Can you elaborate a little bit?
Sure. So we actually have two components, a capital from current and a DC. The DC amount was established through the last background study of our DC charges bylaw. And that is for heritage assessment work that contributes to larger projects that do other things. It could be a roads project, a community planning project that has a defined heritage component that requires us to get some expert advice that is not in-house, and that's what we would spend it on.
Okay, so the 59K in 2015, that's for, what's that for in particular?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we don't have anything specific identified for that, but that amount, which is an amount that was determined in our background study, was based on our standard of work that's growth related for that type of work. And that is our normal work levels. If we sustain those work levels and continue to spend from that account, that's about where we would land in the next one. If we actually do less, we'll probably get less money for that type of fund in the future.
Okay. And my last question is pertaining to the urban design improvements. I see an average of 56 to 60K. Or is that just upgrading our designs, or?
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chairman, so this is an account that we use to make strategic enhancements to capital projects to achieve a public policy objective or one of our strategic objectives. As I've mentioned in the past, most of these projects are projects that are led by either another department or the region, and in order to go beyond the utilitarian aspects that are in their funding envelopes, we will, if we can identify an opportunity to do something that will achieve a public objective, an objective that has been identified by our council, we will make a contribution for that enhancement. Just to maybe remind council, so we come before council with these as per our purchasing bylaw, and if it's not covered in a big amount, we come anyways. And the gateway features associated with the Fairway Road extension was the last significant one. And we usually have to build up some money before we can make those expenditures because they usually always exceed the annual allotment.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, Councillor Ioannidis touched on this one on C-127 for the Heritage District implementation. And if you go back to C-83 and the balances, it shows the Heritage District general provision has 75,000 some. So why can't the monies from that account be used for that? From the explanation you gave me, obviously there's a limitation of work that can be done at this point. So there isn't substantial scope. Can that 30,000 not be allocated from the general provision?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think if I understand the question, so all of our Heritage District plans have long lists of implementation items. All of those items have expenditures that generally exceed what we have in the fund. And we actually don't have a dedicated program, someone who is assigned to actually just do this type of capital work. It's something where we see an opportunity. We try to find room within our work program, when timing is available to actually implement what we're going to call the low-hanging fruit.
Sure, no, I hear that. I'm looking as more of a funding source. And the question I was asking is that there are funds in the general provision for the Heritage District general provision. As I said, there's 75,000 in that. Do we really need, for the 2014, additional capital or current 30,000 when there's money still in the general provision?
Through the chair, just to supplement, we're confirming that. So right now we are working on the Civic Center Heritage Conservation District with that neighborhood to install signage. And we're going to be doing the same in all of our Heritage Conservation Districts to update and have new street signage, but then also there's going to be some interpretive panels and information about that area. Civic Center, St. Mary's, and Upper Dune are the key ones that we're working on right now. Upper Dune, we're also going to be installing more of a ground sign entry feature in addition to some signage throughout the district. And in the past, we've had some site walks with the ward councillor and other heritage members for there. So those ones alone are equivalent to the amount that we have in the account right now.
Okay.
For 2014, what we're trying to understand is, can we do all of St. Mary's Heritage District signage for that same amount and Victoria Park? Victoria Park is in pretty good shape, but there is some interest to do some additional heritage information there. We're not sure about the 30, but we can confirm.
So is this supplementary work, or is this something additional priority set by council of the signage work that you're talking of?
Through the chair, these are actually items that we need to follow through on the plans that were approved 3, 7, 19 years ago. So we have heritage plans approved in Upper Dune. We actually haven't followed through on implementing, and that's what we need to do. So we're putting a higher priority on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. Just a question regarding, I know we're doing the cultural heritage landscape study, and looking at some of the ending balances. Is some of that study coming out of these ending balances, specifically planning studies at 73,000, or the any of? I mean, I understand some of the heritage money is already earmarked for certain issues, but maybe the general provision, is that where that money is coming out of to do that study?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that work is actually being split by planning studies and the heritage accounts.
Okay. Okay, that's good. That's all I wanted to know.
And lastly, Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, on C-127, again, and generally speaking, there's $1.3 million unspent, which is more than enough to look after the requirements for the next 3 or 4 years. What are all those unspent funds needed?
Through Mr. Chairman, yes, they are, and I can get a little bit more specific. So the biggest outstanding balance, for example, is the DC component of the planning studies. So those for growth-related works. And the two biggest projects that we have in line, and the scope of this work has already been before council, are the PART study, so the planning around rapid transit stations, and the comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw. Those two studies alone will come close to eating up our balance, but we actually have other projects that will also require funding from that account. Most of the other ones are actually programs where an allotment goes in at the beginning of the year, and there's a payout near the end of the year. Sometimes some of the programs, the payouts get done early in the following year. And then the only one that I have not talked about in response to this specific question is the urban design program, which I've already answered questions on that already.
You just mentioned the DC studies. I see that's on this page, but there was another account in another budget that we had funds for a DC study. Is this a duplication? I don't remember what page that was on, but between now and January the 30th, I'll figure it out.
Okay. Mr. Chapman or Mr. Hagee? Actually, Mr. Chapman.
You're correct. In general expense, there's a line for the development charge study, so that's the actual cost to prepare the study once every 5 years. My understanding of this line, and you'll see similar lines in engineering, is that these fund growth-related studies like official plan updates, perhaps zoning policy reviews, that sort of thing. And within engineering, typically it would be master plans and growth-related infrastructure studies.
Okay. On page C84, I think it is, or C83, towards the bottom, there's a large credit there under the building division for the Amanda system. Is that not all in place? And what? There's still another $313,000.
Mr. Turner?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, in the absence of Mr. Sealing, I'll try to address that. The amount that's in this system, or the amount that's in this account for the Amanda system, is made up of two components. The first component is approximately $65,000 that has been used by the building division to implement their online application system for the development and building industry. I'm not entirely sure if they're done, if they've completed all of their expenses, but we do anticipate that a certain percentage of that money will be returned to the building reserve. The remaining dollars, and I'm going to estimate that at approximately $250,000, is earmarked for upgrades to the Amanda system that was part of a 4-year work plan that we're coming to the end of, but we anticipate that that work plan will go into 2014. So it's essentially a 4-year work plan that we now have to spread over 5 years. So the original dollars were approved in 2009 for 4 years. The work plan was not completed because of challenges with the work plan and meeting all of the deadlines. So we're anticipating that some of those dollars will be carried over into 2014 to complete that work.
So if I go back to the 2009 capital forecast, I'm going to see $250,000 for a work plan?
You would actually see more than $250,000. Mm-hmm. It was approximately $350,000, if my memory serves me correctly. I believe it was about $360,000 that was set aside.
And we still haven't spent it?
We still haven't spent it. There's specific reasons for that, including staff shortages in terms of working on that work plan. So we do admit that we are further behind than we would like to be in terms of spending those dollars, but certainly they have been earmarked for projects that we deem appropriate.
Thank you. Now, moving on to page 128 with the fire. Just going over again the major fire equipment of $2.5 million that's sitting there. Did you say that money's been spent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, that money has not been spent. As has been discussed earlier with other accounts, it acts like a reserve fund. We've designed a 20-year replacement program for our large fleet so that we're able to, I guess, estimate when replacements are going to be needed based on industry best practices. We're unlike many municipalities out there. There's a lot of municipalities that are now looking to our plan to try to implement because it allows us for advanced planning in years to come and ensures that the money's there and not having to go out and raise money the year you need to replace trucks.
All right. Fire vehicle maintenance, you've got $119,000 there. That's enough to look after your needs for the next 2 years. Do we need that $119,000 there?
That $119,000 is set aside for any major refurbishing that we may have coming up on trucks or unforeseen replacements that may need happening with respect to engines, transmissions. If we lose a transmission, we lose an engine. That's the funding that will replace that to ensure that we have adequate fire protection vehicles in service.
Another reserve. I guess the same thing, fire computer maintenance, an $80,000 credit.
I don't see $180,000.
No, 80,000.
Thank you.
It's all right.
The $80,000 in there is it's there for ongoing regular replacement of servers, as well as licensing in some of our programming that we might have, as well as unforeseen if we have computer screens that go down or we have laptops, mobiles that go down. It all comes out of that money.
Well, there's a new item there, the fire communications equipment. What is that?
So over the past several years, we've been looking at how we look after our equipment in our emergency communications center. And realistically, we've been replacing things and funding those out of various different accounts throughout our capital forecast or our capital budget. We've taken a really close look in 2013 and we've itemized a 10-year capital replacement program, much like our major fleet program, that identifies all our equipment in the communications center, and we've put together a 10-year plan, and what you see in front of you is some funding that will be needed from capital contribution. And it's been moved around from various other accounts where we have originally taken it out of. We're trying to itemize it so we can keep a good track of where our emergency communication replacement stuff is coming from.
On C83, there's an account there that says emergency communications, and there's $148,000 there already. Is that the same thing? To the bottom of the page, under fire capital projects.
The alternate ALT emergency communications.
Yeah.
That's the project of putting together an alternate emergency communications center that was approved last year by council. It's located out at the Kitchener Operations Facilities. It's our backup center in the event that our main center goes down. This is not the same funding. Phase 2 is just finishing up, and Phase 3 is scheduled for sometime in 2018.
So you got the money already for Phase 3?
No. Some of that money may end up being utilized for Phase 3, but we still haven't completed phase 2.
You need all that for phase 2?
We're going to review it when we complete phase 2, sir.
Okay. On page C84, there's a provincial grant balance of $105,000. What is that for?
Council, well, some council members may recall back in 2005, 2006, the provincial government gave grant monies out to the fire services for training and health and safety provisions. Kitchener was fortunate enough to receive, I believe, $350,000 that was put into a capital account and been utilized over the years for a number of different training programs and health and safety initiatives. The 105 that you see is the balance left over, and it's been earmarked. We have a tender out right now that it's been awarded, and we're hoping to receive a confined space training trailer, as well as we've got some training underway with a human rights lawyer that's training all our staff in respect and in the workplace training.
Who earmarked it?
You mean who earmarked?
You say these projects have been earmarked, and therefore you're going to pay for them out of this balance. Who did council approve those projects?
No, it fell within the financial provisions, and under my authority for providing training for the staff, that's where we were able to fund it. The money was given to us, the fire department, from the provincial government, and earmarked for training and health and safety initiatives.
Back in 2006.
Correct.
One final item, there's an amount for fire dispatch. Where does that? I thought that was completed. Or the dispatch upgrade.
That dispatch upgrade account is being rolled into the new fund. Sorry, I'm just looking. The new Fire Communications Equipment Fund. It's essentially the same.
So that's another $189,000.
I'm more than happy to share the 10-year replacement forecast with the councillor to show you exactly how we intend to spend that money over the 10-year time frame.
Well, I think council should have some indication that as to where I just saw it here as a dangling $189,000. So, thank you. I'm done.
Okay, Councillor Singh, question on planning or fire? Fire?
Yes, thank you. And on C128, this is to do with the fire radio system upgrade. I see allocation of earmarked of $100,000. Is that what it's approximately going to cost, or that's just amounts that are supplementing what's already in the reserve?
That's just a drop in the bucket of what it would cost to replace our system. This is the
reason why I ask is then there's a big length of time between monies are required again in 2020. So I wasn't sure.
What we utilize this money for is the replacement of radios, as they tend to either need to be replaced or repaired. A radio, to replace a radio, is in the neighborhood of $3,000 to $4,000. We have. I'm just trying to think of our inventory. I'm sorry, I'd have to get the number, but we have 80 radios out there that are coming to their life expectancy. It's like computers nowadays; they don't last quite as long as they used to.
Okay, that's fine. The reason why I ask is there is a balance in a provisional account that's called the radio system upgrade. I think there's some $70,000 there. And further to that, and I agree with what you said earlier, that proper prioritization and funding allocation allows for future planning for equipment, and the fire major equipment has a healthy balance in there. Can systems like this not come out of a similar account, or?
We could probably look at transitioning some of that in there. It's just easier from a accounting for us, from accounting what we're spending on radios. For example, I forwarded council an email, I believe last week, that the region is entertaining upgrading the regional radio system, which may in turn cost us user equipment costs, and those have yet to be determined. So we're trying to balance all that out as well with some of the funding that we currently have.
And before I ask this, I ask for your forgiveness to put you on the spot, but when we have a one-time item, it's easy enough to look at those sources if you're trying to impact the levy, especially for capital or current. A lot of those that are forecasted over the 10-year, just offsetting 1 year is not necessarily going to solve the problem. But when you look at the 80,000, say, I'm looking at the radio system upgrade. If council were to be looking to impact the levy somehow, could something like that come out of that general provision for the larger sum for the, what's it called again, the major equipment?
I think if we were to look at that, we could look at that, but I think that would provide a deficit in future years in that funding for replacement. We would need to add that amount of money into that provision.
I understand that.
Because we've done our calculations over a 10, 20-year period on so that we have balanced it out over that time frame, so there's enough money in there when the time comes.
Okay, and we're not looking at considerable monies. It's the 80,000 that I'm really focusing on, and I'll leave this conversation more offline, or perhaps leave it to you to look at some of that general provisional account to see if some monies could be allocated from there if this need arises during budget time, as we're looking to come to that inflationary increase target. But I guess I'll leave that to a later discussion.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I will actually refer council back to page C95, which was, it wasn't missed, but this would be the appropriate time to ask questions, and that's the planning framework in Lower Dune and Pioneer Park. And question from Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you, and I do beg your indulgence. I do have some questions on fire that have come out of the conversation.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Just a quick question, Mr. Pinard. I'll finish with Mr. Pinard first, and then my understanding of this issue paper was that you're informing me that we do not have the time or the funds to do a review of the zoning in the Lower Dune area, right? Is that what I'm understanding from the issue paper?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, essentially that is it. It's not something that we had allocated, and the funds that we currently have been allocated. I will just clarify, and this is something that has come up already today, is that this would be non-growth related work, so it would have to come from our smaller component of the planning studies. And we did provide what we expect that type of work to cost and how much we would have to find in order to do this work.
Okay. So I guess my question or request would be, since once the parks study and the zoning bylaw study are complete for next year, can we look at putting possibly some money towards the reviewing of the planning framework in the Lower Dune and Pioneer Park area for 2015? Is that something that if we don't use all of the money for the smaller studies and we have some funding left over, can we carry that into 2015 and hopefully start planning to do that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we can start planning to do that, and as if we do develop leftover monies, that would help pool our money together sooner. From a workload perspective, those two projects are multi-year projects, and with our current resource and complement, it is the intent that they're actually going to take up the entire staffing and resources for at least 3 years. But it is something that, should an opportunity arise before the end of 3 years, or following that 3-year period, it's something that we can start planning for and put on our radar.
Okay. I guess it's funny, I didn't remember this, and as discussions have gone forward, I sort of remember the conversation now, but because this would require, I believe, a review of an OMB decision as well as some community engagement as well, right? And I think you have mentioned that in this issue paper.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. We identified 3 separate components as things that we could look at to help address some of the issues in that part of the city. But we do make it clear that the planning tools and the planning instruments will only go a partial way to helping deal with some of those issues. A lot of the safety and behavioral issues are issues that are not best dealt with planning tools.
Absolutely, I understand that completely. And this is a good response that I can give to a particular landlord we know. Great, thanks very much for that. Okay, just a couple of, that's it for planning, thank you. One of the questions, we're going to fire, Chief Beckett. In 2013 budget, we had said that the plan was to have we had 2,882,000 blah 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 left over. Now we have 3,579,000. I'm puzzled as to how we went up. Does that mean you haven't spent all that monies, or?
I'm not sure I understand the figures you're referring to.
So I was looking at the 2013 budget. And what we had earmarked for, I'm confusing myself a little bit here, what we had left over in September of that year was $2.8 million. Now we have $3.5 million. So what I'm saying is, have you spent less than you had anticipated?
Which account are you referring to?
The overall fire capital projects.
What page?
I'm sorry, I should have. C83. Thank you for reminding. C83.
Okay, I'm unaware of the number that you refer to on the 2013. I haven't seen that number. So perhaps I can discuss it offline with you so I have a chance to look at it.
Yeah, since Councillor Gazzola has already asked for an issue paper, breaking down some of where the costs would be, maybe you can take a look at that figure and see where the difference is and why you're significantly higher if you had anticipated to spend more.
So I just need to clarify with Council, my direction on the issue paper with Councillor Gazzola was on the new account on the 10-year replacement for the Communications Centre.
That was my understanding. I'd look to Councillor Gazzola for, yes.
Okay. So,
sorry, Mr. Chapman, do you want to add?
My understanding is that is because more was likely contributed to the fire major equipment budget than was spent out of that budget line in terms of fire truck replacement. And what you'll see up on the slide is that in reviewing that forecast, we've actually pulled $700,000 out across the 10 years. And I just confirmed that at the lowest point within that capital forecast, we're projecting a balance of $300,000. So essentially, as was noted, we try and manage a fairly even allocation across the forecast. In some years, we're replacing multiple trucks, in some years, no trucks. And basically, we want to ensure that we don't go into a negative position at any point. And we come fairly close, but overall, it's balanced.
Okay. So if I'm looking on page 128, what you're referring to, Mr. Chapman, is the difference between what we're allocating in 2014, which is $1,420,000, and what we're anticipating to allocate for 2015. Is that the difference, the 700?
It's in the entirety of the second line. So we've pulled out $700,000 from the fire major equipment line over the 10-year forecast. And I think it's likely because we've seen some moderation in the price of fire apparatus and the U.S. dollar. So we were able to pull that out and basically ensure that we're not hitting a new deficit within that program over the longer term.
Okay.
I can assure Council that each year we sit down with the Finance Division and review this area to make sure that based on current purchases that our numbers are correct moving forward. So it's not something that we've put together 20 years ago and just have left. This is a fluid exercise that we do each year to ensure that we've managed. And as Mr. Chapman has identified is that through some great purchasing strategies that we have managed and redefining some of our truck specs, as well as the stronger Canadian dollar over time, we've managed to, again, turn back some money in that area. That could turn on a dime tomorrow, depending on where the economy goes.
Okay, well, I guess maybe you can help me understand, either you're being extremely prudent, you're not spending the money, which if you're being that prudent, that's wonderful, and if we maybe don't need to put as much into that account in future years, well, that would probably be a benefit to the tax levy in the end.
And that's what we look at each year.
Right, thank you.
Okay. That concludes that section. At the request of Councillor Galloway-Sealock, we're actually going to jump ahead just for a bit here so that she can recess. We're going to go ahead to operations, which starts on page 134 and goes through, we're going to be going through to 140. So again, that is 134 to 140 operations, if we could. And Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Sorry, thank you for your indulgence in allowing this. My babysitter's expiring, so I need to go get Callan, and I might not be able to ask my questions at that point, so I appreciate moving ahead, but I will come back in once I have him. So my first question is on page C135, and it's with neighborhood parks and the playground features. I noticed in 2014 and 2015 there's no money allocated, and I was just wondering if we can have an explanation on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we took all of the allocation for, did you say playgrounds or neighborhood parks?
Well, it's under the neighborhood parks section, but it's the specific line is the playground features.
Okay. We took all of the allocation for that to build the new, replace the existing playground that is very large in Victoria Park. So we've reprioritized, not added new money, but redistributed money in order to pick up the $300,000 cost of that playground in Victoria Park. Because of the size of it, it needs to be done all at once. We didn't want to split it over 2 years. They've had enough difficulty in that area with respect to construction activity and the like, and so we wanted to do it once.
Okay. It just is concerning to me to see no money. If that's the way it's going, that's okay, because if I understand correctly through the Parks Master Plan, there's a fairly significant backlog in replacing existing play structures in neighborhood parks, as well as developing new ones that haven't even gotten online yet. So I appreciate that explanation. My next question is on the next page, 136, and it's with regard to synthetic turf. And I'm just wondering, there's $488,000 in for this year, and I'm just wondering how far along we are in that planning process and where we plan on that synthetic turf going. I don't need a whole lot of detail, but I'm just wondering where we're at.
Through you, Mr. Chair. At this point, we haven't arrived at the exact location. It's split between 2014 and 2015 to get our total budget. So 2014 will be the planning session where we identify the exact location and then go through the detailed plans.
So would it be fair to say, I'm fully supportive of synthetic turf, and I think I've said that before, but would it be fair to say that you may not need the $488,000 in 2014, and understanding that that's the capital out of current cost, that if we could find money or use that to go towards trails and then have our 2015 money cover off the synthetic turf in 2014, would that be okay for making sure we still move forward with synthetic turf in 2015?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the bottom line is in 2015, when we advance the project, we are going to need $1.2 million.
Okay.
So based on the 2014-2015 split, I think that's how it would work, how it had worked within the budget to balance. Mm-hmm. So, we're certainly open to flexibility. 2015, we'll need $1.2 million to complete a project.
Okay. So I guess what I'm going to ask then is for an issue paper with regards to that $488,000 I'd like to see it just moved over to 2015, or at least a portion of it, and see if there is the ability, and I look to staff for that in the issue paper, to see if we can then advance any more of our community trails that have CC funding, or any of our other park-related features that have CC funding, that we can swap years. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I look to our friends in finance for help.
I'm getting the thumbs up. So, yeah, really, if it's not going to be utilized, and we can look at advancing some of our trails and parks and still fund synthetic turf in 2015, I'd like to see that as an option for final budget day.
Just so I understand, you're talking about an even swap then?
Even swap,
Okay.
yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, I understand it has to come out of CC funding. And I believe that's all my questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Singh on... Okay.
Yes, I had a similar question for the synthetic turfs, and noticing that it's split between the DC funding and capital outer current over 2014 and 15, as Mr. Hummel has described, that one way or another we're going to have to pay it together to ensure that full funds are there. So, and it's my understanding it could come out of 2015 as well, as long as the full amounts that are required are available.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Councillor Galloway-Seelock has already asked for an issue paper to see if there could be an allocation for some other, community trails and parks. I'd like to see, again, I'm a little bit of a disadvantage because I haven't seen the previous paper on the EAB. That was going to be my next question as to that, but I'll focus on that one first, and I'll converse with you offline if there is still shortfall, if this can be encompassed with it. And of course, if we were to change it from 2014 to 2015, that would mean that it's not an impact to the tax levy this year, correct? If we don't reprioritize.
Right. I think what you're saying is that if we're swapping money from one column or one location line into another line, there's no change.
No reprioritization for 2014, just capital current. Instead of it coming from 2014 tax year, it comes from the 2015 tax year, along from the DC, as it's already prioritized for 2015. That would mean that it doesn't impact the levy for 2014, if we were to do that.
Mr. Chapman? It wouldn't impact it for 2014.
It would impact for 2015, though.
But it would, and so we would be looking for offsetting reductions so that we don't put council in the position of having an unbalanced capital forecast in 2015.
Sorry, if you could repeat that one more time.
What I understood Councillor Galloway-Seelock to be alluding to was simply moving a project forward from 2015 and moving back the synthetic turf CC allocation. That can be done, and there's no impact. If we increase funding in 2014, shift synthetic turf out to 2015, but don't reduce something in kind in 2015, there will be a levy impact in 2015.
But wouldn't it be automatically reduced if we're not requiring capital current for 2014 funding, and we're shifting it, the requirement being in 2015 versus 2014? That's the question I was asking. Can it be reprioritized that way?
I suppose I'm not following the question then. I think I might be wrong. I think what I'm understanding though is you're suggesting, from Councillor Galloway-Seelock's suggestion, she was talking about swapping something back from 2015 into 2014. Mm-hmm. So basically you're saying, could the EAB be a consideration as part of that as well?
Well, EAB,
as long as it's revenue neutral.
Right.
That's correct, and so we'll take your direction in terms of the options you'd like for us to include in the issue paper. I've heard already Parks and Trails, and if you'd like EAB to be considered as a part of that, we can include that.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I'll leave it to that. My question was further to that, but I think it's better if you explain it to me. Okay. Yeah.
Just for the benefit of council, in the past, what we have done is we've given you a list of our trails, play structure replacements, other than the fact that we're not doing something for 2014 specifically. Neighborhood park rehab, we've identified all of those and provided that for the benefit of council prior to the final budget day as an update to show where the expenditures are going to be for the next 2 years. So that gives you some sense as to how we're dealing with the budget dollars, especially when we're getting into general provisions, which we don't have them identified line by line, but we can provide that for you if you like.
Thank you. Councillor Verbenovich?
Thanks. Councillor Galloway touched on one of the issues I wanted to touch on. The other one is the issue of Vogelsang Green and the cenotaph. And it was my understanding that those were originally to be dealt with in 2014. Have they been pushed back?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, they have, and they've been pushed out to coincide with the completion of the LRT, so that the work that's done on Duke Street isn't going to impact the site. We don't know exactly how that final alignment is going to be and whether or not those sites are going to be in the same configuration and size as they currently are. So we're waiting for that to happen, and then we're going to go through that. But it was 2017 when they were moved out.
I guess I understand that partially.
Mr. Chapman, do you want to add?
Just to say that there is no change in the current forecast, so the council-approved forecast from last year had them in 2017.
I don't know why I thought they were in 2014, but I guess my
2 years ago.
It was 2 years ago that we moved them?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my question though then is, particularly on the cenotaph, while I'm sensitive to the LRT issues, next year is also the 100th anniversary of the start of World War I. And I'm just wondering whether or not it would be appropriate to update it to coincide with that.
Through the chair, we wouldn't actually have any changes to the cenotaph itself. It would be primarily the site works that we'd be doing. We could do those changes ahead of the LRT work. I think there is some risk involved in that when the final alignment and curbs are done, that we're going to have to do some changes and repairs afterwards. So we're trying to coincide with work that we know is scheduled, and we think that makes sense. But if it's council's wishes to do it ahead of time for other reasons, we can do that.
But at that point, is the LRT not actually going in the opposite direction? So in other words, it won't, any changes won't be on that side of the road, but will be on the opposite side of the road? Because the LRT, as I recall, comes down Benton and turns left on Duke. Or I guess it's Frederick at that point.
My understanding, and we can clarify it, but I understand that there's be some slight change to that curb alignment along the cenotaph frontage as well.
Could staff maybe take a look at this and bring it back for budget day? See if it is feasible without the major implications around what you're talking, and if we did do that, suggestions of how it could be funded.
Sure.
Thanks.
Councillor Gazzola?
Looking at page 134, I'm just curious as to how much work staff or whatever can actually complete in a year. From what I see off of page C 186, I think it is, or C86, there's already $1 million for community trails set aside. Has that been spent?
Mr. Ritz?
Through the chair, I think you do have a good point. We've had some challenges with an aggressive work scope to do a lot of the trail work. You'll find a lot of the balance that's outstanding right now are works that are being currently planned and ready to be tendered very shortly, and it'll probably be spring work. We've had, like I said, we've had some challenges trying to keep up with it, but we're confident that we can keep an aggressive schedule and try to make the mandate of the Community Trails Master Plan and try to get some of those much needed Type 1 and Type 2 trails completed. The other piece to that is some of those works are not necessarily staff-driven works. They're works by other departments. We're coordinating with other departments, for example. So there may be an engineering project that's along a stream bed, for example, and we still have to reimburse them for that work, for the trail portion of that work. So we're coordinating those efforts as well.
Okay, thank you. I have that concern all the way through a lot of these accounts, because if I go on to C-135, I look at neighborhood parks, we've got close to $700,000 there, and each year we're looking at spending about 400,000. You
So,
know,
through the chair, I can address-
Can we spend everything we've got money there for?
So I can address that one as well. The neighborhood park account is primarily, or what's called the general provision, and it's to do our neighborhood parks annually every year. We've had a bit of a transition from works that staff were doing to develop these parks and construct them to developer build, and through that transition, the developers are building the parks, and what we're finding is that there's been a bit of delay in payment of those. Where normally staff would do a purchase order, it would show as an encumbrance, and it would be identified in our financial. With the developer build parks, we're getting invoiced when it's completely done, and it's a little bit later. So we have several of those that have to be invoiced before the year end. That'll exhaust that account.
On C-136, referring to the synthetic turf, we've just gotten into that business, right?
That's correct.
I was, I don't know, was expecting that you were going to give us some kind of a report after the first year as to what's happened. Is that something that's going to be forthcoming?
Through Mr. Chair, we don't have anything set up at this point, but we certainly can give an update. And as mentioned earlier today, the leisure facility update again has suggested additional synthetic fields, but we can certainly fill you in on what has gone on at Woodside.
Yeah, well, we're looking at spending a fair number of dollars in the years ahead. It would be nice to just have a look at what we've accomplished so far, just to see if we're moving in the right direction. Thank you. I have now this McLennan Park general provision, that's something brand new, right?
That is correct. It was a request of council to start to provide general provisions for our major parks.
So we don't know what it's for, it's just...
I think if you recall the report that was prepared by Mr. Ritz at last budget, we had identified several $100,000 in each of the areas that would have enjoyed some financial assistance, and this is just a little drop in the bucket to be able to do that. From the for additional work, just at McLennan, because it's in 2015, not 2014, you recall that we've had some discussion about paving that parking lot in order to ensure that the investment that we have already in that facility is actually realized. If we go too long on the base, we will lose the base, and then that money will be thrown away. So we're paving that in 2015 to ensure that our investment is maintained.
On C-86, there's an amount in here for the boathouse, fund set aside of $150,000. What are those for?
That $150,000 is coupled with roughly $12,000 that is identified in the FM budget for the interior alterations in the boathouse. That was our commitment to the previous operator to do those interior alterations as part of their renovations as well.
So at this point, is that sufficient to do what has to be done?
I'm not sure it is entirely, but I'll have to defer to Ms. Fletcher.
Through you, Chair Davey, on Friday, I guess tomorrow, staff will be reviewing proposal for new operator for the boathouse. We've been very clear with any of the proponents that we only have a certain amount of money for interior renovations to the property.
So then you're saying that's it? We're not going to put any more in? Is that what I heard?
Through the chair, we would, that is sufficient without coming back to council as part of recommending the new proponent for the boathouse.
Okay, going back to C-84, there's $175,000 for washrooms. Can you explain what that is?
You have a question for her?
No, whoever can help me. C-84, washrooms somewhere. Victoria Park washrooms. It's right under The first thing under facilities management. What is that? What is that?
Through the chair, that's the provision for the new washrooms in Victoria Park. That's partial funding.
The amount that we're short, is that what it is?
I would have to look to Mr. Hagee.
Mr. Hagee.
Through the chair, I don't believe that's the amount that we're short. I believe that's the funding for the washroom.
So then where's the rest of the funding then? Where would I see the rest? Does this mean we have to stop the washroom?
Ms. Houston? Oh, pardon me, Ms. Houston?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I can assist. I would imagine that we haven't done the transfers for the extra funding that we had earmarked for this project based on the tender amount, and there's also the $200,000 grant that wouldn't be allocated in here as yet. So this
which
would
we
be,
haven't received. Where would the other amounts? Just refresh my memory. Where are the other?
we were reallocating from the Legion building for the roof replacement.
So that's in here someplace.
It should be in here someplace because this should be like 500 and some odd thousand less the drawings that we've already paid for.
So where else? There was the Legion building. What else?
Through the chair, there was an allocation from the Legion building, the Parks General, provision from operations, and from the capital reserve.
Excuse me, from the capital contingency account, which is up in general expense. And I believe when Ms. Houston mentioned it, that it does make sense. Recall that these are as of September 30th. I believe the Victoria Park washroom was discussed and debated after September 30th, so the readjustment wouldn't have happened at time of printing.
Okay, so that Parks General, where would that come out of here?
Through the chair, that is an operations account.
So where is that on? Do I see that on C-136 or not?
No, I see it on C-86. It looks like about halfway down. Is that General Park?
I want to.
Is that the item?
It's also
If it's coming out of Parks General,
correct.
It's got to be on this sheet here.
Right. It's in, but it's not specifically identified and separated out as such.
What account does it come out of?
It would come out of the General Park Development account.
Which one? On C-136.
Actually, it would be on C-135.
135.
General Park Development.
Okay, that's fine. So that's where it's coming out of there. It hasn't been taken out of there yet. Yeah, okay, because there is a credit balance there, 684. That's fine. I just want to understand where it's coming from. Thank you. On page 137, there still is $300,000 there for the Emerald Ash borer. Has that been spent or not?
There's a portion of it that has been spent. It may not have reconciled. We had, I believe the injection came out after September 30th, the tender.
There's items that are still being identified after the September 30th, as well as work programs that we're doing in the spring. So we do have a tree removals through winter works this fall, as well as some tree planting in the spring. That'll be part of that existing balance.
Okay. Just going back to C-136, the South District Park has a C. Is that a no C or a real C?
That's I'm trying not to be flippant. We don't have a surplus contingency built into that account.
So it's a no C.
Yes, that's correct.
That's all I want. Okay. Is 139, that's still part of operations? Yeah.
It is. Yes, it is.
What is that for? We've got especially in 2015 and 2020, we have some large amounts in there.
Part of those funds are for acquisition of the Riverside Park that was identified in the Parks Master Plan. We had identified it, and originally it had set up that there was allocations every year, and rather than do that, we put lump sums just to make it sustainable and to make it worthwhile when we actually get that amount.
Okay. And the sidewalks are still yours?
Yes, it is.
We have, I just have a little pet peeve here. The sidewalk, 3 years ago, they came along on our street and marked the sidewalks with flashy orange stuff. It's been sitting there for 3 years, now all of a sudden they came by the other day and slapped down some black tar. And after paying taxes for 50 years on that street.
That is
was a little bit... and then when I came here, I saw, holy Lord, they got $350,000 sitting in the bank.
Mr. Whitmer.
Actually, through you, Mr. Chair, actually that amount of money is to balance out the remainder of the work that's been paid out operating, so we transfer it back at the end of the year. And as part of the Margaret Avenue Bridge, we did release some surplus funds that were in that account and are only going to be going forward with what we have initially in 2014 to deal with our portfolio. We end up with about 2,800 new defects each year, which is considerable considering we originally thought that there was going to be a significant reduction, but Mother Nature is providing all sorts of work for us.
So you tell me my sidewalk repairs have gone to the Margaret Ave Bridge?
Part of the money that came out of, yes, that's correct.
You're welcome.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you. Again, I'm sort of asking the same kind of question that I've asked some of the other staff representatives. In 2013, at the end of the same time this year, you had over $3 million sitting in encumbrances, page C85. But this is last year's, so I can't reference that page. You just have to trust me that I wrote the number right. And this year at this time, you have $5.2 million left over. Again, is it that you have not, that we've given you so much money that you haven't been able to spend it, which is in a way kind of what Councillor Gazzola was asking, if we've given you more money than staff is able to do the trails for and do the park development, or does it represent a pot of money that still hasn't been spent?
I think Mr. Ritz was able to explain a little bit that we had some infusion of money that we are balancing out. Originally, if I'll be candid, we were looking for the LEAF money to be spread over several years, and it came all in at once. And so when it comes in as a lump sum like that, we don't have the ability to ramp up to take it up right away. We actually work over the next coming years to plan the work and ensure that we can actually manage it without adding additional physical resources in the way of project management or landscape architects to do that. So we appreciate the money very much, but it was all at once is sometimes a little difficult to be able to manage.
Okay. A bane and a blessing, right? Mm-hmm. Just over Community Trails General, on page 86, we're sitting at $860,000, and you're asking, and you're going to be continuing to get, wait a minute, make sure, yeah. Is this maintenance or is this building trails?
It's for new trail.
This is for new trails. Okay, so then my question is not regarded that. Where would I find maintenance of trails?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be in our operating budget.
Thank you. Of course it would be. I'm sorry. That eliminates that question. General park development on page C35, would that be under the same community trail? No, that would be under park development. So I was just trying to, you've got a couple of different categories here. You've got general park development, general provision on page 86. And then you've got major park development, general provision. So I'm just trying to say what's what, like, and where they relate to what money is coming in and what money you already have sitting in the pot. And I understand your answer from before that you can't spend it because you don't have the staff. So I just want to make sure that we're not overindulging you, I guess, in a way. We can hold off some funding maybe.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if for clarity in titling, neighborhood parks, which you see on C-135, if you look at the top category just below that general park provision, that really is neighborhood park development. We need to go and change that title from a clarity perspective. And then when you get into general park rehabilitation, those are for the inner city park rehab, the older parks that we are rehabbing on an annual basis, and you can see the line items accordingly. And then once you get into major park development, that's primarily the sports field upgrades that we have. So that's how it's broken out.
Okay, that helps. And so the major park development general provision is what you were just explaining. It's larger parks. So can you give me an example of what that would be besides Victoria Park?
We have 4 major parks, but which one? Major parks: Victoria Park, McLennan Park, Kiwanis, and Huron. Are you?
Through the chair, sorry, the terminology may be a little bit confusing. Citywide parks, and I don't think that's what you're referring to right now. It refers to our McLennan, our Kiwanis, HNA. You're referring to our major park, which is really our district park. So it's the sport field park. So what it involves is our upgrades to our backstops, our lighting for sports fields, field improvements, that type of stuff. We have some terminology that we probably should be cleaning up in the capital report.
Yeah, I think that might be helpful for future councillors next year, maybe, just to help understand, because I'm just trying to cross-reference everything, and I'm getting really confused and messed up. And I don't want to be asking questions that are redundant. So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
It's been so long, I don't know if I can remember my question. I guess what I want to, with Mr. Whitmer, kind of dovetail on what Councillor Galloway-Sealock has mentioned with the community trails. I'm wondering if there's some kind of, I know we've discussed this in the past about looking at a priority in certain types of trails, and in particular I'm thinking about the ones near schools for accessibility reason and for the reasoning besides bylaw not allowing parents to park their cars, and we want to encourage walkable communities. I wonder if we can put that somewhere in there as well.
That's an interesting issue for us because it said, from our perspective, we may not have any philosophical reason not to pave trails near schools. The challenge is that the school board does not have sufficient funds to maintain the trails once they get on their property. And then there's that expectation that they do that, and that has really been the challenge. What we're trying not to do is set our partners up for issues. So by not maintaining them, it's a level playing field in that respect. So it is a challenge. If they decide that that's something that they are prepared to move into and fund, and then there really isn't any reason why we can't do what you're suggesting.
Okay, I'll take that. Thanks.
Councillor Uneski.
Thank you. A couple of questions in regard to page 137 and 138. There's two items that sort of may tie in with each other, and I'm not sure. Dealing with the Huron Natural Park on page 137, and then on 138 you've got the natural area stewardship. Is that an overlap, or is that two different areas? I know you're talking natural areas, but help me out understanding that one.
Through the chair, so the Huron Natural Area 1 is specific to that citywide park. So that's a general provision to do works in the Huron Natural Area.
Okay.
Over the page, the Natural Area Stewardship and Conservation is to address doing management plans for our natural areas and to do that work involved that's associated with those management plans. So we have broken out Huron Natural Area as a separate general provision, recognizing it's a citywide park.
So the natural area stewardship could be like Lakeside Park or Stanley Park Conservation Area?
Yes, Homer Watson Park, those types of parks, yes.
Oh, okay, appreciate that. And the other one, and I'm not too sure where it would fit in under here, and my guess would be on page 135 under general park rehabilitation. And I'm specifically narrowing in on the Civic Center, right by the area where the fire department's got their memorial statue and facilities there. And in that park area, there's a number of walkways that lead from the parking area, from the square, from Queen Street to the memorial site. And they're all asphalted, except for one area that from the memorial site that leads towards the center and the square building. It's all gravel. And when anybody's walking through there and wants to go to the center and the square, it's mud and gravel and what the... I thought they would be all done in the same way. Could that be somehow improved, or is that in one of these little package deals somewhere?
Through the chair, that could be one included in our provision for our park rehabilitation. The park rehabilitation account deals with those inner city parks, so the parks within the inner expressway. Why we haven't done a lot of work on that one right now is we're really waiting for some of the surrounding works to be completed. There will be that courtyard above the garage. The library's got stuff going on. We want to kind of look at that park and take a step back after those works are done and then look at those pathways. And that's an opportunity that we can maybe see if that pathway is required, asphalted if it's needed.
Mm-hmm. Well, I always thought all those little walkways seem to be required. It's just that 3 of them look pretty good for walking on. The other one's lousy. So
it's one we need to look at.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification. My understanding at the boathouse on page C86 was that the city was going to spend, I think it was $234,000 on the interior at the boathouse. I don't understand this 15446 that came up earlier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that number is correct in my mind as well. I can only say that
Which one?
234.
Yeah.
I only can say that the money that I can speak to with respect to the boathouse was the money that we had allocated out of operations. There may be something else.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Zaire?
Thank you very much. 2 questions. First of all, since the question was raised about the park around Centre and the Square, it just reminded me as I was looking down on the new parking garage, KPL parking garage, when I was at the region yesterday, and that is the courtyard, and someone just mentioned this.
Dan did.
What part of the rehabilitation above the parking garage and in the adjacent, which was the parking lot previously, where is that, or when is that going to be done, and who is doing it under what auspices? Was it part of the contract for KPL and the garage, or?
I'll defer to Mr. McCormick.
Through the chair, part of the Civic District garage renovation will be a new sidewalk leading from Aaron Street to stairwell number 1, which is the Auto Street one, which is being built right now. And then the current contract ends right around the end of the construction site. We've set out a change directive to the contractor to finish that sidewalk off right to that storage shed. So we'll have a continuous sidewalk right through.
Okay, and the main area that is above the garage, is that, what's the surface treatment?
That'll be grass.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then that's all. And the next question, I wanted to go back to sidewalks for a moment. And on page 140, this major sidewalk / repairs and replace, does that include the infill sidewalks that we were trying to do?
No, that's a separate capital account from engineering.
That's from engineering.
This is just to deal with sidewalk triplets, which are basically the 2 centimeter variants.
Okay, then maybe someone from engineering could, just as a bit of an aside here, I was checking, I had a question actually when Councilor Gazzola and I wrote it to the Kingsdale Community Centre. One of the questions came up about some sidewalks on Connaught. I've had a response from that for staff, thank you, but it would appear that that's some years off yet was infill, because haven't been able to, there's not sufficient money in that account. Where is that in here? And can anyone tell me that? Have we not come to it already, or did I miss it as we went through?
We have not talked about engineering yet.
Through the chair, the sidewalk infill program has been canceled for 2014 and redirected to Margaret Avenue.
Okay. So it'll be coming up, first of all, I can take a look, rather than doing it now, there'll be some figures later on. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I've got 4 more people lined up here. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Sorry, I just wanted to give further direction on what I had mentioned earlier. And I meant to bring up the potential of resources being a concern with taking some of the money from synthetic turf. So I'd like to have you look at, from a resource perspective as well, not just swapping funding to swap it and make it look good, but for realistic things that you can get accomplished in 2014, and look at the budgets for trails, the neighborhood parks, general park development, general park rehab, the potential to pave McLennan Park next year as opposed to in 2015, and potential funds for the Emerald Ash Borer. So from a resource perspective, if we can have that issue paper, you can't do it all, I get that, but what we may be able to do in 2014 with the money that could be shifted from the synthetic turf.
Okay.
So just an issue paper. I can give you that list again later if someone's wanting. Yeah, I'll do that later. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just going back to the Civic Square area and above the parking garage, Mr. Ritz, if you could just help me out. I understand that the treatment is going to be grass. I guess my larger concern is that whether there's anything that's in the capital forecast at all for any improvements or amenities, or will it be up to the library to fundraise for that? What are our thoughts? Has any thought been given to that treatment? I know there was a lot of sketches floated around in the community, so there's some expectations. So we'd just like to understand what the thinking is.
Yeah, through the chair, you ask a good question, and it hasn't really been a formalized project for the Parks Department right now. I think we're going to have to work with the parking enterprise and find out what condition it's going to be left in, what can be done with it, and I think there's a huge opportunity for a project there. It just hasn't been initialized.
There certainly is a huge opportunity. When do you anticipate that that will be done and that you would sit down? Would it be in the first quarter of next year?
We haven't given any thought to it yet, so I'll have to sit down with the parking garage, and maybe they can fill in some details there on the timing on when that would be available to do park development.
Okay, if you could let me know if that would be done by Q1 next year or when, I would certainly like to be part of those discussions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yes, this is to do with the Margaret Avenue Bridge. I know the lion's share is coming from the gas tax, but of course there's other allocations that are making up the shortfall. Remind me, I may have missed this. Was there the report that was given to council, did it outline all the different sources other than the gas tax, or has a more overview?
Steve will be able to give you that answer.
So, sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Just as a funding source for the Margaret Avenue Bridge.
Yes.
Of all the different sources that would be coming up to make up the shortfalls.
Through the chair, Margaret Ave Bridge was cobbled together with...
You don't have to explain right now, that's okay. I'm just saying, has a report been already circulated to council that I missed? If it hasn't, can something be sent to us?
Through the chair, there was not a report that came to council. Council directed staff to address the funding through the budget process, which is what we've done.
Okay, so obviously those funding sources have been identified. So can that be sent to council? That's part of the capital review?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just have one question myself regarding Kiwanis Park. It said early, and actually I guess on the second page of the report, that there's provisions, which is why we're adding McLennan. But when I look at pages 136 and 137, I see Victoria Park, McLennan Park, and on 137 here on natural area. Where would the Kiwanis Park provision be? And why, I guess, why wouldn't it be on these pages?
Kiwanis Park, through you, Mr. Chair, falls under community services. It's the outlier in the context of parks that are still in community services, and the balance of them have come to INS.
Okay, so is that the line? I guess
it's on page 126.
126. Okay. Okay, I thought it was on. Okay, very good. And I guess, sorry, why is it still there? Why is it an outlier? Is it just haven't caught up yet, or?
It's because
it's physically an outlier. I understand that.
Mr. May will probably be able to give you an answer.
Through you, Mr. Chair. One of, if not the major aspect of that park is the pool, and so it falls within our aquatics area.
That makes sense. Thank you. Okay, there's no further questions on these items. We'll shift back then to, okay. We are on C129, asset management, and we'll go through to fleet on page 133. So that's 129 to 133. Questions on these items? Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, on C129, actually my questions really refer to C84 on the middle of the page. There's the asset management accounts on C84. The first amount there is a Riva DS account that has $60,000 in it. What is that?
That's an excuse me. That's an account that's left over from the Riva purchases for the integration of the Riva software program into the city. It's the main software program that's used for the development of detailed asset management plans. And that'll be used up over the next 2 years.
Well, you say it's left over, and now you tell me it'll be used up. Is it left over, or is it?
It was part of the purchase of Riva, and DS was not started up, if you will, until 2012 when we did the pilot projects, and the next 2 years we'll see the completion of that integration.
Yeah, I don't understand those fine things. Also on that same page, asset management studies of $80,000. What is that?
That's a holding account that the Asset Management Division has. Funds flow from utilities or other enterprises into that account for studies that the Asset Management Division would do on their behalf. That will also be finished by the end of the year.
Yeah, a lot of holding accounts. C130, facility management. Facilities management. The question I actually have relates to, I think it's C85 maybe. C85. There's a big debit balance out of $7.5 million. I think I know what it is, but do you want to just confirm my thoughts?
Ms. Fletcher?
Or somebody?
Through the chair, that is the final allocation related to the CMF project or the kitchen operations facility.
Yeah, okay, but the money is all spent. Now we're going to recoup this, are we not? Yeah. Are we not?
Ms. Houston, want to add?
Yeah, the main thing that's outstanding there is the sale proceeds from Elmsdale. And I believe as well there was a parcel on the Battler Yards property, that small parcel that we were selling as well, so that we're waiting for the proceeds on that as well.
So we're confident that we have enough out there to more than cover this?
It's based on the sale proceeds, so we're waiting for the Elmsdale property to finalize, which will be in the next 9 to 12 months. So assuming that proceeds as it currently is, it should be fine.
When we did our business case, what did we have in for that?
I don't recall offhand. I don't know if Mr. Gross has that information, how much we included in the CMF budget for Elmsdale.
Proceeds for Elmsdale, net proceeds? The net proceeds ranged between, and this is the reason for the range is because of the environmental issues. They ranged from a low of $3 million to a high of $5 million.
Does that mean we're going to be short a couple $1 million here?
That was the net that we looked at the time.
Perhaps you could follow up an email afterwards.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Follow. Okay, thank you. I have some questions now on the, what's the City Hall spandrel glass? Is that, oh yeah, it's on C-131.
Through the chair.
It's about the fourth item down. What is that?
Sorry, through the chair, if you look at the facade of the City Hall glass panels, there is some of the supporting infrastructure around those glass panels that needs to be replaced. It's a life cycle item.
Is that normal?
Yes, it is.
There's also an amount on 131 for the cooling towers. What is that?
Through the chair, again, City Hall is a 20-plus year old building, and it is part of a life cycle replacement that we would expect to replace a cooling tower at that point.
So what is the cooling tower?
The cooling tower is one of the components that helps to provide air conditioning to the building.
It's got nothing to do with where we show the movies up there.
No.
What do you call that?
That's the cube.
Cube, okay. On to do with the fleet, there's on C-85, there's a debit balance there of almost $1 million. What is that? Is that money that's been?
Who could speak to that? Ms. Houston?
That would be the Equipment Reserve Fund, and I'd have to look at the projection to see why it's in a debit balance at this particular point in time, but that's...
Mr. Hague, you might be able to help out here.
Through the chair, it's just a function of when it's funded. So the purchases have been the overall purchase budget has been approved by council. That money is in the Equipment Reserve Fund, and we've purchased the equipment, and it's just a function of doing a journal entry to move the funding out of the reserve fund into that account.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, Councillor Gazzola already touched on this one, the City Hall spindle glass replace. And you explained, Ms. Fletcher, that it's a structural thing, just life cycle thing that needs to be changed. How immediate is the necessity for that change? Can it be pushed down? Or you mentioned structural, so can you elaborate further?
Through the chair, this is a project that we've actually moved a couple of times in the capital program. So we have pushed it out, brought it forward, pushed it back out. So we feel at this point that it's timely to do it in 2014.
Is it aesthetic or safety?
No, it's an aesthetic, but there is a bit of a structural component related to it.
Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. Just a follow-up from the question that Councillor Gazzola asked with regard to the two pieces of land that are for sale. The Battler Yard, have we had any interest in that piece of property at all? I mean, it's been up for sale for as long as I've been a councillor.
Through you, Chair Davey, yes, there is a conditional agreement in place at the present time.
Okay, all right. Then hopefully we'll hear some good news on that really soon.
We're hoping that it will be probably 2 months, 3 months. I can say the conditional offer is based on the city's asking price.
Okay, and with the asking price, that would help fill that gap between the the sale of Elmsdale and what we need here in the negative balance from the COF.
No, what that will do is it will provide simply the funding that that Battler was to have provided toward the COF.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, that concludes questions there. We'll move on to infrastructure. We will take water on page 141, gas on 142, and studies on 143 at the same time. So again, that's 141 to 143. Councillor Gazzola.
One of the first questions I wanted to ask about was the under gas, and it's on C87. There's a large balance, negative type balance of for $16 million. What is that? I think I know, but what is it?
Mr. Malcolm?
This is the roll-up of our rental water heater program and our financing program. Basically, the value of our tanks that are in the system, as well as the amount of financing that we currently have outside in financing appliances.
How do we get rid of that big, large balance?
Mr. Chapman.
Once those appliance loans are paid off, that portion would disappear. And in the case of the water heater program, as long as we have water heater assets that are depreciating, we'll have a balance in that account.
So you're saying this is sort of like an accounts receivable? We've loaned money to people?
In the case of the furnace financing program, yes, this is one of the other programs, competitive programs that Kitchener Utilities operates. So people can finance at an interest rate their appliance purchase through the utility and pay it off over time, I believe, through their utility bill.
Okay, so I can see that disappearing, but then how does the water heater rental, how do we get rid of that $13 million?
We fully depreciate the inventory, but we'll always be replenishing it, so there will always be a value there.
Okay, I'll have to try to wrap my head around that.
Okay, I'm not actually seeing any other questions here. Water and gas?
I did have some other questions.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm not... again, there's a humongous pile of credits now, and yet we've got provisions in the future. Another point I wanted to question, and I see it cropping up, is this LRT construction. And by the way, this is on page 142. They are Cs. Are they Cs? How firm are those figures?
Through the chair, again, those are Class C estimates. We have not received the detailed design from the Region of Waterloo through their design and build contractor. Until we receive those designs, we will be unable to determine the actual cost. We're basing this on the information that they have provided to date.
So now, are there some amounts in under the waterworks too that deals with the LRT or not?
For the gas portion of it, we pay, it's based on a cost-sharing basis, and the water is treated a little differently than the gas side. Gas side is treated as a private utility business, where the water is a municipal entity. So there's a difference in the LRT costing. So based on the age of the pipe, the region will assume a part of that cost.
So, but is there, I guess the question I wanted to really know, and it goes beyond beyond you, is the whole city. What, do we have any idea here of what are the total costs in our capital relating to the LRT? This is over and above the 800 million. Do we have there, because I saw some in gas, there's obviously some in water, there's probably some in storm drains, everything. There's some in engineering. Do we have any idea of what the...
We have seen it, Mr. Haggie will inform.
Through the chair, my recollection is that an issue paper was given either last year or the year before that summarized the LRT costs that were included in our budget. We haven't provided that as part of the 2014 budget, but I'm sure that it happened either last year or the year before.
I know it was expected to come back by now. There's been a bit of a delay, as I understand, but the exposure, I don't want to quote the number because I would get it wrong.
Well, now that we're getting closer, I think, and we're still sitting here with C estimates, I think we should have an update on where that stands.
Ms. Houston, did you have a time frame as when that might come back?
I know we're waiting for the cost-sharing agreement that has been delayed with the region. We're still working on it. I believe we were looking at early in the new year to bring that back.
Don't quote me, but I believe the last Class C was around 19 million, and we were on the hook for about roughly half of that, plus or minus $1 million. But I don't remember the figure exactly.
Okay, as long as we're going to get an updated report. Right. Yeah. On C-142, there are a couple of new programs. Can you just explain those a little more?
Through the chair, the security management program, that's for our regulator stations within the City of Kitchener. The Canadian Standards Association has a risk management directive in regards to security and safety of these types of facilities. The Technical Safety and Standards Authority has directed all gas distributors to make sure that their regulator stations are protected and meet that CSA code.
So what exactly are we doing with the 400,000? I'm sorry.
Building basic structures over our regulator stations, so if a youth has a beer bottle or a rock, they can't throw it at the regulator and damage it. So you have to put a hardcover shelter over these regulator stations.
Have we had problems with this in the past?
Yes, we have.
Substantial problems?
Yes.
The gas system model, what is that?
The gas system model is to help us model our system in the City of Kitchener to ensure that pressure flows and the volumes of gas flowing through the City of Kitchener are balanced. It will help with any growth within new subdivisions. Areas like Bridgeport where we have lower gas pressures is to model the system to see where we should put the pipes and at what pressure they should be at to ensure that the gas flows to those areas.
Have we never had, like we've been in the gas business now for, what, 40 years? Have we never done that before?
No, we have not.
How have we made out before without that?
We are fortunate that the city over time has grown at a steady rate that didn't require a modeling service. But now the city's at a stage and a size that we need to start modeling our systems because the locations of the new subdivisions are further away from our regulator stations.
Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, no, I'm jumping ahead. I'm in the next section already. Sorry, engineering capital, so I'll wait.
Okay, I just have one question actually that's on the same line Councillor Gazol opened up with respect to the hot water rental program and the furnace financing program. Those aren't revenue neutral, so the interest charged is greater than what we pay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that $16 million, that debt, does that appear in our debt numbers in the graphs we saw earlier? It does not. Okay. Very good. Okay, that concludes questions for that section. Okay, I think we can take the balance. We are starting on 144. Take all of the full reconstruction at once, which takes us to page C164, so 145 to 164. Any questions on that? Councillor Fernandez?
Thank you. I'm going to start with my question on the engineering studies. We're sitting with a balance of 463,000, and yet we're adding 393,000 and more each year. 166,000. I realize again it's DC charges. Understanding that we're in a DC bylaw review, why wouldn't we be using the 463 for the next 3 years? That would roughly cover that without worrying about not having any DC money.
Through you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I wanted to give a definition of engineering studies. There is a need for city to undertake sanitary, water, and pump station capacity analysis, and also this funds actually used to complete the watershed studies and so on. So there are a couple of projects which I wanted to bring it to your attention. Next year, actually, 2014, we are planning to undertake Upper Blair watershed study update. This was actually completed as part of the Dune South OMB hearing. And also, we have a sanitary model. We need to update those model. So this funds actually will be utilized. And also, as just now we heard about the gas main system modeling, we also wanted to look at a water model. The region of Waterloo actually has a model, but normally actually when the development comes in, we look at actually a general rule to come up with the size of the water main. So it is ideally for us to look at, same as like sanitary model, we would like to bring a water model. So this is all going to be through DC charge. And also the DC charge study is actually going on at the moment. So basically the engineering staff spending time to come up with all the projects. The staff is actually spending money from this account.
Okay.
So a total of 680,000 actually going to be in 2014. I think this funds is not sufficient, but I hope actually we can fit it in.
Okay, so just so I'm clear that the 400, I see two now. I see the studies, engineering studies at 523,000, but what's left over in the account is 463. So what I'm understanding from you, Mr. Cora, is that you have the Upper Blair Creek study, some sanitary sewer study. Is that?
The sanitary sewer modeling update.
Oh, modeling update. Okay.
And also stormwater management master plan, Upper Blair watershed study update.
Okay. When was the last time that the sanitary modeling update was done? Or when was the last time it was done, the study?
3 years ago, sorry.
3 years ago. Okay. And the stormwater management, when was that done?
We never have a stormwater management master plan, so we wanted to look at the integrity of the systems.
Okay. All right. And the Upper Blair Creek was done in
2010. So in accordance with the OMB hearing and the recommendation from Upper Blair watershed studies, we have to complete every 5 years. So next year is the year we need to start.
Okay. Okay. Looking at the Accelerated Infrastructure Program, I mean, I always get the sense that there's such an urgency to do this, and yet we're still sitting with a $2.3 million in that bank account. Are we not doing the program? Are we slowing it down? Help me understand here.
Through the chair, I just want to clarify the question. It was about the uncommitted in the triple funded.
On page C89, I apologize, I keep forgetting to give pages. It's much easier when I do that. You've got $2.39 million sitting in that accelerated infrastructure replacement program. So if we're in, we hear that there's such an urgency to fix our infrastructure, and yet we're not spending the money that we have in the account.
Through the chair, every year when we set up the triple funded program, we try and keep an amount in there as uncommitted. The reason for that is on any given year, we're not entirely sure if we're going to have surpluses or deficits through the tendering process. The uncommitted account allows us to draw from those funds to get work done that might come under or over budget during the tendering process.
Okay. That just seems like an awful lot of dollars. I mean, I understand that engineering projects can be expensive. If we really are intent on moving forward on our infrastructure repairs, then I would rather see this in a significantly lower balance. That means that we're actually getting some work done. Okay, going on to the now we've got the Dune Brigadoon sewage facility line on C91 at $912,000. That, I'm assuming that amount, will that come out of this budget now because the developers are paying for that?
Sorry, which page is?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yes, this is left in that budget. So will that come out if the developers are paying for the Dune treatment plant, the pumping station? Will this amount come out of this budget, or what happens to that?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
91.
Sorry, that amount is actually, we need to pay for that, the property tax. So I think actually moving forward, once actually we get the funds actually from the developer, yes, that funds can go back.
I'm sorry, that's a bit confusing to me. You're saying we're paying the property tax, but once we get the money from the developer, then we can take that out of the budget? But I don't understand what the property tax has to do with the project, the funding for the project. So what I'm looking at right now is the encumbrance. So on 91, you have $912,000 sitting in that account. And if somebody can help me find it on the capital forecast, so that was where I couldn't find.
What's that balance?
Sorry, that, through you, Mr. Chair, that fund is already transferred back to the DC Reserve Fund.
Oh, has it? Okay, okay. And then, so would we still see this in the capital forecast?
Mr. Haggie.
Through the chair, it will continue to be out in 2019, the original timing of the project. That will remain there, but there will not be any additional funding anywhere else.
Allocated for that then?
Correct.
Okay, all right, that helps. Just the old mill pumping station, as well as the old mill force main on page 91, we have some money left over. My thought was that was all completed, that work was done.
Through Mr. Chair, that's correct. All the work is actually completed. And the last payment actually we have to make it to City of Cambridge. So we're waiting for the invoice.
Oh, okay, all right. And then if there's any money is left over, where does that go?
Go back to DC and CC. Sorry, sanitary sewer funding.
It goes back to sanitary. Okay. Let's see. Again, the same thing with on page 92. I see Wards Pond, Strasburg Creek for $485,000 left in the ending balance. Are we not finished with that work?
It's through the chair that there has been a reduction in that since September 30th of 480,000, so it is just about closed out.
Oh, okay. What was the work that was done there this year?
There was some monitoring work that was still required, but we're pretty well nearly complete with that now. I think we're waiting for a final report from the consultant, so we've reduced the amount in that account by 480,000.
Okay. I mean, I know I saw some guys out there and I talked to them, but wow, I hope they weren't being paid $485,000. That was significant. Okay. Just on the new projects, the new road projects, before I ask about that, we have, as always, a whole bunch of full reconstruction, and some of them are related to LRT. How do we? I understand we have a program and a policy on how we decide when some of these roads are reconstructed or partial reconstructed. Can you help me understand that again? I apologize. Just can you give me a little refresher, little 2-minute spiel on that?
Through the chair, the process we use is fairly complex. Excuse me. What we do is we do condition assessments of every major piece of infrastructure that lies beneath the road right-of-way. We assign condition scores to those assets. We then roll that up into an overall condition score for every block in the city. So we basically can pit one block of street against another block of street in terms of which segments are worst and need work the most. And that's basically how we prioritize our work.
Okay, yep, and I thank you. As soon as you started saying about the block to block, I remember that conversation and I have that file. As far as the 23 new full reconstruction projects, and I kind of alluded to my questions with regard to the pumping station and the bridge work that's being pushed out to, that's being done by the developer. I'm wondering if some of these new reconstructions are actually coming on board because we have an opportunity for staff to be working on additional projects in the future because they will have worked on the pumping station and the bridge now. The comment was that the workload was already has been identified, that it's a bit higher than it would have normally have been because we've got these two projects coming up sooner. But then that would mean that you'd want to have some projects for those years. So my question is that how all of these 23 new projects came on board?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can answer part of the question. Especially every year, engineering actually will go through a resource planning. So we will see what type of projects are actually coming on the next year budget, and also we will analyze our current workload. And then we look at actually how staff is actually going to be undertaking projects. So especially for Dune South and Bridge project, actually we looked at our staff resources. Even though it is a little higher, I believe due to the development process, we need to deliver that project. So that's why we prioritize that.
And I understand that, but I guess maybe my question wasn't clear enough, and I apologize. We've identified that the engineering staff are going to have a heavier workload over the next couple of years, but the projects that are moving forward leave a bit of a lighter workload in future years, 2018 and forward. Are these new, because the majority of them actually are coming into those years. The majority of them, I'm wondering, are being moved forward because there will be staff time available.
Mr. Chapman?
I think there may be a simple explanation, and then Hans may want to augment it. I think this is actually quite normal, and if you were to look in previous forecasts, the same thing would be happening, that as we add 2023 on, we need to populate it with projects. By my count, 16 of those 23 projects take place in the last 2 years, so this is the natural course of bringing on a new year in the forecast and refining the estimates at the back end. So I don't think it is primarily related to staff capacity. And in fact, I believe that the staff in development that tend to do work on the development projects are not the same staff that do design work on reconstruction in any event.
Okay.
If I can go back also to the Wards Pond question, just to pick up on a comment. I wouldn't want to leave council with the impression that $480,000 has been spent. The $480,000 has been closed back out to the stormwater utility, leaving $5,000 in the account, which I understand to be for the monitoring and the ongoing work on the site. So the vast majority of that will not be spent. It's been returned to the utility.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Okay, then my last couple of questions. Sorry. I guess the Strasbourg Road extension, page 167. Last night I sent an email to you, Mr. Cora, just getting an understanding of what that complete road project was going to cost. So the north and south. Are you able to give that number to me now?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The total cost of the Strasbourg Road is $23.2 million.
Okay. So in looking at our forecast, we are only at $14 million. So my thought is, in lieu of the fact that we are, as noted at the bottom, looking at all development charges, funded projects after 2015, and there's about a $9 million difference here. Would it not be wiser to move this project, these placeholders, out a couple of years so that we have the ability to get some more funding in the ensuing years? It doesn't make sense to be planning a project that we're already $9 million short at this point in time.
Through Mr. Chair, we also have $14.2 million. It's coming on 2016 and 2017. We also have roundabout cost included in about $878,000 in 2019. Let me find it actually, which line it is.
Just sorry for council's reference, it's page 167 that I'm talking about.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, if you look at C165, intersection improvements, Strasbourg and New Dundee Road, $878,000. So that totals $15.02 million. So this is the good example. I just wanted to highlight Mr. Hornsgross and also Mr. Chapman was talking about this morning. 60%, sometimes the contingencies, Class A, Class B, Class C estimates, especially when we started this project, the project actually we accounted for $18 million. And I believe everyone knows that about the Strasbourg Road. We were actually cost estimating based on the official plan alignment. And after that, the alignment is actually went far to the west. So that caused additional costs. So this is basically about 40% increase. So what we are planning is in 2014 development charge background studies, this cost actually will be included, and then we can identify the appropriate timing for the concession for the south. For the northern portion, we have enough funds to complete, and the detailed design is almost complete.
Sorry.
Mr. Hagee? Sure. Just to clarify, this morning we were talking about the DC deferral process and how we moved a number of projects out to 2015. We moved those projects out to 2015 and they've remained in 2015. We haven't touched the DC capital forecast in the other years because the intention is we know that we have a funding issue. We didn't see a whole lot of worth in going through and reprioritizing and updating estimates for projects that we believe will not be sitting in those years in the capital forecast. It could be reprioritized differently by council. So we have not undergone that work yet as part of any budget process. But the intention is that that's exactly the work that would be completed through the DC bylaw update.
Okay. I don't want to belabor it, but I do. Mr. Cora, you said that the difference between what the actual cost is and what we have here on page 167 of 14.2 was 40% higher? Or did you say 60% higher?
Yeah, I would say about 40%.
Okay. I know my math is really bad, but I'm coming up much higher than that. So, it just, in all due respect, I just think that looking at the cost here and considering that we may not have the money for a while, I'm wondering if it is wiser to move it out. But
through Mr. Chair, I think that's what exactly Ryan Heggie is actually explaining to us. 2014, we are actually going through a DC background studies. Then we look at the exact timing for each projects. But for the northern portion, we can complete. Actually, we have funds allocated in 2016 and 2017. The additional funds will be included in the 2014 DC background studies, so that we can determine the south portion of the project when it has to be implemented.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that was... no, I want to just go to 170. And you've got miscellaneous creek rehabilitation projects. Have you identified which ones these are going to be yet?
Through Mr. Chair, the last DC background studies, actually, we identified that some of the creek rehabilitation is required for Blair Creek. And also, when the development proceeds, we will see which are the creek actually it's impacted or additional rehabilitation work is required. So this fund will be used to rectify the issues.
So this is just Blair Creek? There's no other creeks because it says miscellaneous creeks. So I wondered if there was more, if there were other creeks, Schneider's Creek, Dune Creek, any of the other creeks that we're looking at doing some rehabilitation.
That'd be a great question to ask offline, though. I think we're getting a little too deep here.
All right, I can do that. And that's it.
Very good. Councillor Gazzola?
I just want to go back, if I could, to C-143 and to C-88. It's to do with all these engineering studies. What's the project management initiative that we have 77,000 sitting there? It's on the middle of page C-88.
I'll speak on behalf of the Director of Engineering, who's not here today. But the Project Management Initiative is an ongoing account that's been used to train staff over the years in project management skills, proper procedures, updates, that sort of thing.
This is just an extra account that's there. There's nothing. Is there anything in the on C-143 that relates to that?
No, apparently not.
It's just there's no line item here for that.
Oh,
so
yes. Yeah, there is nothing else that would cover this off.
Well, going back to on C-143 engineering studies, there's engineering studies have a credit right now of $523,000. Do we really need to have those provisions of $166,000 a year for the first 3 years? Can we not? Do we need all of that money?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, actually we need, I believe actually total of $680,000 is going to have in 2014. That money even not sufficient to complete all these studies.
$600,000 worth of studies?
Yes, we have actually, as I explained before, we have to complete the Upper Blair watershed studies, stormwater management master plan, and also sanitary sewer model update.
So do we hire consultants to do this?
That's correct. Actually, so we basically, next year, you will actually see a report from the development engineering to appoint the consultants, and the council actually will be approving, I hope actually it will approve, so that we can utilize this fund to complete these projects.
The consultants must like us. We have a lot of business with them. Going on to 153, C-153. Can you just explain a little more for me as to what the intensification allowance is? Yeah, there's $4.25 million in there. What is that for?
The intensification allowance is a fund that's set up to assist in funding upgrades to existing infrastructure. A good example might be a pipe, sewer pipe, water pipe that's going to be reconstructed, and because the neighborhood has become intensified, population densities are getting higher, that sort of thing, there's a requirement to upsize the structures. There's a specific zone in the city that this funding can only be applied to, and that is specifically not the downtown, but not an area that exceeds outside of the belt of the freeway, City of Waterloo, and Westmount Road.
So how do we come up with these figures? 600, and is there any balance available already for this?
Much of this funding has already been allocated towards existing infrastructure reconstruction projects.
When you say it's already been allocated, where would I see that?
It's currently in a debt. Pardon me?
Where would you see where it's allocated?
I can't hear you.
Where would I see that it's been allocated?
In the reconstruction projects, you will often see a line that says other, and it will be in those.
It'll be in those as well as being down here.
Yes.
I guess I have trouble understanding sometime where.
Sorry,
I
Mr.
will
Hagee?
have to look into that.
Mr. Hagee, do you want to add?
Sure. So the existing balance is shown on page C89. It's the intensification allowance. It's actually in a debit of about $64,000. So it's been slightly overdrawn as of September 30th. It's about 3/4 of the way down the page.
Yeah. Okay. Going on to the accelerated infrastructure replacement, what are these pluses and minuses here? We've got 2.3 million in the pot. What are these things here?
The line item that's called the Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program is what Mr. Allen spoke to briefly earlier. It's basically uncommitted funds, funds that we have not allocated to projects as of yet. As you can see next year, it's actually slightly in a negative balance, but that is because we expect to be carrying over about $2 million from this year.
Like in several of the years, we show negative balances here. Right? In 2016, it's the same thing. In 2019?
That is correct. Like I said, we expect that there will always be a carryover from the year prior. So this is the best way to maximize the amount of funding. The envelope for the accelerated program is a fixed one, so we try to jam as many projects as we can within that envelope to maximize the amount of money available every year. If we go over a little bit, we would rather do that and then draw from any leftover funds from the prior year.
Where do these funds come from?
Are you speaking about the fund in general?
The accelerated infrastructure
They
replacement.
come from the sanitary utility, the water utility, and the stormwater utility.
So,
and the intensification allowance on occasion.
So they're moved out of those other funds, put into a pot, and then moved back out again?
That is correct.
It seems like a shell game. I'm not accusing you of anything, but it's quite hard to appreciate, to follow. Going on to C-166.
Actually, Councillor Gazzola, that's just ahead. We stopped at 165.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop then.
Okay, Councillor Yaneski.
Okay. It's following Gazzola, now I've got to find my page here. We're only gone to as far as page 165?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll come back.
Okay, there are no further questions, so we'll do up to mark off here. We'll do up to page 171, ending at the rain program, stormwater. So we're doing 166 up to 171. 166 to 171. Questions, Councillor Gazzola.
Okay, on 166, the Sterling Avenue bridge, what is the status of that bridge?
Mr. Allen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you could just clarify which Sterling Avenue bridge there are two.
I'm looking on, I'm sorry, on page C166, the third one down.
Thank you. Yeah, the Sterling Avenue Bridge, as you maybe saw in the package, we are adding funding to that structure. Through our detailed design activities, we've discovered additional needs on that structure. So we have added funds for 2014. So we're planning to complete that project next year.
I'm just curious as to what's the story there, because when we get hit with things like the Margaret Ave Bridge, it's, you get a little shy. Or
through the chair, when we set up the budgets for the bridges, it's usually based on the biannual bridge inspection program that we are required to do under legislation. That's a fairly cursory review, and we get cost estimates with that study. That's what we use for the budget. When we get into detailed design, we often find that there's a little bit more work to be done occasionally, and in this case, we did have to adjust it significantly.
On the Margaret Avenue Bridge, I know it's been asked, and I know you've mentioned it, but would it be possible to get a little bit of a sheet just showing, by relating to the schedules that we have here, where that funding is coming from? Is that a difficult thing to do? Like, it's going to C-166, where is it coming from?
Mr. Chapman?
And it's been asked for, it's on our list already.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Well, so just, now on that, again, it's a C with no C, right? It's a C with no added to it. So, how soon, will we know by January the 30th what we're talking about here?
Through the chair, I'll just outline our timing for the rehabilitation or the rebuilding of Margaret Ave. We are in the middle of hiring a consultant for the detailed design. That consultant should be on board sometime in December. It'll be an accelerated detailed design activity. We're planning to tender by May. So whether we'll have a much better estimate by budget finalization day in January, I can't say for sure. We could probably have the consultant look at the numbers a little bit closer and give us some idea, but I wouldn't really expect a very good estimate on that until probably March.
Well, I mean, this isn't out in the future. This is next year. Should we not be providing more funding here? I mean, what are the chances that it's going to come in at $6 million?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are quite confident that $6 million has enough contingency in it that it's enough to cover the replacement of Margaret Avenue.
How much contingency does it have in it?
It's Class C, so it'd be 40 to 60%.
But it's not in it.
It is, yes.
Oh, it is? There is contingency in here?
yes, there is contingency built into this number. Most of engineering's projects will have that contingency built in.
So is the figure that you've come up with for the bridge $4 million then? And with the contingency, it comes to $6 million?
Well, the total estimate is $6 million, and it includes a contingency based on the class. So whether it's 4
Well,
or...
if we assume a 50% figure just to make it easy, it means that you've got an estimate then of $4 million.
I couldn't tell you the exact estimate, but yeah, if you want to back out the contingency on top of the $6 million, then yeah, you would get a lower figure for sure.
Okay, but
Mr. Wilmer, do you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding from speaking with Ms. Robinson on this is, Councillor Gazzola, your statement is exactly correct. It's $4 million plus or minus 50%. Top level C estimate, $6 million. No surprises. It shouldn't come in more than 6. Might come in under.
Thank you.
That's pretty good news, but I think, I know we spoke to Ms. Robinson, and the figures of 8 and 9 million were bandied about, and no one seemed to say nay. So that's a different story that I'm hearing today. So it's a good.
Is that newer? If I could ask Mr. Wilmer, is that newer information from when we dealt with that?
No, I don't believe so. I think that $6 million is what Ms. Robinson has been using as a, I think she called it a Class D estimate, actually, thumb in the air. We don't have conceptual designs or detailed designs. If others in commentary might have been saying $6 million could become 9, but it's just a comment and not a question, we've gotten in the habit of not responding to comments. So perhaps that might lead people to jump to wrong conclusions. But $6 million is our best estimate as a Class D inching towards a C.
Thank you.
Now you've introduced a new class. We've been A, B, C, now we got Ds.
And that is consistent.
Oh, pardon me, I cut you off there. Could you click your button again, Mr. Wilmer?
Thank you. Every time I've heard Barbara Robinson speak about Margaret Avenue Bridge, she has called it Class D and she has stuck her thumb in the air. She's been consistent on that.
Well, what's a Class D then?
It's worse than a Class C. It's a ballpark estimate. It's what we get when something comes up on us by surprise.
Yeah, there has to be some, it came out of nowhere, so there has to be some expectation that staff simply can't come up with a detailed estimate until the consultant has a crack at it. They did the best they could, and if it comes in higher, then we have to deal with it. And there's not really anything anyone can do about it.
Well, that's fine, but I guess I've heard that the that the $6 million was the estimate, and it's a C, and therefore it could go to 9. But that's fine.
But I think what we've heard from engineering staff is that when they do Class C estimates, they include the contingency. So it's $6 million, which includes the 50%. So you're right, $4 million with 50% contingency is $6 million. So it's not 6 plus 50 to be 9.
Okay.
It's 6 including contingency.
I'm going to take that as gospel. Engineering does include.
It's a Class D gospel. That's right.
It's Class D gospel.
Engineering does include the C. Community services don't. All of their projects I asked, none of them had it. So I have to make sure what department I'm speaking with. I want to move on to the Freeport on the middle of page C-168. There's a pumping station upgrade. There's already $6 million there somewhere, and we're going to put another $5 million. What are we doing?
Through Mr. Chair, we already have $6.1 million to complete the pumping station. This amount is actually for the force main. The force main actually has to be built from the Freeport pumping station to Wabanaki Drive. So this funding is actually we are actually holding here, especially when region is actually building the river road. We are planning to put the force main, and this funding is actually for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand when this Wabanaki Road we're talking about is in line with the Hidden Valley Road. Is this it?
That's correct.
And we're putting in Can you explain that, why we're doing that?
You may recall, actually, probably about 3 years ago, we completed a class environmental assessment for Freeport, pump station, and a force main. The recommendation from the environmental study report is to build a force main along King Street and along Hidden Valley Road to Wabanaki up to Wilson Road. So that's about, I believe, about 3 kilometers. So we need to build that force main along there. Especially region is actually now going through the River Road. I believe they're going to start the construction in 2015, 2016. So we have to pay some design cost and also the construction cost for the force main.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. I want to better understand that. C-170. What are we doing in Victoria Park? The 2.8 million. What is that for? I thought we were complete over there.
Through the chair, part of the Victoria Park Lake EA in 2009 identified upstream works that had to be completed in addition to the work in the park proper. Those works are identified as the Filsinger in Filsinger Park as part of stream naturalization work to slow down the transport of sediment from Monarch Woods into the lake. And that detailed design is currently taking place with estimated tender time of March or April in 2014 to begin construction.
And again, that's something that cannot be postponed, or?
That is something that is currently budgeted to take place next year and was included in the original budget forecast for the entire Victoria Park Lake project. And 2014 is last year funding identified to complete that work.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So it has been in the forecast for several years then. Okay, sorry. C-171. What is the RAIN program? It's a new item on.
Yeah, through the chair, a report came to council earlier in the fall to extend the existing RAIN program that we have, that we're currently in an agreement with the Ministry of Environment to provide to the community in partnership with the City of Waterloo and REAP Green Solutions as well as Green Communities Canada. Under our existing agreement with the Ministry of Environment, we had set out certain financial obligations that we had to be eligible to receive the $1 million grant from the ministry. In the time frame that the agreement was originally intended to end, we were not able to fulfill our financial obligations. And by extending the RAIN program into 2014 with a focus on non-residential properties, in addition to credits that are budgeted and expected to be paid out to private property owners in 2014, we will fulfill our obligations under that agreement.
Thank you. Do you remember when that came to council?
I believe it's referenced earlier in the report.
Okay, I will look it up then. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Yes. Before you go away, Nick, you made reference to the Filsinger Park channelization improvements. We're going through the open open houses, and I was looking for the Henry Sturm or Filsinger Park. I couldn't find it. And where did you say it's located?
Sorry, repeat the question, please.
No, we're talking about the Filsinger Park, and I know the work's going to be coming imminently, and you say it's going to be in 2014, yet I can't find it under the Filsinger or Henry Sturm designation.
We refer to it as Filsinger Park as the Henry Sturm Greenway and I believe it's a Sandrock Greenway. They have a confluence in the park, and that turns into the lower Henry Sturm, which then feeds into Victoria Park Lake. So the Henry Sturm. Are you referring to the budget line item for Henry Sturm, or which page?
Well, I'm trying to find. I don't know where it is, so I can't say it's on a certain page because I don't see it. But we're going through the open houses, And I know you're saying that the two systems merge, and that's the confluence of it, and it leads to Victoria Park. But I'm looking for Henry Sturm or or the Filsinger Park as a project, because that's what the PICs are all about. Yet I don't see it here, and now we're moving forward. I'm lost.
Through the chair, to clarify, that work is included on C-170, the very first line item, Victoria Park. It's an extension of the Victoria Park project. So,
Got the top line there?
Top line, yeah.
Of 2.8 million?
Correct.
I thought you were talking about Victoria Park Lake rehabilitation. But we're really talking about the Henry Sturm. I mean, I know it leads there, but I thought it was a totally separate project.
It has always been identified as a single project, two-phase project. The Victoria Park Lake work and then the upstream work were identified as a single project. So I concede to the point that it is perhaps not as clear as it could be based on the naming convention. It's just how we've treated it from the beginning.
Well, in my opinion, it should be identified separately because even though it leads there, all creeks connect to each other throughout the whole city and lead to the Grand River. But I thought because of the size of this project and its location, and the studies only talk about the certain limits of it, so maybe identify it that way. I appreciate that being changed. The other one I have is on page 168, and I'm not sure who would answer this, but the fourth, fifth line down, SCADA, what is that?
Mr. Allen.
Through the chair, this is it's actually SCADA.
SCADA?
And SCADA refers to the controls and data collection equipment that we have in our pumping stations and our sanitary network. Is there more to the question?
So it's a data collection control of.
It goes back, there's some history to this. We did a study probably about 8 to 10 years ago now on the east side sanitary system. It was called the OMM, Ottawa, Manchester, Montgomery trunk system. It was identified that if we were to build more pumping stations, which we did, Zeller Drive and Victoria, that we would need to do two things. We would have to build some storage tanks at each of those facilities or close by and implement a SCADA system to help control the pumping of those flows from the storage tanks into the system so that we don't surcharge the whole system. Over time, the pumping station storage projects have been pushed out. They're still in the capital forecast because we do anticipate we'll need them someday, but we just don't need them as soon as we thought. The SCADA account is still there as well, and we will need to implement this. We're going to start some work this year on that project to identify what the needs are exactly.
Okay, I understand your logic there and the purpose. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez? On this? How'd you like?
Sorry. Did I accidentally push?
No problem.
Okay, because I was going to ask about an issue paper. Did you want me to ask?
No, I'd hold off until we're done.
Yes, you did want me to do that.
Okay, that concludes that section. There is only 2 pages left, 172 on transportation and 173 on parking. Any questions on those items? Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'd like to get a little more information on what's happening with street lighting. There's a number of accounts here, all to do with street lighting. So, and yet there's a large credit balance in the accounts already. But we've got alterations to street lighting. We've got street lighting new. We got street lighting miscellaneous, incandescent replacement. Where are we going with?
Through you, Mr. Chair, a lot of these accounts are, they vary from year to year. So some years we debit more than others. The alterations to street lighting is for road widening, so when we have to widen a road and relocate the street lights, that's where that account gets debited from. Street lighting new install is for new roads. Street lighting miscellaneous is for repair during windstorms and different things that damage the street lights. The incandescent replacement is for ornamental replacement. So in downtown, like Queen Street, for example, we've installed a number of ornamental lights. And then street light lamp replacement is a program that goes around the city and replaces lamps. The current bulbs in the HPS lamps have a 5-year lifespan on them. So those are replaced from time to time. So some years this amount is lower and some years it's higher. And there's a lot of work that's invoiced later in the year as well, which wouldn't be reflected through this.
So what is the 429,000 that's sitting in the pot for? No.
Through you, Mr. Chair, some of these get billed later in the year, so we work with Kitchener-Wilmot Hydro, and their invoices come in at the end of the year for some of the programs. So this, based on September 30th, still has some outstanding balance in it. And there's also some money that's being allocated towards LED replacement through some of the programs as well.
On page C-173, where did the Charles Water parking garage come from? Has council approved that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is a potential future lot that was included in the business plan for all of the downtown parking structures. We would come back to council at a later date if we were to proceed with that structure.
Mr. Chapman?
And I can confirm that that was in the capital forecast last year in the same amount. It's simply been moved out from 2022 to 2023.
Did council approve putting this in the capital forecast?
They must have, because it was included in the approved version. It would have been highlighted, Councillor Gazzola, through a previous budget process, and council with knowledge would have approved including it, yes.
Because I get concerned things slip in that last year, and then they're there for life.
And I can advise that it was not showing as new last year, and so it's been there for some time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Okay, so my question would be, can we take it out?
Good question.
I mean, it's way out in...
Mr. Chapman?
Certainly that's your prerogative. What I'd suggest is that we'll be looking at parking as a service area and the growth needs through the DC study, and so you will see a service area with capital projects. This is a project that conceivably could be funded in part through development charges, so I think it's a fair question to ask, but I'd suggest that you reserve that decision until you've got all of the parking program in front of you through the DC study.
Well, I don't want to move forward on approving something in this point, because we're not making any decisions today. We'll be making them on January 30th. If we leave this in, even with the bylaw, with the studies, the DC charge studies, this has already now got a placeholder. And I think I've been pretty clear about how I feel about the number of surface parking and parking garages we have. I would definitely like to see this moved out until we can establish the need. And if, with LRT coming through, we're trying to make this a less parking friendly, in a way, city. So my recommendation, or at least maybe a request for an issue paper if that's what we need to do, about what would happen if we took this out of the forecast and left it dangling.
If I could, I think that's appropriate, because that is something I respect your position on that. You would absolutely move, we would vote on, so I think the appropriate thing would be to ask for an issue paper on that, and we'll deal with it in final budget.
Then Mr. Riedman, if you wouldn't mind, that would be my request for you. And the traffic calming, we're sitting with a $549,000 balance, and I see that we're continuing to put in, 226, 230, 236. So can you help me understand why we have not spent this money on traffic calming, considering, there's constant demand for it?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. This budget includes the planning, design, and implementation of traffic calming measures. So there are a number of measures that have been approved that are not yet installed, including some that we've been asked to take back and look at altering the speed hump design to look at placing speed cushions, which haven't been constructed this year, which would come out of next year's budget. So it's increasing the amount that's seen in that budget.
Okay, so you're seeing that this 540 will roll over into next year, even though it's been earmarked for this year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's the intent, is to use some of this money for capital installation of the approved traffic calming projects that have been previously approved by council.
Okay, all right, thanks. I'm pleased to see that we are continuing with the cycling master plan funding. That I'm happy to see that. I know that there was some discussion at the cycling master plan for understanding where we are in the budget, and I see that we do have $119,000, 546 left. Some of that has been chipped away a little bit. Will this 119 roll into next year so that we're actually looking at about 300,000?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's the intent. Some of the projects are more costly than others, so some of them are just line painting, which don't cost that much money, but then if we look at bikeways, they can cost quite a bit more money. So some years there will be more expensive projects than others, so the idea is to have a rolling balance. We're also going to be reporting back to council with a 5-year priority implementation strategy in the next coming council meetings.
Our transportation demand initiatives, what kind of work are we doing with that? We have $206,000 in the account, and we're asking for another $150 all the way through up until 2018 when it jumps up. What kind of projects and initiatives are coming out of that fund?
Through you, Mr. Chair, these are programs that Josh have been running, the cycling to the market at lunch programs, the Friday socials, different programs through that. We also install bike cages through that program. We also are looking at potentially installing bike showers or shower facilities at locations, fix-it stations for bike repairs along trails. So everything that supports active transportation comes out of that program. So we have a number of programs in place for to ramp up for next year that will take away a lot of that budget. And we've also allocated $50,000 of that budget. That line item used to be $200,000. We've taken that to offset some of the parking deficits. So we've taken $50,000 out of that to offset parking deficits.
Okay, you said a bad word, but I won't. You said parking and deficit together in the same sentence. Okay, thank you for that explanation. I think that helps very much.
Okay. Councillor Singh?
Yes, on C-172 for traffic calming. So what the dedicated amounts that's in the capital forecast, remind me, how many traffic calming would that allow? What does it encompass? The review and the actual installation of the structures, or just the reviews themselves?
Through Mr. Chair, that incorporates everything from the speed studies through the review process, through the public meetings, to the installation process.
Total of how many?
I believe we do about 4 a year.
It's 4 a year, yeah.
4 a year, yeah, I thought so. And I've heard staff, reiterate back to council that they understand from the residents and, of course, from council members as well. There's a bit of a street calming fatigue that's starting to develop in our city, and that you guys are considering and looking at other alternatives to vertical speed bumps. How far along is that study or review?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're coming back actually on Monday with a traffic calming policy review to special council.
Would that affect the need for, say, 4 versus perhaps lesser?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that reduces our list from 175 projects down to 45 projects. So there still is a need for traffic calming in different areas. It's the type of measures that we'd be implementing. So we're looking at things like, instead of vertical measures, so speed humps, more horizontal measures, which can tend to be a little bit more costly.
Okay, all right. I'll respond after I see the report on Monday. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions, so this is the point in the meeting where I would ask if there's anything that we missed that council would like to ask. And Councillor Fernandez.
Right, I was respecting what you had requested. So the engineering staff had identified 3 new studies that they were talking about that they would be bringing forward. I would like to request an issue paper if they could please break out the 3 studies that they were speaking about with some idea of what the cost of those studies are and the impact on if we eliminated one of those studies and put it into 2015. Certainly the Blair Creek Update study was done, the original study was done in 2010, would not really need to be started until 2015 and would still fulfill that 5-year cycle. So that's the one issue paper. And the other question I have, and I was going to say 23, but I would like to know what the implications would be if we took out the first of the 23 new full reconstruction, the Keele Street, Shants Lane, Hugo, and...
Sorry, which page are we on?
Sorry, 161. Thank you for reminding. I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. So on page 161, so Keele Street, Shants Lane, Hugo, and Hoffman, Ottawa. So if we push those out another 2 years, since we do have a full slate of reconstruction and other capital projects in the years previous to that.
Okay, would staff like to
So I
comment?
just want to understand what the implications would be if we push those out.
And sorry, could you repeat the exact streets again? When we're on page 163, you said?
Yeah, it was on page 1. It was under, yeah, so on Keele Street, it's 161. Keele Street, Hyman to Ottawa. Shants Lane, Weber to Ross.
Okay.
Hugo/Lorne. And then Hoffman, Ottawa to E cul-de-sac. I'm not sure what that means. I'll just give you one rationale for the Keele Street to Hyman. Right now, my understanding is on Keele Street, there's a significant amount of construction happening with Habitat for Humanity, building quite a large structure. And I just don't see the rationale for us to be looking at doing any work until all of that is completely completed. And you know, that's a $1.1 million that we could maybe push out for another year in terms of expenditure.
Through the chair, we can certainly look at the Keele Street project to determine whether or not, because of the construction, because of what's going on there, whether 2015 is the right time, and I will leave that to engineering staff to do. With respect to the other projects, I'd like to remind Council that these projects are funded from the sanitary, storm, and water utilities. And in my asset management presentation, I recommended that we maintain the level of funding, financing for projects in order to not fall further behind in the replacement of our infrastructure. What these projects represent is the infilling in the back end of the 10-year capital forecast. As we move forward, we always add projects in the back end on a prioritized basis. And what that means is that we have a full slate of infrastructure that is prioritized and set for replacement. In terms of staffing is geared up to do the work. The reconstruction staff under Steve Allen and under Chris Spear have the capability of handling that full slate of work. In fact, if we were to allocate more money, there could probably be more work undertaken, probably one additional project. However, at this point, the suggestion in the asset management presentation was that we maintain the current funding level, not fall behind, and increase the funding with construction increases, construction value increases.
And you may be correct. I apologize. I wasn't here for your
Yes.
presentation. And I know that in the email that I had sent you, you responded saying as much, the current level of funding plus inflation construction allowances. But these are all new projects that are being brought forward. They're not ones that are back-ended because they're being brought into the 2015, 16, and 17 timeframe. So they're not, if your rationale is that these are back-ended to fill in as the years progress, that's not, these are kind of being helicoptered in.
Okay, I just
to the
want
budget.
to, if we can deal with, I just want to make sure we're clear then. So just, we can go back to the studies, the issue paper for the studies. Does staff or anyone want to comment on that? Staff or council, does anyone want to comment on that? Mr. Chapman? The studies first.
We can prepare that. That's straightforward, yes.
Okay, very good. Because there's going to be some issues with the second one. And Mr. Chapman, on the roads then.
So it strikes me that a lot of what we'd bring back in the issue paper is the content that council received in, I think it was a 90-minute presentation from Hans on the asset management program. So I guess I'd put the question to Councillor Fernandez. Would it be helpful to have a meeting with Hans to review that, to save us from bringing that content essentially back through the issue paper, and then based on the outcome of that review, if there are further questions, you could bring them forward through budget? I think the Keele Street is a separate issue, and he's indicated that we can answer that question. But I think much of what we bring in the issue paper will be content that the rest of council saw through that session.
And I understand that. And I have read the PowerPoint presentation because we received it and I reviewed it. I just see us every year adding projects that I sometimes wonder if some of them are necessary. So these ones were ones that were sort of brought quite a bit forward, and they're new projects. I was just asking the question. So you don't need to bring an issue paper back. I just really wanted to ask the question.
Okay, I think that's appropriate. So no issue paper on that. So that issue is you're going to meet with staff. Okay, go ahead.
I can speak to that a little bit. We conduct infrastructure assessments on a cyclical basis. For example, we re-inspect our sanitary sewer every 12 years. We re-inspect our roads every 2 years. We've started re-inspecting the storm sewer network, and we get consistently updated data about the behavior of the water main system. The infrastructure system is a dynamic system, so we may find that 5 years ago, when we looked at a street, it didn't look so bad, but circumstances can bring about rapid deterioration in a particular location due to geotechnical issues, due to its age, due to its material type, any number of factors. So we, on occasion, can see streets suddenly go downhill rather quickly and unexpectedly. Keele Street and other streets in that neighborhood are characteristic of that. In fact, Mr. Gross had advised us, he knew a little bit about the area when he was much younger. It was a garbage dump, apparently, and there's a lot of fill in the area. What happened this year was that when we did our analysis of projected costs, we were able to see that our unit costs for reconstruction work typically is going down, thank heavens, because it's been going up for quite some time now. What that allowed us to do was create additional capacity within the existing funding envelope to do one of two things. We could take the existing capital forecast, sort of accordion it back in, squeeze it back in because there's additional capacity up front, and then add projects in the back, or we could use this as an opportunity to insert some projects that have suddenly become, their need has become very more critical, more urgent than would have otherwise been. So this is really a moment of opportunity.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. And while you were talking about it, I started to think about Old Carriage Drive and how you're absolutely right. There are certain circumstances, and because there's a lot of heavy machinery on that road right now, it has deteriorated probably rapidly than it would have if that machinery had not been happening. And that was one of the reasons why I talked about Keele Street, because I think it's important that we wait until that construction is completely finished before we start putting money into a road. So
I will add that the funding for Keele Street for construction is actually in 2017. What you see in 2015 is seed money to start the design process.
Okay.
So there shouldn't be any conflict with any residential construction. For the next 3 or 4 years.
Okay, thank you. Well, like I said, I just really wanted to ask the question because that's how I was perceiving it, and your explanation helps me understand it better.
Very good. For clarification, then, no issue paper. You'll follow up with Mr.
not
Gross.
necessary.
Okay, very good. Councillor Singh.
No, there's really nothing to say now. It just was more clarification from Councillor Fernandez as to what the accomplishment of what she was proposing. And I think the explanation that was given, that was really helpful for us to really understand the need and the priorities that need to be put, that there is a wide number of streets out there that are still pending. I can attest to a few in my ward. Some, I just came back from a trip from India, and the road network isn't very well there, and some of the streets can put those streets to shame. So I can definitely tell you that there's a huge list of priorities that are still pending. So,
Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I know councillors are sick of hearing this every budget, but again, I would like additional information or an issue paper on the Home Office technology expenses for councillors on C79, C80. I think Councillor Gazzola is right when he says these 10,000s add up, and I think we could reduce that amount. I know it's gradually been coming down over the years. I'd like to see it come down a little more, and we should lead by example on that issue. So I'm in your hands on whether that would be an issue paper or whether I could see the appropriate staff person for more information.
I would suggest that sounds like something that will eventually be a motion on your behalf, so I would suggest to come back as an issue paper. Okay. I would, just to clarify then, so the point is for staff to come back with suggestions on how to reduce it.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Zer.
Thank you. Since there is not an issue paper on the discussion that we just had about roads, I'll limit my comments because I think there's nothing to be gained by eliminating these. They are being put into the budget based on the condition of the roadways and the priority, which I am not an expert. None of us are experts at determining what goes first or what goes last. And so I think very much so that just simply because they're new in this particular budget does not mean that they are not urgent. And so I think we just have to keep that in mind. This has been put together in a way, I think in a very logical and professional way, and I would like to keep it that way.
Thank you. I'm seeing no further questions. Hopefully, Mayor Zer, you spoke for long enough that staff could start getting together the... Yeah. 2 minutes? 2 minutes. Anybody know any good jokes? Yes. And then we get to vote whether we want them or not. It will be one motion for the whole thing. Can we take some out? Yeah, if you want. Okay. Sorry? Everything? Sure. Someone has to. For sure. Very good. Mr. Chapman?
So I'd suggest, members of committee, that a motion to direct staff to bring the following back prior to final budget day with this list attached would be sufficient. You'll note some of the things will come back before final budget day, for example, the email for Monday, so rather than separating it out by date, direction to bring it back prior to final budget day should be sufficient, and we can fast track the ones that are time sensitive.
Okay, very good. And I'm fully aware that there are some members of council that will be very much opposed to some of the items here, but the intention here is to get the information and then vote on final budget day on these items. So if we could scroll through, scroll back up. I'll just read them quickly here. So item number 1, capital closeouts. I think that captures. If anyone has any clarifications, please ring in. Reserves. Okay. Quality of estimates. The corporate plan project. Yep. Can you click in there?
Don't need detail. Summaries are sufficient.
That's what we understand. Yep.
Okay, yeah, because I saw the word details. You didn't need to list everything. That's fine.
Okay, and public art. Downtown incentives. Okay, can you scroll down to the next one? The details on PeopleSoft. Fire communications plan. Synthetic turf reallocation. Just want to make sure actually that has McLennan Park, Emerald Ash Borer, very good. Cenotaph and synthetic turf. Oh, sorry, can you scroll back up for just 1 second? Progress, okay, very good. Margaret Avenue Bridge, the COF project, Parks and Trails, the engineering studies, and home technology, I believe. That was the last one. Oh, Councillor Glenn Graham.
Thank you very much. I didn't ask for it as an issue paper. I just asked for options around the amenities on top of the parking garage for the library, but I think it probably should come back as an issue paper.
Sorry, ask for
the on top of the KPL parking garage.
Okay.
Options around funding for that. I had a discussion with Mr. Ritz about that, but I didn't ask for an issue paper, so I think that would be appropriate to have one.
Okay. Very good. And Councillor Fernandez?
I don't remember hearing about number 17.
That was what Councillor Etherington just brought up last.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't even, we didn't hear you.
Okay.
Did not hear you, Councillor Etherington. And I thought that I had asked about the creek rehabilitation project. I had said which ones, and I remember Councillor Davey said, yeah, that would be better to come, at least some kind of detail, and don't know whether that was an issue paper or... No. That was, you don't have your pages before you right now, but it was on page 170. It was related to all the different creek rehabilitation projects that were, and I just asked which ones, just to have a sense.
Clarification, right?
Yeah, just clarification on that. Maybe that could be just a general email.
That could come in the form of an email, actually,
paper.
as long as staff's noted it. Or no? No?
I envision we'll have one issue paper with the straightforward questions and answers all together, and so if it's not urgent, rather than having emails and issue papers going out separately, we'll consolidate them.
Okay,
Sure.
that's great.
Okay. Councillor, you concluded? Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, Ryan's just trying to make sure he's got it right. I guess it would be the creek rehabilitation projects planned for 2015. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. And I'll move that at the appropriate time.
Certainly. And Councillor Verbenovich?
Yeah, I had also asked about the cenotaph.
Yep, that was on there.
Oh, sorry, I missed that on the list. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, no other items. So moved by Councillor Fernandez. Those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Very good. I believe we are adjourned. I apologize. I was hoping to have this meeting wrapped up by 4 o'clock, but in my defense, that was a Class D estimate.